Chapter 151, Picking Up Bargains, 5 more. Mo Shan's expression grew tense as he brought Mo Hua to Elder Yu. Pointing to a location on the map, Mo Hua said, "There has been a fight here." It couldn't be monster hunters, because everyone had agreed, if a fight started, they would set off fireworks to warn each other. Besides that, it was a small chance that the fluctuation was due to monster beasts fighting each other. More likely, it was a Qian family cultivator who had encountered monster beasts and therefore had engaged in battle. Anyway, it was necessary to go and investigate. Elder Yu said directly, "Gather everyone. We're heading out." Though the monster hunters were scattered, they weren't far from each other, and information passed quickly. In no time, several hundred Qi refinement stage monster hunters had assembled. Elder Yu briefly explained the situation, then with a wave of his hand, commanded, "Let's move out." All the monster hunters crouched down, concealed their presence, stopped talking, and moved stealthily towards the peak marked by Mo Hua. Half an hour later, they arrived. This was a rarely visited small mountain, desolate and remote. Because few people came here, the monster hunters were disinclined to name it, commonly referring to the place as Nameless Peak. The group discovered the remains and bloodstains of monster beasts on a patch of scattered rocks among the trees. Mo Shan approached, wiped the bloodstains with his hand, and said, "A cultivator killed this, but the technique was crude, it wasn't the work of a monster hunter." Elder Yu's eyes sharpened as he released his divine sense. Mo Hua could only faintly sense a ripple before losing all perception. Those with powerful divine sense are not easily spied upon. But those being watched by someone with a powerful divine sense often don't realize it. Mo Hua's mind grew tense, understanding that the divine sense of a foundation establishment stage cultivator was indeed extraordinary. Mo Hua also tried to emulate Elder Yu, releasing his divine sense to search for any traces in the mountains. After a while, Elder Yu retracted his divine sense and fixed his gaze on Mo Hua with a look of surprise. A few moments later, Mo Hua also withdrew his divine sense. "Did you notice anything?" Elder Yu asked. Mo Hua nodded. "There are mines hidden in the mountains, concealed with wood and stone." Elder Yu's eyes brightened slightly. "Mark them for me to see." Mo Hua took out the map and circled several areas near the peak of Nameless Peak. These were the spots where Mo Hua's divine sense had detected the mines. Elder Yu nodded and added a few more markings on it. Looking at those, Mo Hua had a realization. He had overlooked these spots. Some were too far away and beyond the reach of his divine sense, some were hidden too deeply beyond his sense's strength, and some were simply due to a lack of experience or negligence. Mo Hua silently reflected on and summarized the use of divine sense in his mind. Elder Yu, appearing pleased, patted Mo Hua's shoulder and said, "Not bad." Then he grew serious, his gaze sharp as a sword, and instructed. "All monster hunters, remember these locations. Split into teams and enter from these mines. Be as stealthy as possible. If you encounter Qian family cultivators, incapacitate them. If it comes to it, kill them. I'll handle the Taoist court officials." The monster hunters acknowledged the orders, their eyes alight with the will to fight. Dark figures leaped up, converging toward the mine entrances along the mountainside. Mo Shan cautioned Mo Hua, "You stay out of the way and don't go in. If any cultivators come out, don't engage. Take care of yourself." Mo Hua nodded and also said, "Dad, make sure you wear that set of rattan armor." Painted on the rattan armor was the first-rank golden armor formation. Mo Shan's heart warmed as he touched Mo Hua's head, then with a swift motion, he too closed in on the mines along the mountainside. Mo Hua scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and found a large pit that was safe and easy to hide in, and took cover there. Soon, there was movement in the mountains, as if a battle had begun. Mo Hua could hear the rumbling sound outside, the shouting and cursing of cultivators, and the after effects of spiritual power in a myriad of colors. Then there was a loud boom. The spiritual pressure Mo could sense became even stronger. It must be Elder Yu and the foundation-building cultivators of the Qian family fighting each other. After the intense fluctuations lasted for a while, a figure suddenly shot out from a mine shaft on the mountainside. The figure didn't look back after coming out of the mine, and ran straight down the mountain, leaving a trail of afterimages behind. Seeing the speed of this desperate escape, there was no doubt it was a foundation-building cultivator. Mo breathed a sigh of relief. With the foundation-building cultivator fleeing, the remaining cultivators of the Qian family were like monkeys scattered when the tree falls, and their defeat was only a matter of time. As expected, in less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, cultivators of the Qian family began to flee from the mouth of the mine in a state of disarray. Most of them were bedraggled and bleeding, either clutching their arms or limping, running down the mountain in a panic. Mo didn't want to act rashly. After all, he was alone, and it was better to be cautious. Mo stayed put in the pit as he had been. After a while, Mo suddenly heard footsteps getting closer and closer. Looking up, he saw two Qian family cultivators coming his way as they fled for their lives. They looked like they had been through a tough fight, were in a sorry state, and the fluctuations in their spiritual power were weak, clearly at the end of their tether. Not following the other Qian family cultivators, they chose to be alone, and of the many paths available, they chose to limp right past the bushes where he was hiding. Mo felt that not making a move would be somewhat of a disservice to them. One of the Qian family cultivators was cursing as he went. "These bastards, where did they get the intel? When we get back, we'll report to the family head, and they'll pay for this. Damn it!" He cursed as he ran. As he was cursing, suddenly a fireball technique exploded on his face. He was struck by a burst of intense pain as the exploding flames made his head swim and his ears ring, and his face burned with pain. What? He hadn't recovered yet, when another fireball hit him in the face, and he fell straight to the ground. An ambush. The other Qian family cultivator was shocked and tried to flee, ignoring his companion, but after only a few steps, a fireball struck him in the back of the head. He fell flat on the ground, his face hitting a rock, and he too was knocked unconscious. Mo didn't rush to come out. He first used his divine sense to scan the area and found that the spiritual power of the two men was circulating erratically. This indicated that they had fainted, their senses were unclear, and they couldn't control the flow of their own spiritual power. Still not at ease, Mo hit each of them with another fireball to make sure, and seeing no response, climbed out of the pit. What to do now? After thinking for a while, Mo searched them and took away their storage bags. The Taoist law prohibits looting. Mo wanted to be a law-abiding good cultivator, but with the Qian family bringing the fight to him, he couldn't just stand by and be bullied. It seems cultivators truly can't help themselves. Mo sighed, his expression slightly melancholic as he tucked the storage bags into his own bosom. Then he ran back into the pit to see if there were any more Qian family cultivators coming his way to make him act against his will. Before long, more Qian family cultivators came his way as anticipated. If there were many, Mo let them go. If there were few, Mo did the same as before. When dawn was breaking and the battle inside the mine was coming to an end, Mo's bosom was already bulging. Chapter 152 Mediation, First Update. After the battle ended, monster hunters were clearing the battlefield. Injured monster hunters would receive treatment. The cultivators from the Qian family would be stripped of their storage bags and spiritual artifacts, then thrown outside. Whether they lived or died would depend on whether the Qian family was willing to rescue them. In addition, all of the seized spoils of war had to be submitted, categorized uniformly, and then distributed according to the merit and needs of the cultivators. Inside the mine, Elder Yu found a large rock to sit on. Monster hunters came up one after another, handing over the captured storage bags to Elder Yu. Mo, with his arms full of storage bags, walked up to Elder Yu, ready to hand them over. Elder Yu was taken aback. What are you doing? Handing them over, Mo Hua replied. Elder Yu gave him a slight glare. Kid, what are you joining the commotion for? Keep them and have fun yourself. Oh, Mo Hua sat down to the side. After a while, Elder Yu still couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Where did you get all these storage bags from? Mo Hua replied somewhat bashfully, I picked them up down the mountain. Picked them up? Yeah, Mo Hua explained, if a cultivator from the Qian family escaped and was alone, I'd take them down and then take their storage bag. Elder Yu stared, thinking to himself what on earth you're talking about. Even if a cultivator from the Qian family was alone, they were bona fide late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. How could you, a child in your teens, take them down? And you speak of it so lightly, as if it's as simple as eating candied hawthorn. Elder Yu frowned and then asked, have you learned any spells? Yeah, I learned the fireball technique, Mo Hua said. Oh, replied Elder Yu, nodding his head as if that made more sense. But then his brow furrowed again. That's not right, the fireball technique isn't that effective in taking down an enemy. Casting a spell requires condensing qi. If it isn't practiced well, there's still the question of whether you can hit someone or not. Elder Yu wanted to ask more, but other monster hunters had come up to submit their storage bags, so he never got the chance to ask. Elder Yu, am I really not supposed to submit these? Mo Hua asked stealthily. The ones you picked up outside the mines count as your own skill. Besides, we're not so desperate as to take a child's belongings, Elder Yu replied. Thank you, Elder Yu. Mo Hua gratefully accepted. Afterwards, when the mine was well organized, Elder Yu assigned people to guard it, and then allowed the injured monster hunters to return for recuperation. Mo Shan also went back, but he hadn't been injured. Wearing rattan armor embellished with the golden armor formation, not even the monster beasts could tear through it, let alone the swords and knives of the ordinary Qi refinement cultivators. He was to escort Mo Hua back home since Mo Hua was now considered loaded. After getting home, Mo Hua shut the door, threw the storage bags he held on the table, and then began to open them one by one. Mo Shan watched, his expression somewhat complex. He didn't know how his son managed to pick up so many storage bags through picking up opportunities. There were around a dozen storage bags, and they contained a wide variety of items. Typically, these included spirit stones, spiritual artifacts, pills, Taoist robes, among other miscellaneous trinkets of little value. There were also a few garishly colored booklets, illustrated with flirty female cultivators engaged in odd activities. Mo Hua had just flipped them open and hadn't had the chance to look closely when Mo Shan confiscated them. Mo Hua felt a bit regretful. I wonder what exactly was illustrated in there. The dozen or so storage bags were quickly accounted for. Just the spirit stones alone numbered 300 to 400 pieces, and together with some unprocessed spiritual mind stones, plus pills and spiritual artifacts, it was estimated they could be worth a total of 500 to 600 spirit stones. 500 to 600 spirit stones. Mo Hua couldn't help but marvel. No wonder people often say, horses won't get fat without grazing at night, people won't get rich without a windfall. However, it was better not to engage in such dealings if possible. Mo Hua still wanted to be a law-abiding, good cultivator. That is unless he encountered foolish goons from the Qian family who were both bad and stupid enough to fall right into his hands. All of the spirit stones in the storage bags were given to Mo Hua by Mo Shan, for Mo Hua to cultivate and learn about formations. The rest of the items such as spiritual artifacts, pills, Taoist robes, and rattan armor, Mo Shan took for himself. The Qian family had suffered a major setback and certainly wouldn't just let things slide. From now on, it was expected that they would face a ferocious counterattack from the Qian family. These spiritual artifacts and pills would all be of great use. However, before the Qian family could retaliate, it was the Taoist court that came knocking first. After all, the conflict between the monster hunter and the Qian family had caused numerous casualties. Both morally and logically, the Taoist court could not remain indifferent. The court leader of the Taoist court personally sought out Elder Yu. Mo Hua heard about it and followed his father to join in the commotion. Elder Yu and the court leader talked in the room for a long time. No one knew what they discussed, but when they came out, both of their expressions were not good. It looked like they parted on bad terms. What did they talk about? Mo Hua was extremely curious, but he knew if he asked, Elder Yu definitely would not tell him. Just then, he noticed Zhang Lan, who was following behind the court leader. Zhang Lan was a canon of the Taoist court, holding a significant position, and as a clan member, his attendance in such important matters was to be expected. As Zhang Lan walked, he sensed a familiar gaze upon him. Turning his head, sure enough, it was Mo Hua. Mo Hua winked at him. Zhang Lan sighed inwardly, pretended not to see, and walked away. In the afternoon, he found some free time and went to drink at Mo Hua's family's restaurant. Mo Hua personally poured him wine, looking at him eagerly. Zhang Lan, having no choice, said, "Out with it, what do you want to know?" Mo Hua's eyes lit up. "What were Elder Yu and your court leader talking about this morning?" Zhang Lan coughed softly, lowering his voice. "You know about the spiritual minds, right?" Mo Hua nodded. Though it was expected, Zhang Lan was still somewhat surprised. "How much do you know?" "I know what I need to," Mo Hua replied. "The day the spiritual minds were seized, I was there too." And he had picked up a dozen storage bags. Of course, Mo Hua didn't say this out loud. Zhang Lan was a cultivator of the Taoist court after all, with his own stance, and Mo Hua couldn't make it difficult for him. Mo Hua was very considerate in thinking of Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan sighed, "You really have some nerve to dare to get involved in a cultivator melee." Zhang Lan said, "Since you already know, I'll get straight to the point. With such a big incident, both sides have casualties. The court leader certainly wants to calm things down, and the Qian family agrees, but their condition is for you to hand over the spiritual minds so they won't pursue the matter further." Mo Hua snorted, "They wish." "That's what your Elder Yu said too," spoke Zhang Lan. Naturally, as he said this, he also mixed in a lot of foul language. Some of the language was so crude that Zhang Lan had never even heard of it. Zhang Lan had seen many foundation-building cultivators, and although Elder Yu was not the highest in cultivation, he certainly was the fiercest when it came to swearing. "What will happen next?" Mo Hua asked. Zhang Lan sighed, "Not much can be done now. At this point, the Taoist court can no longer intervene." "Ah." Mo Hua looked puzzled. "Does that mean the Taoist court is really that powerless?" Zhang Lan explained helplessly, "The Taoist court only has so many cultivators. They can maintain the Taoist law and catch a couple of sin cultivators, but they can't manage conflicts between two major forces." Zhang Lan added, "At least the Taoist court in Tongxian City can't handle it. They can only mediate, asking everyone to follow the usual rules." Mo Hua asked, "What are the usual rules?" Zhang Lan's expression grew more serious as he spoke softly. "It means taking Nameless Peak as the boundary. Outside Nameless Peak, you cannot kill without reason, but on Nameless Peak, you fight whoever you need to fight, kill whoever you need to kill, until both sides have had enough. No one other than yourselves will know about the deaths there, the Taoist court will turn a blind eye, and it won't be reported up to the court. Violent and barbaric." Hearing this, Mo Hua's gaze also became sharp. That is to say, the real battle would only begin from now on. Chapter 153, First Battle, 2 Updates. Given the huge interest in the spiritual minds, when the Taoist court mediation failed, there was no choice but to follow the common rules. The Qian family and the monster hunters would engage in a fierce battle at the Nameless Peak spiritual mine. Whoever won would get to take control of the spiritual mine. The Qian family was now on the offensive, whereas the monster hunters were on defense. The atmosphere among the monster hunters had gradually become more tense. Elder Yu ordered that all monster hunters were forbidden from hunting monsters in Big Black Mountain in the near future, and he assembled most of the monster hunters who were between the 7th and 9th level of Qi refinement to guard the mine tunnels at Nameless Peak. On one hand, the monster hunters were preparing for the imminent attack from the Qian family and, on the other hand, they were working to expedite the extraction of the spiritual mine. It would be best to hold on to the spiritual mines, but with the Qian family's vast influence and numerous cultivators, it was uncertain whether the monster hunters would be able to hold out until the end. Since it was not known when the spiritual mine would fall, the idea was to extract as many spirit stones as possible before that happened. Late-stage Qi refinement practitioners were to enter the spiritual mine, and Mo Shan, being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was no exception. Mo Hua also wanted to go in, but Mo Shan wouldn't allow it, and neither would Elder Yu agree. Previously, during the spiritual mine's capture, Mo Hua was on the outside where there were rocks and trees to hide behind. In case of danger, there was a chance to flee if the situation turned dire. Now, inside the mine tunnel, there was virtually nowhere to escape. If the Qian family cultivators were to break in and melee ensued, with swords, divine sense, and spiritual power flying chaotically, no one could guarantee Mo Hua's safety. Therefore, Elder Yu was originally adamant about not allowing Mo Hua, a minor cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, to stay inside the spiritual mine. That was until Mo Hua offered to help by drawing formation. I can draw the golden armor formation, it can even be used by those in the late Qi refinement stages. Mo Hua said. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu could hardly refuse. In a large-scale battle between cultivators, the effectiveness of formations becomes quite apparent. Moreover, this golden armor formation sounded much more powerful than the iron armor formation. With the reinforcement of the golden armor formation, the likelihood of holding the mine tunnels would greatly increase. Even if they couldn't hold it in the end, they could at least delay the inevitable for longer, thus harvesting more spirit stones. This was a spiritual mine, after all, even a small one could provide for many loose cultivators living expenses for a long time. Elder Yu was tempted. Several monster hunters also praised the golden armor formation to Elder Yu, mentioning how Mo Shan had encountered a Kuei woodwolf during monster hunting and was spared from injury because his rattan armor was painted with the golden armor formation. With a sigh, Mo Shan reluctantly took out the rattan armor painted with the golden armor formation. Elder Yu examined it closely and tested the armor's defense, his eyes lighting up with approval. He immediately decided to allow Mo Hua to stay. Thus, Mo Hua stayed inside the spiritual mine. Elder Yu instructed the other monster hunters to take good care of Mo Hua and thought to himself. If any undiscerning bastard dares to hurt a single hair on Mo Hua's head, I'll strike them down with a single blow. In the days that followed, Mo Hua started to draw golden armor formations for the monster hunters. With Mo Hua's current divine sense intensity, enhanced control from the Heaven Yanju, and the increased recovery speed of divine sense from the meditation technique, around 10 first-grade golden armor formations could be painted in one day. The spiritual ink used for these golden armor formations was temporarily supplied by Mo Hua. Elder Yu agreed to convert the cost of the spiritual ink into spirit stones and add it to the compensation for drawing formation, to be given to Mo Hua in the end. Elder Yu had been frugal in the past due to a lack of spirit stones. Now that he had possession of a small spiritual mine, he would not let Mo Hua suffer any loss. Elder Yu, wanting Mo Hua to focus on drawing formation, even opened up a small mine tunnel, setting it up to be warm and comfortable, assuring Mo Hua to communicate any needs. Mo Hua stayed in the small mine tunnel, drawing formations, and managed to paint about 30 golden armor formations in 3 days. Later, the Qian family cultivators began their assault on the mountain. Mo Hua, lying at the entrance of the tunnel, watched the large and powerful group of Qian family cultivators below, and feeling worried, asked Elder Yu, "Can we defeat the Qian family?" We can fight, but it won't be easy, and the outcome is hard to predict, Elder Yu responded. Have we fought them before? Elder Yu nodded, a few times. The Qian family was overly oppressive, and we fought back. As the fight escalated into a brawl, things became unmanageable. We suffered more losses that time. The Qian family won, but they didn't get much of an advantage either. Confused, Mo Hua asked, where is the Qian family stronger than us? After pondering, Elder Yu said, each has its advantages in a head-on fight, but the Qian family has more spirit stones, better spiritual artifacts, and they can afford to hire help. Mo Hua said, so with the golden armor formation, do we have more of an advantage? Elder Yu nodded, yes, that's right. He didn't know exactly how powerful the golden armor formation was, but even a slight edge could impact the battle. Then the Qian family began their assault on the mountain in a grand and open manner. The Qian family had always looked down on monster hunters, believing them to be impoverished and pathetic. With their wealth of spirit stones, the Qian family cultivators generally had one higher level of cultivation than the monster hunters. For this reason, they did not choose to attack at dawn or in the dead of night, nor did they opt for a surprise attack. Instead, they moved into the mountain in broad daylight, brazenly and openly. They wanted to give the monster hunters a taste of military deterrence. But as soon as the battle started, they realized something was amiss. 30 Qi refining 9th level monster hunters looked mightily impressive, leading the charge. At first confrontation, they began their onslaught. The Qian family cultivators' swords and blades could only leave scratches on their rattan armor. The golden armor formation was a first grade 9 pattern formation, and ordinary swords, even when wielded by Qi refining 9th level cultivators, had difficulty breaking through the rattan armor enhanced by the golden armor formation. With the enhancement of the golden armor formation, the monster hunters had no fear, needing only to hack wildly with their blades, drawing blood with every stroke. The Qian family cultivators couldn't parry the blows and were forced to retreat in defeat. As they retreated, they soon had nowhere left to retreat to. Seeing no way to win, the Qian family could only flee in embarrassment, their cultivators scattering in defeat. They came with a fierce momentum, but to their surprise, they were routed. The Qian family felt humiliated, and not long after, they returned for another attempt. This time they came fully prepared, all wearing rattan armor, with some Qi refining 9th level cultivators even clad in iron armor. Iron armor, purely made from fine iron, was not only expensive but also extremely hard. The two sides clashed again. Then the Qian family cultivators found that the monster hunters' rattan armor seemed a bit different from theirs. The monster hunters' rattan armor was extremely hard, and it took significant effort to hack through it. Their rattan armor, on the other hand, was like paper, torn through with just a few slashes. Even their iron armor was about the same as the monster hunters' rattan armor. But since the iron armor was heavier, it made movement difficult, and thus they became easy targets. About a dozen Qian family cultivators in iron armor, not watching their backs, became playthings for the rattan armor-wearing monster hunters and were taken down after a few rounds. Their iron armor was stripped away as well. The Qian family nearly spat blood. That was a complete set of iron armor, after all. Crafting a set required a vast amount of fine iron, and now it had been completely plundered. But they could not give up fighting for the spiritual mines, for those were spirit stones gleaming bright. To deal with the monster hunters' rattan armor, the Qian family spared no expense and bought 20 genuine first-grade blades. These blades were extremely sharp, able to cut through ordinary rattan armor with a single strike. Hand-picked Qian family experts, equipped with these first-grade blades, engaged the monster hunters once more. The first-grade blades indeed proved effective, able to cut through the rattan armor with a single strike, and with 2 or 3, the armor was almost completely split. But then, the Qian family quickly discovered an even bigger problem. The number of monster hunters wearing rattan armor was increasing. There were only 30 at first. Then each day brought more, each day more, until now, almost every monster hunter was wearing that troublesome rattan armor. Everyone had one. The Qian family cultivators felt their scalps tingle. They only had 20 blades. Yet there were more than 200 sets of rattan armor to contend with. How were they supposed to fight this? And then they were, unsurprisingly, defeated again. The successive defeats caused the Qian family cultivators' morale to crumble, forcing them to pause their assault and catch their breath. Elder Yu was overjoyed beyond expectations. The effect of the golden armor formation was much stronger than he had originally thought. He had anticipated a grueling battle, where even if they emerged victorious, the casualties would be significant. But unexpectedly, not only did they win with ease, and the monster hunters suffered very few casualties. This allowed Elder Yu to breathe a sigh of relief, then he felt a bit puzzled and asked Mo Hua. How come this golden armor formation is so tough? It was so tough that first-grade blades needed several strikes to break through. The armor they were wearing was just ordinary rattan armor, not first-grade iron armor crafted from fine iron. Mo Hua responded as if it were obvious, because the golden armor formation is a first-grade formation method. A first-grade formation method, Elder Yu nodded in understanding, no wonder. A first-grade formation method, how could it not be strong? Then Elder Yu suddenly came to a realization, his heart pounding. First grade. Chapter 154, Spirit Stone, 3 more. Elder Yu had originally thought that the golden armor formation would be somewhat stronger than the iron armor formation, but he hadn't expected it to be this much stronger. It was directly at the first grade level. When he had asked Mo Hua to draw the formation before, wasn't it just 6 formation patterns? How long had it been since then, and he could now draw a first-grade formation method? Elder Yu hesitated for a long time before asking a redundant question. Is it really a first-grade formation method? Mo Hua felt that Elder Yu was acting a bit strange, so he took out a recently completed golden armor formation and counted for Elder Yu to see. 1, 2, 3, 9, right, a total of 9 formation patterns. Elder Yu had never looked closely at the golden armor formation before, and now he didn't dare blink, counting them one by one again. Indeed, there were 9 formation patterns, 9 patterns qualified for the first grade. Elder Yu's hand holding the rattan armor trembled slightly, his heart filled with disbelief. Then aren't you, a first grade formation master now? A first grade formation master, ah. For how many years, these loose cultivators, these poor monster hunters, didn't even have a regular formation master. And now, a first-grade formation master had emerged. Mo Hua felt somewhat embarrassed and modestly said, "It's only that I can draw a first-grade formation method, I don't count as one yet. I need to pass the assessment by the Taoist court to be considered a first-grade formation master." Elder Yu breathed a sigh of relief, so that's how it is. Only able to draw a first-grade formation method. Elder Yu then pondered over it a bit more, only able to draw a first-grade formation method, that's it? Can drawing a first-grade formation method be described as that's it? Elder Yu's expression was complicated. How old was Mo Hua now, and he was already able to draw a first-grade formation method? What about in the future? A second grade? Or, a third grade? It took Elder Yu a long time to calm himself down. He pretended to be composed, praised Mo Hua a few times, and advised him to continue drawing formations well. Afterward, he gathered Xianxia, Mo Shan, and several other monster hunters who were at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. We must ensure that nothing untoward happens to this child, Mo Hua. The others looked at each other, and Xianxia said, "Father, we understand. We will take care of him." "No, you don't understand." Elder Yu shook his head and said, "The formations Mo Hua is drawing now are already at the first grade level." Xianxia and Mo Shan were shocked. Xianxia glanced at Mo Shan and couldn't help saying, "It's fine for us to be astonished, but you, his father, why are you also looking so surprised? Mo Shan helplessly replied, I just found out too. Yu Chenji didn't know what to say. I only know he helped me draw a formation, said Mo Shan. Don't you ask him. It was a gift from my son, I was too happy to think about asking. Elder Yu said, we can't let the Qian family find out about this. You all need to tell the other monster hunters, we must keep this matter about the formation strictly confidential. They all nodded, but their hearts were still turbulent and uneasy for a long time. Mo Hua, who was focused on drawing formations, suddenly noticed that someone seemed to be constantly watching him in silence. Mo Hua frowned and released his divine sense, then shouted through the wall. Uncle Yu. Yu Chenji immediately popped his head out from behind the wall, what's up? Mo Hua couldn't help but ask, Uncle Yu, why are you watching me? Yu Chenji was taken aback for a moment, how did you know? He had been hiding so well behind the wall, even concealing his presence. A sweep of my divine sense, and I knew. Yu Chenji was astonished, you could find that out. Mo Hua nodded. Yu Chenji's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but think to himself, your divine sense is a bit outrageous, isn't it? However, thinking of Mo Hua's ability to draw a first-grade formation method, it made sense that his divine sense was strong. I'm worried about you running into danger, so I'm keeping an eye out here, Yu Chenji said. Mo Hua looked around, puzzled, what danger could there possibly be here? This was a mining cave, and everyone around was a familiar monster hunter. Yu Chenji coughed, just in case. Mo Hua said, Uncle Yu, you should go about your business. Don't you have to deal with the Qian family? I suppose there's still plenty of work to be done, right? If there's really nothing to do, you could go mine some spiritual stones, rather than watching me. In his heart, Yu Chenji silently said, there's nothing more important than you. If we lose some spiritual stones, my dad would just be aggrieved for a decade or so, but if we were to lose you, he might even contemplate slaughtering me. It's fine, you carry on with your drawing formation, pretend I'm not here. How can someone just pretend a full-grown person isn't there? Mo Hua's eyes lit up, Uncle Yu, if you're not too busy, take me to see the spiritual mines inside. He had been drawing formations since entering the mine and hadn't yet seen what spiritual stones actually looked like. Aren't you going to continue drawing formation? I'll take a break and then continue. After thinking for a moment, Yu Chenji nodded, all right, I'll take you to have a look. Mo Hua instantly perked up. Yu Chenji led Mo Hua further into the depths of the mining cave. The deeper they went, the more humid it became, the smell of earth and stone grew stronger, and the spiritual energy became thicker, some of it almost condensed into a faint blue color. Throughout the mining cave, the ting-ting, clink-clink sound echoed everywhere. It was the sound of mining picks extracting spiritual stones. Spiritual stones in the mines grew intertwined with common rocks, and it required a body cultivator using a mining pick to chisel out the stones bit by bit. The mined ores were raw and irregularly shaped, some contained other impurities like ordinary rocks and were generally not ready for use. Cultivators could not directly refine them either. One could trade these raw ores with the Taoist court, exchanging them for purified, standardized standard spirit stones at a set ratio. These standard spirit stones were used by cultivators for daily cultivation and transactions. The raw ores would then be processed and refined uniformly by the Taoist court. Refining spiritual stones from the mines was a specialized category of artifact refining, a tedious process with complex methods. According to Taoist law, only the Taoist court was qualified to refine spirit stones. Any noble clans, sects, or individual loose cultivators were not permitted to refine them on their own. Violators would be held accountable by the Taoist court, and in severe cases would be considered rebellious, facing suppression by the Taoist court, and even execution. While walking, Yu Chenji briefed Mo Hua on the knowledge about spiritual minds related to Tao cultivation. Mo Hua, having an epiphany, realized that the Taoist court's control over spirit stones was extremely strict. The spirit mines held by noble clans and sects were out of the Taoist court's reach, so the court had to control the terminal spirit stone refining processes to monitor and balance the major powers. Spirit stones were the lifeline of a cultivator. Controlling spirit stones meant controlling the entire Tao cultivation world. Mo Hua then asked, with such rich spiritual energy here, can I cultivate directly? That won't do, Yu Chenji said, the spiritual energy here seems rich, but it's impure, mixed with moisture, fishy smells, and various other kinds of filthy and miscellaneous qi accumulated over the years. Direct cultivation could easily lead to problems. Mo Hua didn't fully understand, what exactly are moisture, fishy smells, miscellaneous qi, and filthy qi? Yu Chenji was stumped by the question, thinking that this child had many intricate questions. He did his best to recall and explain according to his understanding. Qi is akin to a kind of fundamental force in Tao cultivation. Spiritual energy is one of the purest types of qi, closest to the source, which cultivators can absorb without any toxic or harmful effects. The spiritual power of a cultivator is derived from refining spiritual energy. Apart from that, there are various other kinds of qi in the Tao cultivation world. Generally, these qi are mixed, deviant, or even filthy. Should a cultivator refine them, or if they invade the body, one could face all sorts of problems with their blood qi, or meridians. As for more specific details, I'm not too clear. However, in the future, you should be careful not to absorb any qi other than spiritual energy, or you will encounter trouble. Mo Hua nodded repeatedly, taking note silently. Chapter 155 Earth-Fire Compound Formation, 4 Updates. How many spirit stones can this spiritual mine produce? Mo Hua looked around the extensive network of mine tunnels, curiously asking. Yu Chenji said, this spiritual mine is not very large. If fully exploited, I estimate it could provide for all of Tongxian City's monster hunters for about 10 years. Is that considered a lot or a little? Yu Chenji laughed and said, it's not little, everyone could enjoy a carefree life for about 10 years. About 10 years. That indeed was not a short time, especially since he was only about 10 years old right now. But for cultivators, 10 years really was nothing at all. As time flew by, like a white steed flashing past a crevice, 100 years was but a flick of a finger to some cultivators. How can we make the good times last even longer for everyone? The frown on Mo Hua's face gradually deepened. The spirit stones from the spiritual mine could ensure monster hunters live well for about 10 years, but could also elevate the Qian family to new heights. If they claimed the spiritual mine and excavated the spirit stones, the Qian family could gain even more power. Once the Qian family expanded their alchemy and artifact refining businesses, monopolizing the trade in Tongxian City, all cultivators would depend on the Qian family's breath. So, they could not possibly give up on this spiritual mine. It wasn't long before the Qian family began their second wave of attacks. This time they did not assault forcefully, but mainly resorted to sneak attacks and harassment. As night fell and the sky grew dim, the Qian family's cultivators suddenly began their attacks. Monster hunters were ambushed, suffering casualties, and just when they wanted to counterattack, the Qian family would sound their retreat. This happened several times, a continuous harassment. The number of injured monster hunters grew, and since they needed to be on full alert at all times, their spirits were constantly taut, the faces of everyone were looking rather unpleasant. Elder Yu was seething with silent fury, yet he had no good solution to the problem. Now they were defending, while the Qian family was attacking. They were rather passive, having to face the Qian family's endless harassment, and once they struck back, the Qian family would suddenly disperse, making them feel as frustrated as punching cotton. But with the spiritual mine here, they could not leave, and could only endure being fettered by the Qian family, suffering bitterly. It seemed the Qian family intended to boil them like a frog in warm water, to exhaust them to death. Monster hunters all had grim expressions on their faces. Mo Hua also felt a bit vexed and would sneak off to the entrance of the mine whenever he had the chance, staring contemplatively at the rugged mountains outside. After several days of such observation, Mo Hua suddenly had a moment of inspiration and sought out Elder Yu. "Elder, I have a plan." Mo Hua shared his thoughts with Elder Yu. Upon hearing the plan, Elder Yu's eyes lit up, then he hesitated. "Can it work?" Mo Hua wasn't entirely sure himself and could only say, "Shall we try it?" Elder Yu thought for a moment, not having come up with any other good strategies, and then said, "Let's give it a try." In the following days, Mo Hua kept on drawing formations. Only this time, instead of the golden armor formation, he was drawing the earth-fire compound formation consisting of 7 formation patterns. This was a compound formation from the Introduction to Compound Formation compilation given to Mo Hua by Mr. Zhuang. It connected 2 earth-fire formations together, stacking their power. As the formation pivot's spiritual power was reinforced, the compound formation would be a bit more powerful than the blast produced if 2 separate earth-fire formations were detonated. After completing the drawing formation, Mo Hua handed it over to Elder Yu. Elder Yu expanded his divine sense, aware that cultivators from the Qian family still hovered around the spiritual mine like flies. He then ordered the monster hunters to launch a feigned attack. The monster hunters charged out suddenly, and the Qian family's cultivators, caught off guard, did not engage in battle and retreated instead. They were following a harassment strategy and did not plan to fight head-on for the time being. The monster hunters drove the Qian family's cultivators far away. Elder Yu scanned the area with his divine sense again and saw that there were no Qian family's cultivators near the spiritual mine, so he gestured with his hand. Some monster hunters, holding the earth-fire compound formation painted by Mo Hua, began to set them up in various corners of the mountain terrain. Amid the thick underbrush, under the large tree roots, amongst the jumbled boulders, and the soil mixed with fallen leaves and grass roots, these hidden spots were all rigged with earth-fire compound formations. After the setup was complete, the monster hunters all pulled back. Mo Hua found a secluded mine entrance to lie in wait, ready to watch the show unfold. Regrettably, the Qian family's cultivators were very cautious. Having been charged at by the monster hunters, they didn't dare to approach the mountain for a while. Mo Hua, having nothing else to do, could only take out a book of formation books and flip through them, considering what other formations could cope with the Qian family's onslaught. It was not until dusk that the cultivators of the Qian family gathered again, lying in ambush at the foot of Nameless Peak. It was a bit far, Mo Hua could not see, but his divine sense faintly detected some activity, seeming as if the Qian family was making a move. Mo Hua knew the show was about to begin. He packed up the formation books, spread a blanket on the ground, and took out beef jerky, pine nuts, and wild fruits from his storage bag, along with a bottle of his treasured osmanthus brew. This osmanthus brew was sweet and refreshing, and it didn't give a hangover, so he usually didn't bear to drink it. Mo Hua, cracking pine nuts and eating beef jerky, looked towards the foot of the mountain full of anticipation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Qian family made their move. At the base of Nameless Peak, the cultivators of the Qian family assembled, led by a tall man who stood 6 feet high with a broad back and a sturdy waist. Around the burly man huddled several Qi refining 9th-level cultivators, quietly plotting their actions for the night. Tonight we'll show these bastards from Monster Hunter a bit of color. We'll move as usual, sneaking up and striking on sight, no need to pull punches. If they die, it's their bad luck. If they chase us down, we'll pretend to retreat, one of them added. But unlike before, we're not really planning to retreat. Instead, when they turn back, we'll launch a surprise counterattack. After several days of attacks, they'll never expect us to strike back. With a surprise attack, even if we can't succeed in one fell swoop, we'll certainly deal them a severe blow. In a few days, their spirits will be worn down by our pressure, and they'll become lambs for the slaughter. Once the family head acknowledges our achievement and the Qian family seizes the spiritual minds to expand our power, our futures will be limitless, and foundation establishment will be just around the corner. His words had everyone boiling with enthusiasm. Still, some of the Qian family cultivators were puzzled. Why did the monster hunters suddenly strike during the day? What was that about? With a wave of his hand, the Qian family big man dismissed the concern. No matter, as long as the brothers unite, it doesn't matter how much they plot, they're just a bunch of clowns. The cultivators of the Qian family nodded in agreement, their fighting spirit high. Seeing this, the Qian family big man began to divide the teams, then several groups moved forward in unison, concealing their breath, advancing towards the middle of the mountain. Everything was as usual. That's how they had approached before, and they thought this time would be no different. Until one of the Qian family cultivators stepped on something unwittingly. He felt a slight discord under his foot, but before he could figure out exactly what was wrong, he was surrounded by fierce flames. With a loud boom, the explosive flames of the earth-fire compound formation were dazzling in the night. The surrounding Qian family cultivators were all blasted away, though not killed, most were charred black, spitting blood from their mouths. An attack. Where from? The hearts of the Qian family cultivators panicked as they scanned their surroundings, but there was not a single figure to be seen. Don't panic. The burly man immediately said, it's just their last desperate counterattack, stick to the plan. The cultivators of the Qian family calmed down and continued forward. But soon, they couldn't keep their composure. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rose and fell, one after another. Flames from the earth-fire compound formation explosions consumed the mountain pass, blooming like lotus flowers, one after another. The Qian family cultivators could only run around in the blaze of fire, and more explosions followed. The burly man of the Qian family stood still, his expression stunned. What's going on? Where did these explosions come from? No matter how hard the burly man racked his brains, he couldn't fathom it. Watching the cultivators of the Qian family wail in the light of the fire, eventually scattering in retreat, the burly man knew it was all over. He had thought himself infallible in his calculations, yet this barrage of explosions washed all his plans away. A bitter taste filled the burly man's heart. The clown jumping on the beam turned out to be himself. Chapter 156, The Offensive, Part 5. The earth-fire compound formation repeatedly exploded, dazzling like fireworks. Mixed with the wailing and chaotic scrambling of the Qian family cultivators, it was incredibly lively. Having had his fill, Mo Hua nodded in approval, very satisfied. At the entrance of the mine, other monster hunters watched, and seeing the pitiful state of the Qian family cultivators, they all cheered. Well exploded. Make it even louder. The frustration that had accumulated over days of being harassed and ambushed by the Qian family was swept away. Elder Yu also felt a great sense of relief and cursed the Qian family from top to bottom once more. Now with the monster hunters' tension eased, the pressure fell upon the Qian family cultivators. To fight or not to fight? If they charged in, they would be blown away miserably, but if they didn't, it would mean surrendering the spiritual minds without a fight. Either option was unacceptable to the Qian family. The next day, the Qian family tidied up the battlefield and carried their injured back for treatment. Originally, there were many injured but few dead. However, some of the wounded cultivators were ambushed by monster beasts on their way back. The monster beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, found them. The severely injured Qian family cultivators had just left the battlefield only to end up in the bellies of the beasts. The family head of the Qian family, Qian Hong, was furious and ordered that no matter what, they must take over the spiritual minds. The burly men from the Qian family, burdened with this command, could only ponder deeply in a camp outside Nameless Peak. The burly man's name was Qian Zhuang, a direct descendant of the Qian family, but not from Qianhong's line, which was why he was tasked with this life-threatening mission. This also suited his intentions perfectly. Although he was a direct descendant, he wasn't regarded highly in the clan, and his future prospects were uncertain. If he could capture the spiritual minds this time, the clan would surely regard him with new respect, and if they rewarded him with spirit stones and pills, then his hopes of foundation establishment would be within reach. Once he became a foundation-building cultivator, he could aspire to become an elder and have significant influence within the Qian family. The power of a Qian family elder was great, but the promotion criteria were strict. You either needed to have the cultivation of foundation establishment, or you needed to have extremely high attainments in formations, alchemy, or artifact refining, or you held an important position in a sect or the Taoist court, or you made an outstanding contribution to the clan. Qianzhuang met none of these conditions, so the only path to becoming an elder was to achieve the status of a foundation-building cultivator. Therefore, he absolutely had to capture the spiritual minds, or else not only would he achieve nothing, he would also be held accountable for a major error. Within the clan, cultivators were all considered family, so essentially, none of them were truly family. If you couldn't bring benefits to the clan, you were useless. Qianzhuang didn't want to be seen as useless, he wanted to capture the spiritual minds and climb to a higher position within the Qian family by stepping over these monster hunters. After a while, a Qian family disciple came in to report. "Brother, the brothers have checked it out. The explosions last night were caused by a formation." Qianzhuang frowned. "A formation? These bumpkins actually know how to use formations." "Yes." Qianzhuang's frown deepened. He couldn't help thinking, when they attacked previously, were there formation patterns on those indestructible rattan armors as well? Which formation? Some disciples went back to the clan to ask Master Qian, and Master Qian said that it looked like the earth-fire formation. Master Qian was a formation master of the Qian family. Although he was not yet ranked first grade, it was only a matter of time. So, out of respect, people called him master. Earth-fire formation? What rank? 7 pattern lines. Qianzhuang's expression turned cold. To think it had 7 pattern lines, no wonder. 7 pattern lines could injure cultivators in the late phase of qi refinement, and if several were superimposed, their power would be even stronger. Filled with resentment, Qianzhuang sneered, to think that a formation master would help these paupers. He did not believe that these impoverished loose cultivators could afford the price to hire a formation master. Most likely, the formation master had signed a spirit pact with them, which would allow them to share in the spirit stones from the mine upon success. The world was filled with movement for the sake of profit, and this formation master was no exception. That disciple then asked, "Big brother, what should we do next?" Qianzhuang said, "No matter, a 7-pattern formation master is nothing to be concerned about. How many formations could a single formation master possibly draw? Last night, there was an explosion, presumably using quite a number of earth-fire formations. He refused to believe that there could be any more earth-fire formations to blast them tonight. Indeed, Emohua couldn't draw too many, only 7 or 8 pairs of earth-fire compound formations in one day. But for simple earth-fire formations, Emohua still had quite a stockpile, all from previous savings. These earth-fire formations were originally set aside to lay traps for the qi refinement middle phase monster hunters, to hunt monster beasts. Since the monster hunters fell out with the Qian family, Elder Yu no longer allowed the monster hunters to enter Big Black Mountain to hunt monsters, so Emohua had accumulated quite a lot of earth-fire formations, which now could be used to clear out the inventory. As a result, the disciples of the Qian family really suffered. The Qian family was blasted on the first night. The next evening when they went up, they were blasted again. The third day and the fourth day, still blasted. Qianzhuang was furious, followed by arrogance. He was curious to know exactly how many pairs of earth-fire formations these group of monster hunters had. But the disciples of the Qian family had had enough. Stepping into an earth-fire formation didn't necessarily mean death, but injury was guaranteed. Moreover, descending the mountain made them easy targets for monster beasts, risking their lives in beast bellies. Therefore, many Qian family cultivators started to consider retreating, hovering at the perimeter, not daring to venture into the earth-fire formation area. Qian Zhuang sensed the ominous signs and thus spoke inspiringly. "Brothers, we have been attacking for 4 days, they can't possibly have so many formations left. They must be depleted by now. We are only one step away, we must not fail at the last hurdle. Otherwise, all our sacrifices will be wasted. Once we take over the spiritual mines, the family head will surely reward us generously." Inspired by Qian Zhuang's words, the Qian family cultivators' blood boiled anew, and they set foot on the mountain path once again. Then, once more, they fled in a sorry state amidst the firelight of the earth-fire formations, returning in complete disarray. Mo Hua stood on the mountainside, watching the scene unfold before him, and couldn't help but respect the commanding Qian family cultivators. It took a ruthless person to use human lives to wear down his stockpile of formations. Watching this scene, Qian Zhuang almost coughed up blood. How the hell are there still formations left? Do you have 10 hands to draw so many formations? Looking at the rugged mountain stretch before him, filled with lush vegetation, Qian Zhuang was quite traumatized. But in a short time, morale had dissipated and another attack was unfeasible. The Qian family had to call a temporary halt once again. Without losing a single fighter, the monster hunters repelled the Qian family's offensive. Elder Yu's expression softened when he looked at Mo Hua, which made his son, Yu Chenji, feel bitter inside. His father had never shown him any warmth, always sullen and unyielding, like a rock for salting pickles. After resting for several days, the monster hunters' conditions improved significantly, and their expressions lightened up a bit. But then Mo Hua suddenly remembered a problem and, with concern, asked Elder Yu, "What will we do if the Qian family sends foundation-building cultivators?" "We will do what must be done," was the reply. Mo Hua was slightly taken aback. Aren't foundation-building cultivators supposed to be very powerful? Elder Yu nodded. Foundation building is indeed formidable, but it's not absolutely invincible. Mo Hua furrowed his brows, not quite understanding. Elder Yu looked at Mo Hua and explained further. A foundation-building cultivator's power is roughly equivalent to that of 10 cultivators at the later stages of Qi refinement. If it's only 1, even 5 or 6 Qi refinement late-stage cultivators would have no chance against a foundation-building cultivator, as they wouldn't last many moves. But if there are more than 10, especially seasoned late-stage Qi refinement cultivators with rich fighting experience, facing off against a foundation-building cultivator, the outcome becomes uncertain. Likely, it would end with trading injury for injury, life for life, 10 lives for 1. By the time all the Qi refinement cultivators have perished, the foundation-building cultivator, if not dead, would be left gravely wounded and on the brink of death. If there are several dozen or even 100 Qi refinement late-stage cultivators, the foundation-building cultivator is bound to die if they can't escape. As the saying goes, even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. That's the idea. Understanding dawned on Mo Hua. Chapter 157, Surprise Attack, First Update. The Qian family's foundation establishment doesn't make a move because they're afraid of being worn down, then encircled and killed to death. Mo Hua asked. Yes, but not entirely. Elder Yu said, on one hand, the Qian family's foundation-building cultivators do indeed fear being worn down. Once I take action to hold him back, he won't be able to escape and will inevitably be killed. Therefore, in such chaotic battles, foundation-building cultivators usually balance each other out and don't act rashly. Once they take action, they either settle the outcome with a decisive strike or have some other important purpose that can sway the battle. On the other hand, the Qian family has more than one foundation-building cultivator, Elder Yu said with a light chuckle. Mo Hua asked in confusion, isn't that an advantage for the Qian family? Elder Yu did not answer directly but said. One monk will have water to drink, 2 can fetch enough water, but with 3 monks there will be no water to drink. Oh! Mo Hua understood, they all want others to take the risk and fight for their lives while they reap the benefits. Elder Yu nodded approvingly. Is the Qian family's infighting really that fierce? Even close brothers settle accounts clearly, let alone they are one clan, but with so many bloodline branches and intertwined interests, their scheming and infighting aren't necessarily rooted in any clan sentiment. Mo Hua nodded. No wonder Elder Yu always curses the Qian family as a nest of ungrateful white-eyed wolves with black hearts but no lungs. If they're like this even towards their own clan cultivators, what about others? What if all the Qian family's foundation-building cultivators come together? Mo Hua asked. I actually hope they all come together. Elder Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. If they all come, leaving their clan and industries undefended, and should an enemy take notice and pilfer their properties clean, slaughtering their direct lineage thoroughly, that would be quite entertaining. Elder Yu's expression was rather schadenfreude. Mo Hua opened his mouth wide. Does that kind of thing really happen? How could it not? You're still young, live a few hundred years, and you'll see that in this world, there's nothing that can't be done, only what you can't imagine. Mo Hua was quite shaken, but the Taoist court would do something about it, wouldn't they? Once it's already been plundered and the killing done, what use is the Taoist court? Elder Yu wanted to swear a few times, but remembering he was in front of Mo Hua, he slightly held back. If the direct disciples are slaughtered clean and only the foundation-building cultivators remain, that's still just a hollow force, too ambitious but powerless, soon to be squeezed out with no place to stand. Moreover, if those important industries of the Qian family outside are left without foundation establishment protection, and there's a mishap, that's when they'll truly suffer a devastating blow. The bigger the family and the enterprise, the harder it is to maintain. That's why they dare not let their foundation-building cultivators come to the battle too early. So that's how it is. Mo Hua suddenly realized. Seeing Mo Hua deep in thought, Elder Yu thought he was still worried and said. Don't worry, the Qian family's foundation builders may look fierce, but in reality, they're all soft eggs and cowards. I can easily deal with one, and even if 2 or 3 come, I still have ways to cope. Mo Hua was astonished, Elder Yu was actually that formidable. Elder, is your cultivation very high? Mo Hua asked. It's not that my cultivation is high, Elder Yu sighed, smiled bitterly, and said, it's just that I dare to stake my life in a fight, and they don't. Mo Hua looked at Elder Yu. On Elder Yu's lean arms and around his neck, there were various crisscrossing light scars, which were not noticeable due to his dark skin unless one looked closely. These scars must have been left from fighting to the death. Mo Hua silently thought. If the Qian family doesn't attack, the monster hunters can concentrate all their efforts on the spiritual mind's exploitation. But Elder Yu knew that the Qian family wouldn't just let things go. A few nights later, the Qian family indeed came again. This time they had reinforcements, several strong-bodied cultivators with earth spirit roots, fully armed and clad in iron armor. This was the solution Qian Zhuang had pondered and contemplated to break the stalemate. Since the earth-fire formation was not too powerful, he thought to recruit some thick-skinned, tough-bodied body cultivators with earth spirit roots, clad in iron armor, that could simply trample down the earth-fire formation. Without the earth-fire formation, the path ahead would be wide open. Therefore, he pulled strings and used his connections to plea, transfer, or borrow some earth spirit root cultivators who had cultivated earth series techniques and had strong physical bodies. He had almost exhausted his savings, either purchasing or borrowing several sets of iron armor forged from fine steel, along with a few fire-resistant spiritual artifacts. Tonight, he was determined to break the earth-fire formation. The situation unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. The Earth Series cultivators, dressed in iron armor and carrying fire-resistant spiritual artifacts, directly crossed over the Earth-Fire formation with 7 layers of formation patterns, setting off bursts of explosive flames. The mountains were filled with the sounds of explosions and saturated with light from the flames. The explosive fire elemental spiritual power assaulted the iron armor, but most of its force was neutralized. Some of the fiery energy was dissolved by the fire-resistant spiritual artifacts, and any residual strength that affected the iron-clad Earth Series cultivators caused little harm. After a few back-and-forths like this, the cultivators with an Earth Spirit root clad in iron armor had trampled down the Earth-Fire formation throughout the mountains. The iron armor too sustained some damage, with one set even breaking apart. Xianxia felt the pain of the loss acutely, but these sacrifices were worthwhile. He had finally broken through the Earth-Fire formation. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and let out a breath, filled with pride and vigor. Leading the Qian family cultivators, he had at last crossed the mountain waste that was covered in Earth-Fire formations, which had frustrated him time and again and left a psychological shadow in his heart. And the Qian family cultivators had arrived at the entrance of the mines, officially confronting the monster hunters. Then, Xianxia suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten a critical issue. Their original tactic seemed to be based on a surprise attack. Now, groups of monster hunters clad in rattan armor stood ready, even leisurely awaiting them, having watched them struggle from afar for quite some time. And after being ravaged by the Earth-Fire formation, they had finally come face to face with the monster hunters. But, could this be called a surprise attack? The monster hunters' eyes carried a mocking gleam, as if they were looking at fools. A flicker of anger crossed Xianxuang's face, but a chill settled in his heart. What to do next, he suddenly had no idea. Fight? It seemed unlikely they could win. Escape? Then what exactly had they come here for? And why had they gone through all the trouble to cross the Earth-Fire formation? As Xianxia was drowning in self-doubt, Yu Chenji had already drawn his sword. Immediately, the blades of the other monster hunters unsheathed in response. The night was pitch black, and the monster hunters' swords glinted with white light. Kill! Yu Chenji roared with rage, and the monster hunters behind him charged with great momentum towards the Qian family cultivators. Thus, the Qian family cultivators, who had gone through great lengths to cross the Earth-Fire formation, were embarrassingly forced to retreat in less than a moment. Qianhong managed to escape back to the camp with great difficulty, summarizing the situation with a dirt-covered face. The death and injury of the disciples were inevitable, and a few sets of iron armor had been seized. There was no helping it, the primary target of the monster hunters was the iron armor, with the cultivators themselves being secondary. Monster hunters, accustomed to hunting monster beasts year-round, exhibited well-coordinated movements and adept skills. A few of them working together could take down a Qian family cultivator in iron armor in just a few exchanges. Then, swiftly, they stripped and stole away the armor. For the monster hunters, even skinning a monster beast was no challenge, to say nothing of removing worn iron armor. Xianxia felt a heartbreaking pain, while also finding the situation absurd. If it weren't for the disorientation caused by the Earth-Fire formation, focusing only on breaking through the formation, he wouldn't have forgotten their original intent. Turning a stealth attack into an open assault. He had even allowed the enemy to be prepared and caught them off guard. Xianxia was filled with hatred. Who the hell was it that designed this damn Earth-Fire formation? Chapter 158 Xianxian, Second Update. Who had drawn the formation painting? Xianxia didn't know, but he knew he was doomed. So many people lost, so much time wasted, so much in pills and spiritual artifacts spent, and not a single spiritual mine reclaimed. The clan would not give him another chance. The next day, Xianxia was told that his command had been stripped by the clan, but he was still allowed to stay at the spiritual mines to make amends for his failure. That evening, a cultivator from the Qian family, whose face bore the heavy patterns of authority, came to the Qian family camp and harumphed coldly upon seeing Qian Zhuang. Capable of nothing but failure. Qian Zhuang bowed deeply and kept his head lowered, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. The visitor was an elder of the Qian family, a foundation-building cultivator, Qian Zhongxian. He was also his biggest support in this branch of the family. I wasn't willing to come, but you've been so ineffective, not achieving anything for so long, that I had to take care of things. Otherwise, our branch would become the laughingstock of the clan, unable to hold our heads high. Qian Zhongxian said coldly. Qian Zhuang's face was flush with shame. Elder, it's not that I was ineffective, it's just those. Qian Zhongxian interrupted, no excuses. These excuses are no use with the family head and other elders, they will not listen to what you have to say, but will look at what you have done, what results you have produced. Qian Zhuang bowed his head, yes. Seeing Qian Zhuang's sincere attitude, and knowing his branch had only a few promoters at the Qi Refinement 9th level, Qian Zongxuan's expression softened slightly as he instructed him. People say that we members of the Qian family are like wolves, ambitiously wolfish, and that's not an insult but a compliment. We, the disciples of the Qian family, must be wolfish, striving and snatching. Every piece of meat must be bitten fiercely in the mouth. If someone steals a bite from you, you should bite back a piece from them. Qian Zhuang's spirits lifted, and he cupped his fists. I have learned my lesson, disciple. Qian Zhongxian nodded, don't take this failure too hard. Success and failure are common knowledge, don't let it dull your spirit for progress. Qian Zhuang was greatly encouraged and felt even more grateful to Qian Zhongxian, saying, I will remember the elders' teachings carefully. Rest up for a few days. Once I've arranged the personnel, it will be time to attack the mountain. Make sure you perform well and do not disappoint me. Qian Zhongxian looked sternly at Qian Zhuang before standing up and leaving. Qian Zhuang respectfully saw off Qian Zhongxian and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Elder Yu also got the news that Qian Zhongxian had entered Big Black Mountain and couldn't help but snort. That old rascal Qian Zhongxian has no good intentions entering the mountain. Everyone, be on alert, we may have a tough fight in the next few days. Yu Chenji and others looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Mo Hua also nodded along. Elder Yu glanced at him and said, you don't need to nod, just stay here. Don't go out. Can I sneak a peek? Peek at what? At you fighting. Elder Yu frowned, what's there to see? I want to learn. Mo Hua looked humble and eager to learn. Elder Yu sighed, you can look, but don't you dare go out there. A cultivator's melee is no child's play. All right. Mo Hua nodded vigorously. His own safety was his priority. He would not go out, he wasn't foolish. In the following days, Mo Hua learned a new formation. The first grade Earth-Fire formation. This was also learned from the formation books given by Mr. Zhuang. Its effects were broadly the same as the Earth-Fire formation, only more powerful, containing 9 formation patterns, a true first-grade formation. However, the previous formation with 7 patterns was called Earth-Fire formation, and this one was directly named first-grade Earth-Fire formation. The name hadn't changed, only with the addition of first grade. Mo Hua criticized in his mind, wondering who wrote these formation books. They were too lazy, at least change the name. After Mo Hua learned the first-grade Earth-Fire formation, he would draw it whenever he had free time, managing to create about 10 copies a day. 10 copies of the Earth-Fire formation is neither too many nor too few. If used directly, their effectiveness might not be very good, so Mo Hua decided to save them up for later. One day, after he grew tired of drawing formations, Mo Hua took out some pine nuts to crack and eat for a while. Meanwhile, Elder Yu was discussing matters in the next room. To take care of Mo Hua's needs, Elder Yu had opened up another stone chamber right next to Mo Hua's for rest and discussions with other monster hunters. Elder Yu was discussing with Yu Chenji and others how to deal with the Qian family when suddenly his expression turned solemn, and with a swift movement, he stepped out of the mine. Outside the cave were rugged rocks and dense woods. However, the ground was pockmarked and messy from having been blasted by the earth-fire formation. Elder Yu let out a cold laugh and cursed aloud. "Qian Zhongxian, you old fart, creeping around like a thief, what the hell are you doing?" Not far away, Qian Zhongxian suddenly appeared, his smile neither friendly nor genuine. "Your dog nose is still as sharp as ever." Elder Yu mocked sardonically, "If I have a dog's nose, then your mother must be a bitch, your father a dumb dog, and you a mongrel." These words were unbearable to hear, and the loudness of his voice made it so that anyone up or down the peak could hear, causing Qian Zongxuan's blood to seethe with rage. Qian Zhongxian wished he could slap himself. He should have known that old bastard Yu Changlin couldn't utter anything good, spewing the worst insults when provoked, so why did he bother to engage him at all? It took Qian Zhongxian a while to regain his composure. "Let's set some rules," he suggested. "So, because you say so, we should set rules? Does your ass grow on your face to give you such a big one?" Suppressing his anger, Qian Zhongxian gritted his teeth and replied, "If you keep being unreasonable, there's no point in talking." Elder Yu chuckled curiously, "You're not as good as Qian Hong. He can keep his cool better than you, no, I should say he's more shameless than you." Qian Zhongxian was on the verge of losing his patience. Seeing an opening, Elder Yu said, "Say what you want to say." Qian Zhongxian composed himself and proposed, "In the upcoming contention for the spiritual mines, I won't intervene, and neither will you." Elder Yu raised an eyebrow, "And what about the other foundation building cultivators of the Qian family? They won't intervene either. Why should I trust you?" Qian Zhongxian answered, "I've secured a public oath from the court leader of the Taoist court, so you can rest assured." Elder Yu frowned slightly, unsure of what Qian Zhongxian was plotting, but the absence of foundation builders on both sides would be favorable for the monster hunters. "Fine, I agree," he said. Qian Zhongxian breathed a sigh of relief, "Then it's settled." Suddenly, Elder Yu sneered, "Qian Zhongxian, you must be scared to death." Frightened to engage in a fight to the death with him, the old man, as well as wagering life for life against monster hunters. Qian Zongxuan's face soured, but he neither confirmed nor denied. Indeed, he was afraid. Yu Changlin, the old dog, did not fear death because being a loose cultivator meant enduring hardship. But for Qian Zhongxian, as a foundation establishment elder of the Qian family, with a revered status and endless luxuries, death was not an option. Seeing his reaction, Elder Yu thought as much and verbally lashed out, "Then better you return to your mother's womb and keep suckling her milk. This is no place for real fighting, you cowardly soft egg. Just hide in your den of riches and rot there." Knowing he was no match in a war of words, Qian Zhongxian turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Mo Hua was dumbstruck by what he heard. He thought that if insulting people had realms, Elder Yu would at least be a half-step immortal. Elder Yu, feeling unsatisfied as he watched Qian Zhongxian slink away, turned his head back only to see Mo Hua staring at him with a look of amazement. Coughing, Elder Yu said, "The things I said just now, you shouldn't learn them." Mo Hua, who had already absorbed the lesson, assured, "Don't worry, Elder Yu." Chapter 159 Spiritual Cultivator, 3 more updates. The two sides agreed that the cultivators at the foundation establishment stage would not take action. The next day, the Qian family cultivators began to move, lining up from the foot of Nameless Peak all the way to the mine entrance halfway up the mountain. The number was about twice that of the monster hunters. Mo Hua, high up at the entrance of the highest mine, looked down and only saw the mountain densely packed with Qian family cultivators, likely numbering over 1,000. "How can we fight this?" Mo Hua looked towards Elder Yu. Elder Yu appeared unconcerned, "They may look numerous, but they are all no more than rice buckets. And so the battle began between the two sides. At first, it was all probing, with both sides casually trading blows. Although the monster hunters were of a lower rank compared to the Qian family cultivators, they had years of battle experience with monster beasts, skilled in Taoist arts, rich in experience, and battle-hardened, with seamless cooperation among themselves. While the Qian family cultivators might have been higher in cultivation, they usually bullied others without real challenge, their Taoist skills were mediocre, and they didn't dare to fight desperately, showing fear at the start of the real battle. After a short chaos, the situation gradually became clear. Monster hunters could attack or defend as needed, appearing to fight independently but also supporting each other, and although outnumbered, they managed to push the Qian family cultivators into retreating step by step. Monster hunters made their living hunting monster beasts. If they could kill beasts, then why not these cultivators who were not accustomed to fighting? The Qian family cultivators gradually began to lose ground. Upon seeing this, Qian Zongxuan's expression revealed neither joy nor anger, simply waving his hand to signal the retreat of the Qian family cultivators. He probably feared that moving too slowly would lead to further insult from Elder Yu at the front lines. The first day ended hastily like this, and after everyone recuperated, they began to face off again the next day. Among the Qian family cultivators, there were about 20 more cultivators present. These 20 or so cultivators stood together while the others from the Qian family formed a protective circle around them. Elder Yu's brow furrowed. This old fox, Qian Zhongxian, that's his game. After speaking, he picked up a piece of beef and began to eat. The beef belonged to Mo Hua. Elder Yu was originally observing the battle situation from above and noticed Mo Hua, who was stealthily peeking out from an entrance. In front of her were wild fruits, pine nuts, beef, and fruit wine. Concerned for Mo Hua's safety, Elder Yu had come over as well. There the two of them were, eating while watching the battle unfold. Mo Hua originally thought that today would be like yesterday, a victory that, though not without setbacks, would tilt overwhelmingly in their favor. Thus, she had prepared food and drinks to enjoy the show. But now Elder Yu was frowning, and his expression was not optimistic. Mo Hua asked, "Is something not right?" Elder Yu pointed at the 20 or so Qian family cultivators standing separately and said, "Look at those people." Mo Hua looked over and felt these cultivators had weak vitality and didn't appear strong, but the Qian family had singled them out and protected them heavily, for reasons unknown. "Elder, these people are." "You'll see," said Elder Yu. Before long, the two sides clashed, and the monster hunters charged. Instead of advancing, the Qian family cultivators adopted a defensive formation to protect those 20 or so cultivators. At the same time, those 20 cultivators simultaneously performed their spell-casting gestures. Mo Hua felt a chill in her heart. It was spiritual cultivation. After a few moments, the spiritual cultivators completed their spells, launching fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades. The spells flew out, striking the advancing monster hunters. In the chaos of battle, even without precise aiming, they were bound to hit someone. Those monster hunters who were hit by the spells all staggered, the lightly injured coughed up blood from the impact of the spiritual power, and the more seriously injured were eroded by the spiritual power, slowly falling to the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. Simultaneously, the Qian family's body cultivation assassins surged forward, driving back the attacking monster hunters. Meanwhile, the Qian family's spiritual cultivators continued to condense qi, unleashing spells. Soon, the fireballs and ice arrows were flying again. The monster hunters were in a dire situation. If they charged, they would be stopped by the Qian family's body cultivators. If they didn't charge, they could only become live targets, forced to endure the spells of those 20 or so spiritual cultivators. Elder Yu's brow furrowed even more tightly. 20 or so spiritual cultivators, and all were in the later stages of qi refinement, even some at the 9th level of qi refinement. That grandson Xianxia was playing this very trick. Taking advantage of the fact that monster hunters didn't have spiritual cultivators. Indeed, monster hunters in the Qi refinement realm weren't suited to be spiritual cultivators. Spiritual cultivators needed time to cast spells, but when fighting monster beasts, being even slightly slower could mean the difference between life and death. So monster hunters generally didn't focus on spells, instead practicing martial Dao techniques that used spiritual power to unlock the potential of their bodies and fight monster beasts. Moreover, spiritual cultivators had weaker bodies. A light scratch from a monster beast could leave them gravely injured if not dead, unlike body cultivators with their tougher skins, who could withstand a few more hits. But now, in the battle with the Qian family cultivators, the Qian family had presumed that the monster hunters lacked spiritual cultivators, or at least, didn't have any impressive ones. The enemy has what we lack. Relying on these advantages, and their spells, the Qian family could slowly kill the monster hunters at leisure. There were indeed spiritual cultivators among the monster hunters, but without someone at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refinement, or 20 or so in number, their impact in such a chaotic battle was limited and couldn't change the situation. Anger stirred in Elder Yu's heart. No wonder that old bastard Xianxia had insisted that those in the foundation establishment stage not get involved. If he could have taken action, he would have rushed over immediately to slaughter those 20 or so spiritual cultivators and saved a lot of trouble. Now that he couldn't take action, relying only on a group of Qi refinement stage body refinement monster hunters, they couldn't break through, only to be tortured with spells. Elder Yu sighed, knowing the situation was not in their favor, and directly ordered the monster hunters to retreat, only defending the entrance of the cave. Xianxia sneered with contempt but did not pursue. He wasn't in a hurry. Sooner or later, these monster hunters, unable to deal with the spiritual cultivators, would be worn down and killed bit by bit. To rashly pursue and kill them now would only make it easy to fall into the cunning traps of that old coot Yu Changlin. Over the years, having dealt with Yu Changlin on numerous occasions, he knew him to be shameless to the point of reaching the pinnacle. He had never gained much advantage while dealing with Yu Changlin, but now, it was time for his moment of triumph. The Qian family retreated, and Elder Yu pondered with a frown, contemplating how to deal with the Qian family's spiritual cultivators. Yu Chenji said, "Dad, why don't you sneakily take action, slaughter this group of spiritual cultivators?" Elder Yu gave him a glare. "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear what that old coot said? The court leader of the Taoist court witnessed our agreement. If I act rashly now, it's like slapping the Taoist court in the face. How would I explain that to the court leader?" Yu Chenji said in a soft voice, sneakily. Elder Yu's eyebrows raised. "Do you think everyone else is a fool? Can't they see if it's me who made the move?" Yu Chenji had no response, but after a while, he said, "What if we put on protective wear and charged over?" Mo Shan shook his head. "Wearing protective wear would slow us down somewhat, and we'd still be targets." Yu Chenji then suggested, "Then find a few with good movement techniques, figure out a way to avoid the Qian family's body cultivators, and kill their spiritual cultivators from behind." Mo Shan nodded. "That's the only way now, though it's quite risky. Be extremely careful, otherwise it's easy to be attacked from both sides, caught in a pincer. The risk is too high, and if something goes wrong, it's hard to escape." Elder Yu sighed. Unless absolutely necessary, he wasn't keen on having the monster hunters take such risks. "Shall we find spiritual cultivators to counter them?" Yu Chenji tentatively asked. Elder Yu thought for a moment then shook his head. "They're not highly skilled or numerous enough, spiritual cultivators won't change the situation." Everyone fell into contemplation once more. Suddenly, Elder Yu thought of a question. "In our ranks of monster hunters, who is a spiritual cultivator?" Yu Chenji and Mo Shan were momentarily stunned, unable to recall anyone at that moment. A true monster hunter, who would become a spiritual cultivator. The few looked at each other in bewilderment. Emohua timidly raised her little hand. I am. Chapter 160. The surroundings quieted down for a moment. I know spells, Emohua emphasized. Elder Yu gathered his thoughts and began with praise. Not bad, you pursue spiritual cultivation, study spells diligently, and you'll definitely have a bright future. These words were spoken with some guilt. After the compliment, Elder Yu continued to advise. But your current level is still low, and your spiritual power is weak. Even if you know spells, it is not suitable for fighting with others, especially in this kind of chaotic situation. Elder Yu feared that Emohua, in a moment of rashness, would rush out and fight with the Qian family cultivators. In such chaotic combat, if not well protected, spiritual cultivators are extremely vulnerable. Yu Chenji also hurriedly nodded. He too was concerned about any accident befalling Emohua. However, Emo Shan looked at Emohua as if deep in thought. After thinking for a moment, Emohua said, I should be able to help a bit. Elder Yu was slightly taken aback. How so? I can't contribute much in a melee, but I can help deal with those spiritual cultivators. Elder Yu frowned. Emohua explained, I'm only at the Qi refining 6th level, my spells aren't very powerful, they might not kill them, but interrupting their spells shouldn't be a big problem. What if they use spells against you? Yu Chenji asked. Emohua chuckled, they won't be able to hit me. Yu Chenji was stunned, why not? Emohua replied, their divine sense is inferior to mine, I'll stand outside the range of their divine sense. If their divine sense can't reach me, their spells naturally won't hit me. Yu Chenji suddenly realized and exchanged a look with Elder Yu. Elder Yu made a decision, alright, we'll try it tomorrow, but you must stay inside the mine, absolutely do not go out. Emohua nodded in agreement. The next day, the battle resumed. The Qian family replicated their tactics, using body cultivators to distract and spiritual cultivators' spells to attack, slowly wearing down the monster hunters. The monster hunters, having received covered instructions from Elder Yu, didn't charge into the fray but focused on dodging spells to ensure they wouldn't be injured. At the same time, some monster hunters with good movement techniques harassed from the sides, feinting attacks on the Qian family's spiritual cultivators from behind, drawing away the body cultivators and causing them to spread out. This distraction and pulling spread the Qian family's spiritual cultivators thin, bringing them into Emohua's sight. Emohua cast spells, which did not require a visual, but only the locking of divine sense. Separating the Qian family's body cultivators was meant to prevent them from blocking the fireball technique. Elder Yu stood behind Emohua. He wouldn't intervene in the battle, but that didn't prevent him from protecting Emohua. Should Emohua truly be in danger, he would certainly not stand idly by. If the Taoist court's reputation was tarnished, so be it. It didn't matter if the court leader couldn't be easily explained away, he would simply apologize profusely, he was thick-skinned anyway. A junior formation master who'd already reached the threshold of the first-grade formation method at such a young age was still one of their loose cultivators. Elder Yu knew very well what was more important. Elder Yu assessed the positions of the Qian family's spiritual cultivators and whispered to Emohua. Isn't that a bit far, can you hit them? Elder Yu knew of Emohua's strong divine sense, capable of creating first-grade formations. But a strong divine sense didn't necessarily mean precise spell casting. Such a distance made hitting the target not an easy task. Emohua was also uncertain, it should work. One had to try regardless. In the heat of battle, the Qian family's spiritual cultivators began to cast their spells. Elder Yu's gaze sharpened as he knew the battle was about to begin. Then he saw Emohua raise a hand, with fingers pinched together, launching a fireball. Elder Yu was surprised, that fast. He hadn't even noticed Emohua's movements, and a fireball had already been cast and flown out. The fireball traced an arc, hitting one of the Qian family's spiritual cultivators. Caught off guard while channeling halfway, the cultivator was hit by the fireball technique, disrupting the half-completed spell. It hit. Elder Yu inwardly delighted, but then saw Emo Hua's expression was somewhat unhappy, muttering, "Didn't hit. Wasn't it a hit?" Elder Yu couldn't help but ask. Emo Hua regretfully said, "No, I aimed for the heart meridian, but hit the wrist." Elder Yu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Being able to hit from this far is already good enough, and you still want to hit the heart meridian? All right. Not wanting to seem inexperienced, Elder Yu suppressed his shock and said nonchalantly, "It's good enough to be able to hit, don't be too hard on yourself. Just aim better next time." Okay. Emo Hua joined his fingers and, in the blink of an eye, the second fireball technique flew out. This time, Elder Yu watched carefully. It was indeed too fast. Elder Yu was surprised, thinking, "I wonder who this child learned his spells from. It's just an ordinary fireball technique, but it looks so evil." After the second fireball technique was launched, it hit a Qian family spiritual cultivator's shoulder. Emo Hua sighed regretfully, then adjusted his mindset, held his breath and focused his divine sense, and continued to cast the fireball technique. Luckily, the third and fourth fireball techniques were quite accurate. One of them definitely hit the heart meridian of a spiritual cultivator, who immediately fell down stiffly. Although it wasn't fatal, he wouldn't be getting up any time soon. The other exploded on a spiritual cultivator's face, blossoming his face open and burning off all his hair. Elder Yu watched silently from the side, but his eyelids kept twitching. Is this really the fireball technique? Can it really be this accurate? This is outrageous. Group battles are inherently chaotic, one fireball technique isn't much, but two or three are noticeable. Especially when one is lying stiff on the ground and another's face has bloomed. Even a fool would realize something wasn't right. Spell. There's a spiritual cultivator on the other side. The Qian family cultivators looked towards Emo Hua, who dropped his small body to the ground, and the thick bushes concealed him completely. Many divine senses swept over Emo Hua's area, but found nothing. Emo Hua's location was something that was out of reach for most Qi refining 9th level cultivators' divine senses. Unwilling to give up, the Qian family spiritual cultivators condensed their spells and threw them towards Emo Hua. For a moment, fireballs, water arrows, wind blades, and golden lights dazzlingly flew towards him. However, these spells, once reaching not far from Emo Hua and losing control of divine sense, gradually dissipated and couldn't reach Emo Hua at all. Emo Hua now completely let go of his worries. Since the Qian family spiritual cultivators couldn't hit him and the body cultivators couldn't rush over, he could now act without any reservations. Emo Hua poked his little head out, swiftly casting his fireball technique. One by one, the fireball techniques flew over the vegetation, over the rocks, and hit the Qian family's spiritual cultivators. The fireball technique of a Qi refining 6th level wasn't very powerful, but it was still unpleasant when it hit, especially when it hit vital areas. Spiritual cultivators were not good at body cultivation. Being hit by a fireball technique, even if it wasn't a serious injury, would still result in wounds, and some were blown to a state of ash and dust, with their hair burned away. And with Emo Hua's fireball technique suppressing them, they were simply unable to cast any spells. With the Qian family's spiritual cultivators unable to cast spells, the monster hunters were no longer restrained. Yu Chenji's eyes brightened, and he shouted loudly, "Kill!" The monster hunters responded in unison, and for a moment the shouts and cries of battle shook the heavens. Spiritual power overflowed, blood qi surged out, and the monster hunters unleashed slashes of knife light, attacking the Qian family cultivators. The Qian family cultivators were stunned. Originally, they had a clear division of labor: spiritual cultivators would attack, body cultivators would defend, with both types collaborating, one suppressing while the other wore the opponent down. Now that the spiritual cultivators couldn't attack and the body cultivators didn't have the suppression of the spiritual cultivators' spells, they simply couldn't defend themselves. Under the fierce onslaught of the monster hunters, the Qian family was once again forced to retreat in defeat. Qian Zhongxian saw what was happening and his face turned ashen. Where did that spell come from? He released his divine sense and swept towards where Emohua was. But Elder Yu suddenly appeared, blocking his probing divine sense. Qian Zongxuan's eyes snapped open to see Elder Yu looking at him with a mocking and disdainful gaze. Just as Elder Yu was about to scold him, Qian Zhongxian made a decisive command. Retreat. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 161, Iron Armor, 5 Updates. The Qian family retreated. All the way, Qian Zhongxian was very puzzled. Where did that spell come from? Monster hunters aren't supposed to be good at spells. Could it be that old bastard Yu Changlin took action himself? Qian Zhongxian shook his head. No, the spiritual power is too weak, it doesn't even seem to be at the late stage of qi refinement. But with such a low realm, how could the spell be cast so far? Qian Zhongxian was utterly baffled and could only curse in his heart. Damn that Yu Changlin, hiding such a trick up his sleeve, that's so cunning. But only Elder Yu knew that he was wronged this time because the truly cunning person wasn't him. Seeing the Qian family retreat, Emohua stood up, dusting off his clothes with a smile on his face. Fireball technique is so much fun. Elder Yu was also somewhat impressed and patted Emohua's shoulder, praising, not bad, you used the spell quite skillfully. He didn't want to overpraise and seem inexperienced. Receiving the compliments, Emohua smiled even more happily, then asked. What other moves does the Qian family have up their sleeve? Elder Yu said, don't think too highly of that old coot Qian Zhongxian. The fact that he thought up this strategy was already surprising. Wait till they have to fight head-on, he'll have a hard time. The next day at dawn, the Qian family cultivators arrived again. Just as Elder Yu said, Qian Zhongxian had no new tricks and could only line up honestly for a frontal battle. In his heart, Qian Zhongxian cursed Elder Yu thoroughly but dared not voice it out loud, fearing to humiliate himself. He silently admonished himself not to indulge in a fleeting victory of words with a petty man. In a head-on fight, the Qian family had more people and superior cultivation, while the monster hunters were fewer, but battle-hardened, so the odds of victory were estimated to be 50-50. But without a fight, one would never know. Both sides didn't waste words and directly rushed into combat. Thus, on the mid-mountain slopes of Nameless Peak, the place was teeming with cultivators, with glinting swords crisscrossing and multicolored spiritual power flying in all directions. Emohua watched, utterly shocked. When both sides fought with no clear winner, Elder Yu estimated that the Qian family cultivators couldn't retreat easily. He waved his arm in a slashing motion. I'll show you something good. Elder Yu looked towards Qian Zhongxian in the distance, a hint of scornful smile on his lips. Qian Zhongxian was startled, then saw several monster hunters clad in iron armor walking out from their ranks. The sunlight shone on the armor, casting a subdued gleam, with an imposing and solemn aura. Qian Zhongxian almost vomited blood. Where did these penniless monster hunters get iron armor? Then he noticed the armor looked familiar, his gaze sharp as a knife. He turned to Qianzhuang who stood to one side. Qianzhuang stood with his head shrunk, not daring to say a word. He hated how his tall stature made him stand out in the crowd, impossible to hide. No matter, an iron armor is not impenetrable. Given the dire situation, Qian Zhongxian calmed his mood and ordered the Qian family cultivators to contain those monster hunters in iron armor. A few more slashes with swords, and even an iron armor would break. Then he found that this iron armor seemed to truly be impervious to swords and spears. Ordinary swords couldn't even leave a mark upon striking, and even top-grade swords didn't cause much damage. The impact of strength and the fluctuation of spiritual power were also dissipated by the faint golden glow on the armor. These armors were confiscated from the Qian family. They had formations inside, but they were too crude for Mo Hua's liking, so he erased the original ones, and drew the golden armor formation himself. A top-grade golden armor formation could make the iron armor solid as a rock. Monster hunters at the Qi refining 9th level, battle-hardened, clad in fine iron armor, with the addition of a top-grade golden armor formation, would be nearly invincible in a Qi refinement battlefield unless faced with a foundation establishment cultivator. God's block, kill gods, Buddha's block, kill Buddhas. The dozen or so iron-clad monster hunters swept through like a force of nature, practically undeterred by any of the Qian family cultivators they faced. When it came down to brute force, no one could withstand these iron-clad armors. Qian Zhongxian felt his scalp tingle with fear. Since when had the Qian family's iron-clad armors been so powerful? So invulnerable to being cut down? Suddenly, he also noticed the faint golden light on the armors. Is this a formation? Qian Zhongxian cursed inside, thinking, the iron armor was already tough enough, and now they'd actually reinforced it with a formation inside? Have they no shame? Good one, Yu Changlin, I'll remember this grudge. Qian Zhongxian spat with hatred. But defeat had already set in, and Qian Zhongxian, powerless to turn the tides, could only bitterly order, retreat. However, retreating was easier said than done. The battlefield was spread out, with cultivators locked in chaotic combat. When the Qian family ordered a retreat, it was like a mountain collapsing. In an instant chaos reigned, with no clear direction. The Qian family cultivators, their fighting spirit shattered, scattered in panic, while the monster hunters pursued them from behind, keen to expand their victory. By the time the Qian family cultivators had successfully retreated to the foot of the peak to regroup, they had suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of the cultivators incapacitated. Qian Zongxuan's heart bled. Qian Zhuang's heart ached as well, but not as much anymore. Compared to Elder Qian's failure, his own defeat was nothing but a setback, hardly worth mentioning. With this thought, Qian Zhuang's heart felt a tad lighter. But he did not dare ruffle Qian Zongxuan's brow, only managed to say with a sorrowful expression and a hint of rage. This loss is devastating. The monster hunters have gone too far. Does the elder have a strategy for us to take revenge and soothe our hatred? Qian Zongxuan's face twisted in agony before he said through gritted teeth. This vendetta must be avenged. Even if it costs a fortune, I will make that old bastard Yu Changlin pay. Qian Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. Elder Qian was indeed furious, he just wondered what means he still had at his disposal. While Qian Zongxuan's heart bled, Elder Yu's heart was blooming with joy. This was a thrilling and complete victory. Elder Yu allowed everyone a brief celebration, to eat meat and drink wine. The meat was smoked jerked meat, also from the wild cattle monster, prepared earlier by Lu Ruhua. Due to the conflict with the Qian family and the uncertainty of how long they would have to defend the spiritual mines, she had made a lot. But with so many monster hunters, each could only have a few pieces, just enough for a taste. The wine consumption was also limited, with only 2 bowls per person. Given the significant implications of the spiritual mines, no accidents could be afforded, not even on a day of victory, and vigilance could not be relaxed. Other food items such as dry rations and wild fruits were not restricted. The atmosphere in the mines thus became lively. With everyone defending the spiritual mines, finding the time to extract spirit stones, fending off harassment from the Qian family, and engaging in real battles, the mood was usually somber or tense. Finally, they could relax a bit and breathe easier. Mo Hua was also wandering around, greeted warmly by the monster hunters wherever he went. After all, without Mo Hua's golden armor formation, they would have suffered far more injuries and defending the mines would have been much harder. Some monster hunters were even reluctant to consume their own share of meat and wine, offering it to Mo Hua instead. Mo Hua declined them all, as everyone had worked hard for so long, and it wasn't easy to have something good to eat. Most importantly, he had plenty of delicious food in his storage bag, specially prepared by his mother, who was worried he might go hungry inside. However, having been inside for quite some time, Emo Hua, who usually ate sparingly, was almost out of meat. I wonder how much longer we will need to defend these spiritual minds, Emo Hua thought silently to himself. Chapter 162, Concealment, Part 1. Emo Hua went to ask Elder Yu, Elder, how much longer do we need to guard the spiritual minds? Elder Yu took a sip of wine, thought for a moment, and said, hard to say. Emo Hua didn't quite understand. Then Elder Yu explained, if things keep going like this, the Qian family is bound to lose without a doubt, and that old guy Qian Zhongxian won't be able to turn the tide. But since this is about spiritual minds, I estimate the Qian family won't just let it go and will probably think of other ways. Emo Hua nodded in agreement. In the following days, the Qian family kept a low profile and made no major moves. It was not until one morning, before dawn, in the midst of a thin mist, that a large group of cultivators of various appearances entered Big Black Mountain, reaching the base of Nameless Peak to greet Elder Qian. It was then that Qian Zhuang realized what Elder Qian meant by even if it costs a fortune. He really did spend a fortune, hiring a large team of cultivators in the late stage of qi refinement from outside Tongxian City. How many spirit stones must that have cost? Qian Zhuang thought with a wince. Upon receiving the news, Elder Yu widened his eyes and said, this grandson Qian Zhongxian, he really is willing to spend. Emo Hua then asked, Elder, where are these cultivators from? Hired from outside the city with flower spirit stones, these cultivators generally roam around. Whoever gives them spirit stones, they will risk their lives for, they only recognize spirit stones, not people. But the cost of hiring them is also considerable. Qian Zhongxian is likely bleeding money. Can we win against them? Let's fight and find out, Elder Yu sighed. Both sides started to line up, but the uniform silver-white robes of the Qian family cultivators were now mixed with many other cultivators, varied in appearance and attire, making the formation look somewhat ragtag. Elder Yu opened his mouth and said, Qian Zhongxian, is this motley crew of yours up to the task? Qian Zongxuan's eyelids twitched, old man, spare me your clever words. Must have cost you a fair amount of spirit stones, Elder Yu clicked his tongue, slashing at your own flesh to invite wolves and tigers, that's really something. Qian Zhongxian didn't want to talk, he truly had spent a fortune, so just mentioning it made his heart bleed. We had an agreement beforehand. This was a dispute over the spiritual minds between the Qian family and us monster hunters. Can these mercenaries you hired with money be considered Qian family cultivators? Elder Yu cried out loudly in inquiry. Qian Zhongxian snorted coldly, I gave them spirit stones, so they are people of the Qian family. Elder Yu spat, then if I slept with your old mother and gave her spirit stones, would she count as mine too? You. Qian Zhongxian was so angry he couldn't speak. Elder Yu didn't let him off, saying, by that logic, am I not your cheap father? Unworthy son, come and kowtow to your father. Ha ha. The monster hunters all laughed along. Qian Zongxuan's defenses were completely shattered, and he pointed forward with trembling fingers, kill them. Elder Yu also suppressed his laughter, his voice deep as he ordered, kill. The momentums of both sides surged instantly, as a great battle was about to erupt. After a few moments of combat, Elder Yu observed the situation, his brow slightly furrowed. The Qian family cultivators were still not a threat, but these hired cultivators were quite troublesome. The monster hunters were experienced from 100 battles, though mostly against monster beasts, while those hired by the Qian family were used to collecting spirit stones in exchange for risking their lives against other cultivators. In terms of coordination, they couldn't match the monster hunters, but they had an endless supply of devious and bizarre tactics, and their Taoist skills were varied and tricky. At first, they were not easy to handle. Elder Yu, can we win against them? Mo Hua asked somewhat worriedly. After pondering for a moment, Elder Yu replied, we should be able to. After saying this, he explained, these hired cultivators seem tough only because they have just joined the fray, and we are not familiar with them. If we engage in prolonged battle, once we familiarize ourselves with the methods of these cultivators, matters will become much easier. Monster hunters hunt year-round and fight side by side, developing a mutual understanding. They hold an advantage in such large-scale battles. Besides, we have iron armor, as long as they can't break through our iron armor, we will eventually have the upper hand. Mo Hua nodded, feeling relieved. At the start of the battle, the monster hunter, hired by the cultivators, indeed struggled to cope, but once he adapted, the situation gradually stabilized. The iron-armored monster hunter, moving as if he were in a land uninhabited, killed slowly yet wherever he went, both Qian family cultivators and hired cultivators could only evade his sharpness. Gradually, more flaws appeared in the Qian family's defenses and they were slowly suppressed by the monster hunter. Watching the iron-armored monster hunter, Qian Zhongxian remained unflustered, even revealing a cold smile. At the same time, Mo Hua detected a trace of abnormality through his divine sense, furrowing his brow and staring intently toward the battlefield. He saw an iron-armored monster hunter suddenly have his throat slit open by a blade, blood gushing out. The monster hunter clutched at his throat, half kneeling on the ground while the surrounding hired cultivators pounced like hungry wolves. Fortunately, Yu Chenji was nearby and immediately intervened to save him, strenuously holding back the attacking hired cultivators. With Mo Shan coming to assist, the two of them together managed to rescue the monster hunter. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart filled with sudden doubts. What exactly happened? He had seen nothing, and then the monster hunter's throat was cut. Although the iron armor was sturdy, it couldn't cover the whole body, and vital areas like the neck, eyes, and joints were still exposed. If it had been an open battle, one could take precautions beforehand, but that attack had been imperceptible. Mo Hua had only sensed a trace of abnormality with his divine sense, with the naked eye, nothing was visible. Mo Hua looked toward Elder Yu, noticing that Elder Yu was also deeply concerned, murmuring. It must be the concealment technique. The concealment technique. Mo Hua was taken aback, can it conceal one's presence? Elder Yu nodded and said, yes, the concealment technique, as the name suggests, is a spell that can hide one's presence. After using the concealment technique, the person will become invisible, completely unseen by the naked eye. Mo Hua was astonished and couldn't help asking, can I learn it? Knowing the concealment technique would make traveling in the cultivation world much more convenient. It requires a water series spiritual root to learn, and you have the small 5 elements spiritual root, which, although includes water series, might not be solely suitable for mastering it. Elder Yu dampened the enthusiasm a bit. Mo Hua was somewhat disappointed but then worriedly asked, then how do we counter this spell? Elder Yu sighed, it depends on divine sense. The concealment technique can only hide one's form and to some extent mask one's aura, but it can't hide the presence of spiritual power. As long as your divine sense is stronger, you can see through the concealment technique. That will be tricky, Mo Hua said. Monster hunters were not known for their strong divine sense, and if they could not see through the concealment technique, they would be like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their adversaries. On the battlefield, quite a few monster hunters fell to surprise attacks, bleeding profusely. Mo Hua's gaze sharpened. In such a chaotic fight, still being able to move with ease indicated that the cultivator was not only skilled in the concealment technique but also extremely experienced and agile, with sharp divine sense. What to do? Mo Hua was getting anxious. Just then, Mo Hua suddenly felt a disturbance around Mo Shan, who was fighting valiantly. Be careful! Mo Hua couldn't help shouting out. But he was too far away, and in the chaos, his voice couldn't reach. Mo Shan, who was in close combat and exposed to vulnerability, was subject to an attack by the hidden cultivator. At the critical moment, relying on his extensive experience, Mo Shan instinctively tilted his neck to the side as a dagger slid past, grazing him and drawing a streak of blood. Although he bled, the wound wasn't severe. Mo Shan turned cold eyes around, retaliating, but there was nothing but empty air, no one in sight. Gone? Mo Shan frowned, realizing that if things continued this way, the situation would become dire. He wiped the blood from his neck and felt somewhat fortunate. Good thing he had sensed the killing intent and ducked just in time, or it would have been dangerous. Watching this scene, Mo Hua's heart relaxed a bit, and then his little face turned serious. Dare to ambush my dad, I'll remember you. Chapter 163, Fireball Technique, Second Update. Elder, find 2 people to protect me. Mo Hua said to Elder Yu, and then with a light jump, he leapt down from the entrance of the mine. Elder Yu, unaware of what Mo Hua intended to do, thought for a moment and then called 2 monster hunters to follow Mo Hua and protect him. He also extended his divine sense to follow Mo Hua, in case he encountered any danger. Mo Hua didn't enter the center of the battlefield, but found a concealed position on the edge and carefully hid. The 2 monster hunters stood guard around Mo Hua. Mo Hua held his breath and concentrated, closing his eyes and extending his divine sense to its utmost limit. The chaotic and jumbled battlefield suddenly turned into a void of whiteness, with the battling cultivators each appearing within Mo Hua's divine sense in their states of spiritual power. After a long time, Mo Hua finally noticed a strange figure. The figure appeared faintly in light blue, drifting across the battlefield, making moves like a phantom, elusive and hard to grasp. If Mo Hua had not pushed his divine sense to the extreme, he would have completely failed to notice this figure. Mo Hua tried to lock on with his divine sense. But the figure was unpredictable and its presence was thin, making it difficult to be locked onto by divine sense. As more and more monster hunters fell, Mo Hua took a deep breath, forcibly calming his spirit and entering into a state of meditation where he was oblivious to everything around him. Mo Hua exerted all his strength to capture the light blue figure with his divine sense, and after an unknown amount of time, his eyes suddenly snapped open, shining slightly. Locked on. The light blue figure was faint but visible within Mo Hua's divine sense, and its trajectory was clear. Mo Hua brought 2 fingers together and pointed forward, releasing a howling fireball technique. The fireball technique flew towards an empty area on the battlefield. Near the empty area was a monster hunter clad in iron armor, embroiled in a fight with another. Suddenly, the monster hunter sensed a warning of danger at his side, but his hands were tied with the blade he was fighting with and he couldn't move. Right then, a dagger suddenly appeared in the space next to the monster hunter, aimed cunningly straight at his eyes. The monster hunter had no way to dodge, his face showing a moment of despair. Just then, a fireball roared in and struck the cultivator who was trying to ambush him. The moment the fireball technique exploded, flames spread out, interrupting the ambush. The ambushing cultivator's figure was briefly revealed. He was short in stature, with ordinary features and a malicious glint in his eyes, dressed in black. The monster hunter took advantage of this break to catch his breath and swept away a nearby Qian family cultivator with his blade, then struck at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed cultivator cursed, executed his movement technique, and retreated, heading to the edge of the battlefield, weaving through the crowd several times before gradually disappearing again. The monster hunter felt a pang of regret but also heaved a sigh of relief, thankful for the fireball technique. It had probably saved his life. It was just a pity that he hadn't caught and killed the black-clothed cultivator. After weaving several times and concealing his form, the black-clothed cultivator continued to prowl the battlefield, but he couldn't help but wonder. Where did that fireball technique come from? Monster hunters are mostly body cultivators and rarely skilled in spells. The spell just now was tricky and precise, and its caster must have been experienced. Luckily, the power wasn't great, only enough to interrupt his attack, without causing any real injuries. But then the black-clothed cultivator thought again and felt something was off. An experienced caster's fireball technique couldn't possibly be that weak. Could it just be a coincidence? In the chaos of cultivator battle, it was common to be accidentally hit by stray spells, and perhaps he had just been unlucky to be hit. He refused to believe that anyone could target him with a spell amidst such a chaotic fight. The black-clothed cultivator settled his mind, his expression turning confident again as he continued to prowl, looking for an opportunity to strike. When a monster hunter showed a vulnerability, the black-clothed cultivator was about to act, but suddenly another fireball technique flew towards him, interrupting his ambush once more. Once could be chance, but a second time was certainly not. The black-clothed cultivator was slightly annoyed and quickly scanned the surroundings with the corners of his eyes. Cultivators cast spells by condensing chi and raising their hands. His ample experience in combat made this easy to discern at a glance. Yet there were no signs of the monster hunters around him casting any spells. The black-clothed cultivator swept his divine sense shallowly across his surroundings and still found nothing, his expression becoming perplexed. Who used the fireball technique? He dared not extend his divine sense to its limit, nor did he dare to use it for too long. Once he was distracted for too long with his divine sense, he would inevitably reveal a flaw, and then he would be the one in danger. Hua hid behind a large rock at a distance, first locking on with his divine sense, then peering out to launch a fireball technique before stealthily hiding again. The black-clothed cultivator could not see him with his eyes, and given the distance, his divine sense couldn't detect him either. Moreover, after locking on with his divine sense twice and casting the fireball technique twice, Hua's technique grew increasingly skilled. The shapes of hidden cultivators became clearer within his divine sense. The black-clothed cultivator faintly sensed something was amiss. It seemed like he was constantly being spied on with divine sense. Originally, the battlefield was chaotic, muddled with spiritual power, and the divine sense was disordered, so he hadn't noticed. But now, having been hit by the fireball technique twice, he realized that there indeed was a trace of divine sense, faintly and persistently following him, like a haunting specter. A Foundation Establishment cultivator. No, impossible, the black-clothed cultivator thought to himself. If it were the prying of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, I wouldn't be able to detect it at all. So it must be another cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement, with a stronger divine sense than his own. But at the 9th level of chi refinement, how could the spell's power be so low? The black-clothed cultivator's thoughts were in turmoil. He had to find the cultivator using the fireball technique. Otherwise, every move he made would be compromised, and he'd be in a dire situation. The black-clothed cultivator, wary in his heart, refrained from acting rashly and instead roamed around the edges of the battlefield, patiently looking for clues, intent on exposing Hua. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Since the black-clothed cultivator didn't make a move, Hua saw no need to act either. Hiding behind the large rock, Hua relaxed and even took out a sour sweet wild fruit, savoring it with relish. But with the black-clothed cultivator not taking action, the monster hunters on the field felt a sudden easing of pressure and became more unbridled in their attacks. The Qian family cultivators were increasingly pressured and struggled to hold on. Seeing the situation turning bad, the black-clothed cultivator had no choice but to act again. But every time he made a move, it was interrupted by Hua's fireball technique. The black-clothed cultivator became cautious, feigning attack to see where the fireball technique came from. At first, he did indeed discern its rough direction, but the second time, he saw nothing. That's because the subsequent fireball techniques were exploding directly in his face. Hua faintly sensed his gaze and guessed the black-clothed cultivator's thoughts, so he resorted to smearing his face with the fireball technique, leaving him unable to see anything. As his divine sense locked on more frequently, the black-clothed cultivator's movements became more obvious, and Hua's aim grew even more precise. The black-clothed cultivator felt like coughing up blood. How the hell did it get more accurate with each shot? To be hit squarely in the face upon casting? He was furious within, having wandered the cultivation world for so many years, always the one to ambush others. Now, he was being ambushed by someone else, and with the fireball technique? And not just once, but several times. Despicable and shameless. I will find you and kill you. The black-clothed cultivator was filled with rage, and amidst his intense emotions, his spiritual power began to run awry. His concealment technique momentarily failed. Mo Shan, who had been lying in wait, instantly spotted the lapse. His figure flashed before the black-clothed cultivator, grasping his shoulder with a large hand, squeezing forcefully, then heaving him violently to the ground. The sound of breaking bones resounded. The black-clothed cultivator was slammed heavily to the floor, vomiting fresh blood. Chapter 164 Who is it? 3 more. After being stealthily attacked, monster hunter Mo Shan was always vigilant. He faintly guessed that among the cultivators employed by the Qian family, there was one who excelled in the concealment technique and was attacking in secret, so he became much more cautious with his moves, trying not to leave any openings. At the same time, he paid attention to the battlefield, looking for any traces of this cultivator. Although Mo Shan was sharp in observation, his divine sense was not so strong, thus, he could not see through the concealment technique. Just then, he saw a fireball. At a glance, he recognized it as the fireball technique used by his son, Mo Hua. And after the fireball technique was launched, it exploded a short and petite black-clothed cultivator out of a space that had previously appeared empty. Mo Hua's divine sense can perceive this hidden cultivator. Mo Shan's spirit was lifted. He kept an eye out for the fireball technique while battling with the Qian family's cultivators. Indeed, every time a fireball flew by, the stealth attacks from the black-clothed cultivator would be interrupted and he would briefly become visible. Mo Shan silently took note, quietly waiting for the black-clothed cultivator to expose an opening. Just now, the heart of the black-clothed cultivator became perturbed, his spiritual power became chaotic, and his figure was revealed. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Shan grabbed his shoulder and fiercely slammed the black-clothed cultivator to the ground. The black-clothed cultivator, proficient in stealth and malevolent in attack, did not have a strong physique. With this slam, his bones broke, and he spat out fresh blood, feeling a chill in his heart. A cultivator who practices the concealment technique, once his movements are detected, it means a great disaster is imminent. Especially on a battlefield where several cultivators are mixed in combat. The black-clothed cultivator, enduring agonizing pain, tried to circulate his spiritual power to enact the concealment technique again. Yu Chenji seized the moment and rushed over with large strides, delivering a heavy kick to his abdomen. The black-clothed cultivator felt his internal organs shift, his body curled up, and was kicked far away by this foot, landing right in the midst of a group of monster hunters. The monster hunters were already simmering with anger. Seeing this, they all greeted the black-clothed cultivator with their knives. By the time the Qian family's cultivators arrived and managed to rescue the black-clothed cultivator, he was already covered in knife wounds, barely clinging to life. Elder Yu watched with glee and laughed heartily. Without that hidden cultivator, the Qian family could only be slowly whittled away. Elder Yu couldn't help but take another look at Mo Hua. He thought to himself that this kid Mo Hua, with his exquisite use of the fireball technique, both fast and accurate, might indeed become an incredible spiritual cultivator in the future. Now he was still young, with a low cultivation level and weak spiritual power, so his fireball technique could only be considered tricky and unconventional, used to interrupt or confuse the battle. If his cultivation became higher in the future and the power of his fireball technique was not to be underestimated, and you were suddenly targeted at your heart or chi, you wouldn't even know where he was. Putting himself in the shoes of others, Elder Yu thought about it and found it quite troublesome just by thinking about it. At the same time, Qian Zhongxian was furious. It was the fireball technique again. He was originally watching the spectacle, enjoying the black-clothed cultivator toy with the monster hunters, watching each monster hunter fall one by one, and thinking about how Elder Yu Changlin must be feeling frustrated and helpless yet incapable of doing anything. In the blink of an eye, the one feeling frustrated and helpless was him. Qian Zongxuan's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly released his divine sense. He wanted to see who exactly was using the fireball technique. Just as his divine sense was about to reach Mo Hua, Elder Yu suddenly appeared, shielding Mo Hua. Qian Zhongxian felt his divine sense blocked, and upon a closer look, it was again Elder Yu Changlin's old face. Elder Yu looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Qian Zhongxian sensed danger and immediately shouted through clenched teeth, "Retreat!" Qian Zhongxian was getting quite proficient at shouting this retreat. Seeing Qian Zhongxian withdrawing, and no longer having his divine sense spying, Elder Yu then embraced Mo Hua and leaped into the mine shaft. In the future, we must be more careful and never take risks. If it's not necessary to make a move, don't do it, Elder Yu advised. He was afraid that Mo Hua's actions would be noticed by the Qian family and, knowing Qian Zongxuan's petty nature, he reckoned the old man might shamelessly cause trouble for Mo Hua. Nodded Mo Hua with his little head, either don't make a move, but if I do, it's for the opponent's life. Mo Hua spoke with a childlike voice, full of spite. Elder Yu couldn't help but laugh. Who taught you that? My dad did. Elder Yu nodded with a smile, well said. The cultivation world is perilous, either don't act, but once you do, show no mercy. Your dad taught you well. Pride swelled in Mo Hua as his dad was praised, and he nodded in agreement. The black-clothed cultivator was crippled. Qian Zhongxian called a retreat, and the Qian family cultivators slunk away in defeat. Yet during their withdrawal, they were ambushed by the monster hunter, and many were wounded or lost. Now Qian Zhongxian was really in a fix. His investment had gone to waste, his forces were reduced, and the spiritual mind seemed to be out of the question. He had lost all standing within his clan. Qian Zhongxian seethed with anger. He despised Elder Yu Changlin, that old bastard. He resented the carelessness of the hired cultivators and cursed the incompetence of his own men. But what bothered him the most was who was helping the monster hunter with the formation painting and who was secretly casting spells. Which formation master would stoop so low as to help these poor monster hunters with drawing formations? And what cultivator would use such weak but tricky and weird fireball techniques? If it weren't for the formations and the fireball technique, he would have taken control of the spiritual minds long ago. Qian Zhongxian was baffled and could only vent his frustrations on Qian Zhuang, berating him so fiercely that he was drenched in a metaphorical bloodbath. Were it not for his incompetence, how would he himself be stuck with these messes? He had originally discussed with the family head that if he secured the spiritual mines, he would get an extra 10% of the spirit stones. Now, even if he were to get 20% more, it couldn't make up for his losses. The more Qian Zhongxian thought about it, the angrier he got. In a low voice, Qian Zhuang asked, "Elder, what do we do now?" He was trying to divert attention so that Qian Zhongxian would stop focusing on how to scold him. Qian Zhongxian furrowed his brows, not having thought of a solution yet when wails suddenly came from outside the camp. They were the injured members of the Qian family and the hired cultivators. Sighing, Qian Zhongxian waved his sleeve and said helplessly, "Let's save the wounded first." In the empty space outside the camp, the ground was littered with the injured, and cries of agony filled the air. The black-clothed cultivator was also being treated. The Qian family pill masters administered pills and applied herbs to his wounds, while also slowly cleansing the leftover spiritual power in his body and cutting off the hair singed by the fireball technique. As his condition gradually stabilized, the black-clothed cultivator slowly came to after a while. His mind was a blank due to the pain, but slowly he began to recall the events of the day. Flashes of different cultivators passed through his mind, the one who tripped him, the one who kicked him, the one who slashed at him haphazardly. And of course, there was the cultivator who used the fireball technique. A surge of resentment welled up inside the black-clothed cultivator. He had roamed the second-grade Black Mountain state boundary for over 100 years, usually with smooth sailing and few failures. But now, he had been unexpectedly capsized in the gutter by a fireball technique. That low-level fireball technique, the one with the power of a middle-phase chi refinement. Ambushed by a fireball technique. 100-year-old cultivator, ambushed by a fireball technique. It was a humiliation beyond compare. Amidst the indignation, the black-clothed cultivator was also puzzled. How had he been ambushed? How had his concealment technique been broken? Who was the one casting the fireball technique, and how could he have been targeted so precisely every time? No matter how much the black-clothed cultivator pondered, it didn't make sense to him, and he felt an overwhelming frustration building up. Looking up at the sky, he spouted fresh blood from his mouth and roared unwillingly. Who the hell used the fireball technique? As rage overtook him and his wounds ruptured again, his vision darkened and he fainted once more. Chapter 165 Xianxia, 4 updates. The black-clothed cultivator was so infuriated that he coughed up blood, while Mo Hua, using the fireball technique, looked leisurely and unruffled. In the following days, as Qian family cultivators didn't press their attack, Mo Hua spent his days drawing formations, strolling around to look at the spiritual mines and admire the mountain scenery, calculating how many more days the meat in his storage bag would last him. One day, Mo Hua saw Elder Yu looking solemn and couldn't help but ask curiously. Elder Yu, is the Qian family making a move again? Not for the time being, but that old turtle Qianhong should be arriving soon. Old turtle? Qianhong? Oh, the head of the Qian family. Mo Hua's expression grew somewhat somber. Is Qianhong very formidable? Elder Yu said dismissively, about the same as Qian Zhongxian. Then how did he become the family head? Elder Yu chuckled lightly, there's a lot of scheming involved there. In the cultivation world, both within clans and sects, there are many who occupy positions they don't deserve. To climb the ranks, it doesn't necessarily depend on cultivation or capability. Being able to boast, scheme, deceive, and flatter is often more useful than diligently doing your job. Elder Yu scoffed again, those people who look respectable, most of them are probably good for nothing. Mo Hua was enlightened and asked further, so, is Qianhong a good for nothing? Not quite. Then he's a schemer. Elder Yu nodded, indeed, Qianhong is very cunning. This time Qian Zhongxian took a heavy loss, and it's time for him to step in and take advantage. Take advantage? Mo Hua was taken aback, they even take advantage of their own family's misfortunes. Elder Yu chuckled, the Qian family is so large, supporting so many people. Strictly speaking, they're all family because of blood ties and connections. But because they are family, at the same time, they aren't really family. Mo Hua scratched his head, is the Qian family's infighting that intense? Elder Yu raised an eyebrow and said, when I call the Qian family treacherous, it's not for no reason. They're ruthless to outsiders and their own kin alike. They'll eat meat whenever there's meat, and it doesn't matter who it's been bitten off from. Mo Hua clicked his tongue, asking, then what should we do? Elder Yu stroked his chin, it's about time to consider making an escape. Escape? Mo Hua's eyes lit up, is the spiritual mine depleted? Elder Yu shook his head, we can't deplete it. Mo Hua felt a bit regretful, isn't that a bit wasteful? Elder Yu laughed, we've had our fill of the meat, we have to leave some soup for the Qian family. As night fell and mountain winds howled, a group of cultivators once again approached the Qian family camp, led by none other than the Qian family head, Qianhong. Qian Zhongxian stood in the cold wind outside the camp with Qian family cultivators, respectfully welcoming the Qian family head, Qianhong. Qianhong was middle-aged with half-white hair, handsome features, but an arrogant demeanor, and his sharp gaze swept around as keenly as an eagle. Qian Zhongxian greeted him with cupped hands. "Welcome, family head." The nearby Qian family cultivators all bowed to pay their respects. Qian Hong nodded in acknowledgement and followed Qian Zhongxian into the camp. Once seated with no one else around, Qian Hong asked, "How's the battle going?" Qian Zhongxian briefly reported. Qian Hong sighed, "Elder Qian, you were a bit too hurried. They were trapped inside and couldn't escape. You should have taken your time initially, then you wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses." Qian Zhongxian was quite ashamed and frustrated but had nothing to say. Whether he attacked, defended, besieged, or trapped, if he failed, there would always be an excuse to place blame. He indeed had lost, spent a lot of spirit stones, lost many subordinates, and his face was completely gone. Now powerless to retort, Qian Zhongxian could only grit his teeth and say, "What the family head said is very true." Qian Hong glanced at Qian Zhongxian and slowly said, "However, Elder Qian, you've worked hard this time. The clan remembers your toil. I'll take care of what's to come, so you don't need to trouble yourself further." Qian Zhongxian couldn't help but curse inwardly. What does he mean by remembering my toil? Does he mean to say I have no merit at all? Qian Zhongxian said, "The family head is busy with numerous affairs, and regarding the matter of the spiritual mines, how could we trouble the family head? Just give me some more hands, and I will definitely secure the spiritual mines." Elder Qian. Qian Hong frowned and said, "I trust in the elder's abilities and am willing to entrust this matter to the elder, but by doing so, I would not be able to justify this to the clan." Qian Hong's expression was grave and carried a hint of heartache as he said, "After all, the losses we suffered previously were too severe." In his heart, Qian Zhongxian silently spat out a curse. "Such pretense, what took you so long? Isn't it just to wait for him and Yu Changlin to fight to the bitter end, losing their capital, so that he, as the family head, could come and reap the benefits? By then, the credit would be his, the spiritual mines his, and the prestige his as well. Such a crafty plan indeed." Qian Zhongxian also hated himself for being careless and couldn't resist the temptation of the spirit stones, agreeing to Qian Hong and taking on this task. He also didn't expect that Yu Changlin would have so many tricks up his sleeve, all of which were techniques he had never seen before. His loss was indeed great. Qian Hong picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said indifferently, "Elder Qian, is there something you're dissatisfied with?" Qian Zhongxian was filled with dissatisfaction, but he knew he no longer had the right to be dissatisfied. He could only clasp his fists and say through gritted teeth, "I shall follow the family head's commands." Qian Hong slightly lowered his eyelids, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After a moment, Qian Hong changed his tone and asked again, "May I know why the elder failed this time?" Qian Zhongxian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Among the monster hunters, there was a formation master." Qian Hong showed a hint of surprise, "Is there a first-rank one?" "Even if not first rank, it's not far off," Qian Zhongxian replied. Qian Hong shook his head, "I've asked Master Qian, and the formation used by that formation master, the Earth-Fire formation, contains only 7 formation patterns." This. Qian Hong looked at Qian Zhongxian with a smile that was not quite a smile. 7 formation patterns, just crossing the threshold of an average formation master. In the elder's eyes, does this amount to almost a first-rank formation master? Although the elder is not a formation master, he shouldn't have made such a grave mistake. For an average formation master, 2 formation patterns represent 2 colossal thresholds. It's not that the difference is small, it's very big indeed. Qian Zhongxian, feeling both shame and anger, was momentarily unable to refute. Qian Hong then asked, "Is there any other reason?" Suppressing his anger, Qian Zhongxian replied, "There was also a spiritual cultivator who was skilled in spells." Qian Hong's eyes revealed a mocking light. "One." Qian Zhongxian muttered, "I'm not sure, there might be more than one." Are their cultivation levels very high? Xianxia fell silent for a while before slowly saying, they should not be at the late stage of qi refinement. Qianhong couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Elder Qian, oh Elder Qian, a formation master who can only draw 7 formation patterns, one or, as you say, a few spiritual cultivators who are not at the late stage of qi refinement. Qianhong sighed and said with a mocking glance, just because of these, you have suffered heavy losses? How should I speak for you in the clan? Who would believe such reasons if they were said out loud? Qian Zongxuan's face turned red, and his fingers clenched white. Seeing it was about enough, Qianhong spoke in a more soothing tone. Enough, enough. What's done is done, and it's useless to say more. Leave the following matters to me, you needn't trouble yourself any further, elder. Qian Zongxuan's face alternated between red and white as he clasped his fists and asked. May I know what the family head is planning? With an air of having everything under control, Qianhong sipped his tea before slowly saying, as I've said, there's no need to rush. I have my ways. Qian Zhongxian suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and respectfully said, then I will rely on the family head. Qian Zhongxian was respectful with his words, but his heart sneered coldly. In terms of ability, he and Qianhong were evenly matched, it's just that he wasn't as shameless and scheming as the other. If he, Qian Zhongxian, couldn't handle those monster hunters, he didn't believe that Qianhong, who only knew how to take advantage, would have any good strategies. The formation master and that spiritual cultivator might not seem much at first glance, but once you truly faced them, you'd realize how troublesome they could be. A look of contempt flickered in Qian Zongxuan's eyes as he waited to see Qianhong's spectacle unfold. Chapter 166 Earthstone Formation, Part 5. The next day, Qianhong met with Elder Yu. Mo Hua peered into the mining tunnel and sneakily looked on, instantly recognizing Qianhong. Qianhong was Qian Xing's father, whom Mo Hua had blasted with an earth-fire formation. Knowing what Qian Xing looked like and noting the father-son resemblance made Qianhong easy to identify. Besides, even without looking at faces, the only 2 foundation-building cultivators among the Qian family's cultivators stood out at first glance. Qian Zhongxian stood right by Qianhong's side, and though both were foundation-building cultivators, Qianhong clearly had a more imposing presence. Qian Zhongxian only had deep wrinkles, which gave him a stern face, far less authoritative than the high-ranking Qian family head Qianhong. Mo Hua asked curiously, Elder, why do you call Qianhong an old tortoise? At least at a glance, Qianhong appeared proud and handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor. Elder Yu said, you want to know? Mo Hua nodded his head. All right, just watch. Watch what? Mo Hua was somewhat puzzled. After a while, the 2 sides faced off. Elder Yu stood at the mouth of the tunnel on the hillside, with a saber in hand and striding like a warrior, and began to curse directly at Qianhong and Qian Zhongxian. He cursed the 2 of them from head to toe. Qian Zhongxian trembled with rage, but Qianhong's expression remained unchanged as if he hadn't heard a thing. Once Elder Yu had cursed enough to tire himself out, he stopped to rest and said to Mo Hua, understand now. Mo Hua nodded and exclaimed in amazement. Truly an old tortoise indeed, he really can endure. To be cursed like that by Elder Yu and yet remain unfazed, not uttering a word, not even a twitch of the eyebrow. Putting it nicely, that's called being deep and cunning. To put it unpleasantly, it's being shameless. Elder Yu said. Mo Hua then said, Elder, isn't it a bit bad to provoke him like this? Elder Yu said disdainfully, provoking him or not makes no difference, as long as there are benefits to be had, he recognizes neither kin nor kith, so don't think that by not provoking him, he would suddenly grow a conscience. Mo Hua nodded and then asked, are we going to fight them next? Elder Yu sighed, ideally, we would not fight. We have been at war for far too long, weary from prolonged battle, while they keep sending wave after wave of fresh troops. To engage in another head-on clash would be to our disadvantage. Moreover, our food supplies and the pills for healing wounds are also running low. So, we're running. That's right. How are we going to run? With so many Qian family cultivators around, we won't be able to escape easily, will we? Mo Hua furrowed his brow. Initially, I planned to defeat the Qian family so we could openly transport the spiritual minds out. But now, with the Qian family cultivators pouring in like locusts, wave after wave, and the old tortoise Qianhong himself coming, that approach is impossible, Elder Yu said. Our only option is to dig another mining tunnel and slip away quietly, Elder Yu continued. Mo Hua was taken aback. A mining tunnel? Can we dig one in time? Elder Yu sighed. Hard to say, we need to do our best to hold the tunnel entrance and buy as much time as possible. Mo Hua nodded, but he felt the defense would be difficult. Defending the mining tunnel was indeed difficult. Afterward, the Qian family attacked the tunnel at irregular intervals each day, not seeking glory or reluctant to retreat, purely wearing down the monster hunters' fighting spirit. They also aimed to tie down the monster hunters, preventing them from making other moves. Elder Yu needed people to defend the mouth of the tunnel, to mine for spiritual mines, and to dig an alternative tunnel for escape. For a moment, it was an overwhelming situation. Mo Hua was also worried, but he had no better solutions. One day, Elder Yu suddenly sought out Mo Hua and asked, somewhat helplessly, Mo Hua, do you have a formation that can seal the mine? If they couldn't hold it, it would be better to seal it off completely. This way, the Qian family couldn't get in, and they could escape after digging out the mining tunnel. Seal it off completely. Just leave one or two openings, Elder Yu said. After thinking for a moment, Mo Hua's eyes lit up. It's possible. He thought of a formation that could reinforce earth and stone, sealing the cave entrance, which he had seen in the formation books given to him by Mr. Zhuang. Elder Yu's spirits lifted. Can you draw it now? No, Mo Hua shook his head. I haven't learned it yet. Elder Yu let out a sigh. Then I'll ask everyone to hold on a bit longer. You learn it first. There's no need to rush. In fact, Elder Yu was very anxious inside. It would be bearable for a short time, but enduring in the long term, competing with the Qian family day after day, would be tortuous. The Qian family had supplies and manpower, they did not. But Elder Yu didn't want to put the pressure on Mo Hua. Mo Hua had already been a great help. Elder Yu also knew that learning formations was not easy. Many formation masters spent 10 days to half a month as normal. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few of them. Elder Yu felt somewhat hesitant in his heart. He didn't know how long it would take Mo Hua to learn this formation. If it took 10 days to half a month, they might not be able to hold out and would have to find another way. Elder Yu stood up to leave, but in the end, he couldn't help asking in a soft voice. Mo Hua, I'm not rushing you. I just want to ask, how long will it take for you to learn this formation? Mo Hua thought for a moment and said tentatively. If it goes well, by tomorrow morning, if not, then the morning after. As it wasn't an obscure first-grade formation method, Mo Hua was learning quite fast now. He would memorize the formation patterns during the day and practice at the Taoist Stele at night. If he couldn't learn it in one night, 2 nights would be enough. Elder Yu opened his mouth. He felt that his numerous cautious thoughts from just a moment ago were somewhat superfluous. His emotions had soared and plummeted, leaving him with a complex expression. Do all you formation masters learn formations this quickly? Mo Hua chuckled. Probably not all. Then it is this child Mo Hua who learns quickly. Elder Yu cast a glance at Mo Hua and silently thought to himself. Regardless, by tomorrow or the day after, there would be enough time. Elder Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Then learn at your own pace, I won't disturb you any further. He then walked away with a relaxed expression. Mo Hua then opened the 1000 formation catalog, flipping through to find a certain formation containing 9 Earth series formation patterns, known as the first-grade earth stone formation. The earth stone formation was one type among first-grade earth series formation methods, which could meld earth and stone together, making them even more solid. The formation patterns were not difficult. Hua remembered the gist after a few glances. And it was still early, several hours away from 1 p.m. It was not until 1 p.m. that Hua could enter his sea of consciousness and practice the formation at the Taoist Stele. What shall I do now? Hua propped his cheek, thinking. He had already memorized the formation patterns, looking over them a few more times wouldn't make much difference. Hua decided to take out some paper and consolidate his learning by trying to draw the first-grade earth stone formation a few times. Usually, when learning a formation method, Hua would practice on the Taoist Stele until he was adept and only then draw it on paper, to not waste paper and ink. But it seemed like now was not the time to worry about wasting these materials. Hua began to directly draw the first-grade earth stone formation on paper. As expected, the first drawing failed. Hua felt a bit disappointed but was not too distressed, considering he had previously saved up more than 1,000 bottles of monster blood and currently didn't lack for spiritual ink. Hua started on the second drawing, which failed as well. The third drawing, another failure. Hua reflected for a moment, calmed his mindset, and continued drawing. Then, while drawing, he found himself successfully completing it as if by a natural convergence. Hua tried to infuse some spiritual power, and the formation patterns lit up, emitting a faint grey glow. That was a success? Hua first felt elated, then found himself somewhat unexcited. He had originally planned to spend an entire night practicing the earth stone formation, but it hadn't even reached evening, and he had already mastered it. What shall I study tonight then? Hua scratched his head, flipping through the messy formation books beside him, when he accidentally saw another formation. The first-grade earthwood compound formation. Chapter 167 Earthwood Formation. A first-grade earthwood compound formation? Hua's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to flip through the pages. The so-called first-grade earthwood compound formation is a complex formation that includes the first-grade 9-pattern earth-stone formation and the 5 formation patterns wood-chi formation. As the highest single formation within the compound formation reached the first grade, it could indeed be considered a first-grade compound formation. This set of earthwood compound formation contained only 2 single formations and didn't have a separate spirit gathering array as the formation I. Instead, it relied on the spirit gathering formation patterns within the single formations to gather spiritual power, which meant its power would be somewhat weaker, but its effects were still much stronger than a first-grade earth stone formation. After all, even if weaker, it was still considered a compound formation. Moreover, because the structure was relatively simple, it wouldn't be too difficult to learn. If it included 3 or more single formations and used a spirit gathering array as the formation I, the formation pivot structure would be completely different. With Hua's current level of formation skills, it would be very difficult to learn. The 2 single formations included in this set of compound formations consisted of the wood-chi formation with only 5 formation patterns, which Hua knew, and he had just learned the first-grade earth-stone formation as well. To learn this compound formation, all he needed to do was master its formation pivot. Hua decided he would practice this compound formation on the Taoist Stele that night. By 1 a.m., Hua had firmly memorized the formation pivot of the earthwood compound formation, and then he closed his eyes to sleep, his divine sense sinking into his sea of consciousness, with the Taoist Stele emerging within it. Hua began to practice the formation on the Taoist Stele. It didn't start off smoothly, but learning formations was a process that required practice makes perfect. If once didn't work, he'd try twice, if twice didn't work, then 3 times. Hua drew it over and over again. However, after all, he was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. His divine sense was sufficient to draw out a first-grade 9 pattern formation, but drawing a first-grade compound formation was still a bit of a stretch. Mo Hua drew all night but still didn't master the first-grade earthwood compound formation. The next day, Elder Yu looked eagerly at Mo Hua. Although he didn't ask, his eyes were full of anticipation. Mo Hua thought for a moment. Sealing the cave entrance with a first-grade earth stone formation should be enough, but using the earthwood compound formation would likely be better. Since he wasn't in a hurry for just a day or two, Mo Hua asked Elder Yu to wait a little longer. Mo Hua practiced throughout the day, exhausting his divine sense, and then meditated to recover. He practiced on the Taoist Stele again all night and finally managed to draw out the first-grade earthwood compound formation at last. Mo Hua informed Elder Yu, who was overjoyed, and immediately ordered the monster hunters to start sealing the cave. But sealing this cave wouldn't be so easy. Taking such an overt action would undoubtedly alert the Qian family. If they harassed them daily, the cave entrance wouldn't be sealed after all. Mo Hua asked Elder Yu if there was a way to deal with it. Elder Yu chuckled, not answering, but rather told Mo Hua just to watch closely. Elder Yu still started with a verbal tirade. He stood at the mouth of the mine, portraying himself as outraged, cursing the Qian family, Qian Hong and Qian Zhongxian, and he seemed so frustrated by being trapped that it appeared unbearable. Then, Elder Yu ordered all the monster hunters to charge out, showing the resolve and momentum of a fight to the death, as if they had their backs against the wall and regarded death with indifference. Qian Hong didn't want a head-on confrontation, so he retreated. At this point, in Qian Hong's eyes, these monster hunters were like fish trapped in a jar, easy prey, unworthy of him taking casualties or engaging them in a desperate fight. The monster hunters were engaging in a struggle of despair, and if pushed too far, they might take a desperate and destructive stand that would be more than the Qian family could afford. The Qian family had already suffered great losses, and they couldn't afford to increase these losses any further, at least not during his command. Therefore, when the monster hunters showed a determination to fight to the death, the Qian family immediately retreated. For 3 consecutive days, the monster hunters did the same, giving the impression they were ready to fight to the last. For Qian Hong, Elder Yu was clearly at his wits' end, and so he became even less anxious, instructing the Qian family's cultivators to retreat far away and avoid direct confrontation with the monster hunters. A swift success, followed by decline, and ultimately exhaustion. Qian Hong didn't believe the monster hunters could last long with their fighting spirit alone. Once their morale dissipated, it would be his time to reap the benefits, so he was in no rush. This was exactly what Elder Yu had hoped for. He cursed Qian Hong inwardly, truly an old turtle, and then ordered the sealing of the cave's entrance. The monster hunters used discarded stones from mining to block the entrance while Mo Hua painted an earthwood compound formation on the stone walls on either side. After the painting was complete, the monster hunters would use more broken stones to fill in another layer. Mo Hua would paint another earthwood compound formation, and then they blocked it again while Mo Hua painted yet another one. All the other entrances were being sealed, with only one at the highest point of the mountainside left open. This entrance was left open for Elder Yu to curse through. Elder Yu would sit there when he had nothing else to do, hurling insults, calling Qian Hong a cowardly turtle, lacking guts, afraid to face a real challenge. In reality, it was a diversion to tie up the Qian family's attention, making them hesitant to launch a reckless attack. The more furiously Elder Yu cursed, the more at ease Qian Hong felt. However, as time went on, Qian Hong began to sense that something was amiss. He felt that Yu Changlin's cursing lacked its previous satisfaction and seemed deliberate, as if trying to hide something. Qian Hong was on alert, but also dared not act rashly. He merely dispatched a small group of people to probe the mine's entrance under the cover of night. This group of Qian family cultivators had just arrived at the mine's entrance when they were ambushed by the monster hunters. Mo Shan, Yu Chenji, and a few other Qi refining 9th-level monster hunters were not inside the mine but had been lying in wait outside, ready to pounce on any probing Qian family cultivators. Clad in iron armor and wielding large sabers, and with spiritual power surging, the Qian family cultivators didn't stand a chance and fled in disarray. Qianhong, however, was relieved, thinking to himself. Yu Changlin, that old rogue, as expected, his sealing of the cave was a feint, and the ambush was real. Lucky for me, I anticipated this and only sent a few cultivators to scout. Otherwise, I would have suffered a major setback. The ambushers, including Mo Shan and others, returned to the spiritual mines through the entrance in the middle of the mountain. This ambush was a one-time tactic, but it was primarily meant as a distraction, and one time was sufficient for its purpose. Qianhong's hesitance bought time for everyone to seal the cave and allowed Mo Hua to draw formation patterns without much interference. As time dragged on, Qian Zhongxian felt something was not right. He approached Qianhong and said, "It seems like Yu Changlin wants to seal off the entrance." Qianhong replied indifferently, "I know." Qian Zhongxian frowned. "Are we just going to let him seal it?" Qianhong looked unconcerned. "The sealing of the entrance is a ruse, the ambush is the reality. But what if they really seal off the entrance? What do we do then?" Qian Zhongxian asked. Qianhong said, "It's mere earth and stone. If they seal the entrance, breaking through it will be easy. What if they dig another mine tunnel and escape?" Qian Zhongxian pressed on. "They won't get away," Qianhong sneered. "We've been dealing with Yu Changlin for more than a day or two. We can guess all the tactics he might employ without even thinking. He'll either defend the entrance or dig another tunnel to flee. If we can break through the entrance, it will be like catching turtles in a jar. If we find the tunnel, we can ambush them halfway. Then, the spiritual mines they've painstakingly mined will all belong to us." Qianhong's eyes were cold, and he sneered mockingly, "We'll kill them, take the spirit stones as our own, and without lifting a finger, we gain doubly." Qian Zhongxian said out loud, "The family head is wise." But inwardly, he cursed, "Truly a dog can't change its habit of eating shit, always looking for a bargain in everything. Would that old curmudgeon Yu Changlin let you take advantage of him so easily? And the formation master among the monster hunters hasn't made a move yet." In a situation like this where cultivators are at odds, formations can be very problematic, and he had suffered from it before. Qian Zhongxian knew the stakes, yet he kept silent. He was actually looking forward to seeing whether Qianhong's bargain hunting this time would bring him benefits or setbacks. His own foundation had been depleted anyway, and his position in the clan was gone, so he was delighted to watch from the sidelines. If there's misfortune to be had, let everyone suffer together, no one would get away scot-free. Qian Zhongxian thought bitterly. Chapter 168 Sealing the Cave. Just as Qianhong felt he had the situation under control, the monster hunters had sealed off the entrance to the tunnel. Rubble piled up to form a wall. Mo Hua drew formation patterns on the wall, blocked it with more rubble, then drew the patterns again, blocked again, and Mo Hua drew yet another time. Inside and out, there were 3 walls in total, with 3 sets of formations. Mo Hua obtained hundreds of spirit stones from Elder Yu, crushed them, and channeled the spiritual power into the formation to activate the earthwood compound formation. The formation patterns interwoven with earthy grey and light green merged with the rubble, mixing earth and stone together into a formidable barrier. Will this formation be able to hold? Elder Yu was still not at ease. Mo Hua internally felt there was no issue. The earth-fire formation used paper as the media and could only be used once, whereas the current earthwood compound formation employed earth and stone as the media, which was durable and long-lasting. It would be time-consuming and laborious to break through this formation. Moreover, it was a first-grade compound formation, which should be enough to deal with Qi refinement realm cultivators unless foundation establishment realms Qianhong and Qian Zhongxian decided to take action. But without trying, it was difficult to make a definitive conclusion. Thus Mo Hua could only vaguely say, "It should work, I suppose." At this juncture, Elder Yu did not hesitate, ordering all cultivators to focus on digging the escape tunnel, leaving the remaining spirit stones unmined. It was imperative to complete the escape tunnel before the Qian family could breach the mines. The Qian family had also taken note of the monster hunters' activities. Qianhong sneered, just as expected, Yu Changlin has sealed the entrance and is digging a tunnel. After speaking, he ordered the Qian family cultivators to scout. Having investigated, they reported back to Qianhong that the entrance had been sealed by a wall of earth and stone. Qianhong was unconcerned. A wall made of dirt and rubble, even if it sealed the entrance, could be broken within 2 days. However, after the Qian family cultivators toiled at the entrance for quite some time, they returned, reporting. To inform the family head, we couldn't make a dent. Qianhong frowned, what do you mean you couldn't make a dent? The disciple looked down and said, the entrance has been sealed with earth and stone, and we couldn't budge it. Qianhong's brows furrowed even deeper. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongxian was slightly taken aback and felt some joy in the misfortune of others, a hint of a mocking smile playing on his lips. Qianhong said, let me take a look. Qianhong approached the sealed entrance and naturally detected the fluctuations of the formation on the earth and stone. This has formation patterns drawn on it. Qianhong had a bad premonition and ordered, try hitting it. Several Qian family cultivators stepped forward, some used swords, others knives, some struck with bare hands, and some used spells. Although they could chip away at the rubble and make some gaps, the stones would quickly come together as if alive, fusing back together. It was as if the stones grew together like earth and wood, capable of self-repairing. The Qian family cultivators struck it again and again, exhausted and panting, yet with little effect. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qianhong drew his sword and slashed at it. This sword was infused with the power of the foundation establishment stage, and the spiritual power was so condensed, the sword qi sheared off a layer of the rubble. However, Qianhong was inwardly shocked, a first-grade formation method. Qian Zhongxian wasn't lying. There is actually someone among the monster hunters who can draw a first-grade formation. Qianhong's look of surprise was noted by Qian Zhongxian, who felt deeply satisfied inside. A formation with 7 patterns, after all, is just so. I'm sure the family head will soon be able to break this formation and capture all these monster hunters in one fell swoop. While Qian Zhongxian maintained a serious face, there was a slightly sarcastic tone to his words. Qianhong kept a composed expression but inwardly felt a touch of anger, though he couldn't refute it. The formation master among the monster hunters was just an ordinary one, capable of drawing 7 patterns. He had said this himself, and to deny it would mean contradicting his own words. Qian Zongxuan's ridicule, he had to endure for the time being, planning to settle accounts with him later. The most pressing issue at hand was how to break through the entrance, storm into the mines, kill the group of monster hunters, seize the spirit stones, and occupy the spiritual mines. Qianhong was about to take action himself when suddenly Elder Yu's voice came from above. We had agreed that those at the foundation establishment stage would not take action, so don't be shameless. Qianhong looked up to see Elder Yu at the only unsealed entrance halfway up the mountainside, looking down at them with a mocking expression. Qianhong scoffed, we agreed not to strike against cultivators, but we said nothing about striking against the mountain and stone. Elder Yu appeared to smile but not smile, then go ahead, I'll be watching you. Qianhong frowned, yet he dared not make a move. If he were to break through the entrance and consume too much spiritual power, there was a real danger that Yu Changlin might launch a sneak attack he couldn't withstand. If the matter reached the Taoist court, Yu Changlin could argue that it was the Qian family's foundation-building cultivators who had struck first. Indeed, if Qian family cultivators broke the monster hunters' formation, it could be considered that the Qian family had made the first move. Besides, there was Qian Zhongxian nearby. By acting rashly, he might give him the opportunity to benefit. After hesitating, Qianhong stopped his actions. Fine, I'll stick to the agreement and only let the Qi refinement cultivators take action, he agreed. Yu Changlin breathed a sigh of relief but looked down on Qianhong even more in his heart. Then don't just stand there doing nothing. Scram and make room for your low-level Qi refinement thugs to try their luck at breaking through this mining tunnel, he said. Qianhong gave Elder Yu a venomous look and waved his hand to give a signal. The Qian family cultivators stepped forward one by one, attacking the rocks at the tunnel entrance with swords, martial dao, and spells. One cultivator exhausted his strength before another took his place. As for the entrance where Yu Changlin appeared, it was impenetrable, and they had no chance of breaking through. Only by creating several more entrances and attacking in unison could they possibly overwhelm the monster hunters. Though the earthwood compound formation was strong in defense, it still relied on the spirit stones to bolster the formation's effect with their spiritual power. Each time it was damaged, the spiritual power would be depleted a bit more. The Qian family cultivators, attacking day and night for several days, finally succeeded in breaking through one of the earthwood compound formations. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the first earthen wall, deprived of the formation's enhancement, crumbled into rubble. The spirits of the Qian family cultivators were lifted, and they showed joy on their faces. But their joy didn't last long because they found another wall of stone behind the broken one. They tried to chop it, but the earthen pattern on the wall didn't budge, evidently protected by another formation. The Qian family cultivators wore faces of despair, and even Qianhong's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He hadn't anticipated that Yu Changlin would be so ruthless, to construct 2 stone walls with 2 sets of formations. No, it couldn't be just 2. Grinding his teeth, Qianhong ordered the Qian family cultivators to temporarily halt and rest before continuing the assault. At this point, there was no turning back for him. When the Qian family began their attacks on the mining tunnels, Elder Yu was inside, listening intently. However, to his confusion, he noted that suddenly, there was no more noise from the Qian family. Why have they stopped attacking, he wondered. They must be too exhausted to continue, came the response. After a few days, Hua finally confirmed that the first-grade earthwood formation was difficult for Qi refinement cultivators to break through. Especially since Hua had wrapped it with 3 layers. Elder Yu still didn't understand, why can't they keep attacking, he asked. This is a compound formation, after breaking through 3 layers, it will exhaust them to death, someone explained. Compound formation. Elder Yu, unacquainted with the term, was puzzled. It's a type of formation that is just a tad more formidable than the first-grade formation method, Hua explained. Elder Yu's eyes widened, more powerful than a first-grade formation method? He then said, this formation could hold for a very long time then. After making a rough estimate, Hua nodded in agreement. If no foundation building cultivator intervened, it could indeed last a very long time. Assuming there is no shortage of food and drink. Elder Yu froze, then felt a deep regret. If he had known how useful Hua's formation was, he wouldn't have rushed to dig the mining tunnel. There were still many unmined spiritual mines in the tunnel. Which meant many spirit stones. Elder Yu, always frugal, showed an expression of pain. Seeing this, Hua came up with a thought, eyes lighting up with an idea. How about we be merciless? We don't give them even a sip of soup. This suggestion struck a chord with Elder Yu, and after pondering for a moment, he nodded, indeed, waste should be met with divine punishment. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Mine Tunnel. The monster hunters at the spiritual mines could live worry-free for 10 years with their haul, but if the Qian family got their hands on it, they would use it to their advantage and bully them instead. Although the spiritual mines were important, the priority was still the mining tunnel. After all, the tunnel determined whether everyone could retreat safely. Elder Yu understood well what was more critical. Elder Yu instructed everyone to focus on digging the tunnel first. In a few days, once the tunnel was ready and there was a way to escape, the monster hunters could then turn around and excavate the spiritual mines. Elder Yu demonstrated his frugality to the extreme, strolling in the mine shaft daily when he had nothing else to do, meticulously scraping off even the slightest bit of spiritual mine he came across against the wall and tucking it into his storage bag. According to Elder Yu, everything mineable should be mined, not leaving a single penny for the Qian family, eating everything clean meat and soup so that even if the Qian family licked the bowl, they wouldn't taste a drop of soup. Mo Hua watched in admiration. He had only intended to take extreme measures, but he hadn't expected it to be this ruthless. Worthy of Elder Yu indeed. Mo Hua learned a great deal. The activities of Elder Yu digging the mining tunnel were also discovered by the cultivators of the Qian family. Qian Hong, aware of Elder Yu's plans, had sent people to watch all over Big Black Mountain early on, looking for any trace of the monster hunters. Mining a tunnel couldn't possibly happen without making some noise. And indeed, the Qian family found traces of the monster hunters. It was an opening of a pit, surrounded by rubble, with grass and wood used to cover it up as a disguise. Qian Hong sneered inside, "You Changlin, oh you Changlin, you burrow and scheme like a rat, but in the end, you still fall into my hands." Qian Hong had someone keep watch, but for several days, no monster hunters were seen coming out. Qian Hong frowned and ordered Qian Zhuang to take a team down to check. Qian Zhuang obeyed and, with a few Qian family cultivators, carefully entered the tunnel. The tunnel was dark and damp, surrounded by rubble. It indeed looked freshly excavated. Qian Zhuang and his men searched inside for a long time without finding anything, not a trace of the monster hunters, nor any other people. As Qian Zhuang was perplexed, a cultivator from the Qian family found a section of the wall that was lighter in color. When tapped with a finger, it made a sound, indicating the wall was very thin. The Qian family cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. This indicated that there was a hollow behind the wall, a mining tunnel, and this wall was used to divert attention. The group of monster hunters was hiding behind this wall. Qian Zhuang led his men to break through the wall with all their might. The wall collapsed, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, they saw a pair of blood-colored vertical pupils, the size of a bronze bell. Qian Zhuang gasped in shock. This damned creature wasn't a monster hunter, it was a mature monster beast in the late stage of the first rank. The beast's eyes held a mix of confusion, anger, and a bloodthirsty glee. Confused about why there were people in its den, angry because it was woken from its rest, and overjoyed because, upon awakening, it had food delivered right to its doorstep. In the narrow tunnel, the monster beast hunted and fed, while the Qian family cultivators frantically fled for their lives. When Qian Zhuang and his men finally returned to Qian Hong, looking pitiful and beyond recognition. Qian Zhuang was seriously injured, but at least he was in one piece. The others were mostly missing arms and legs, and some stayed forever in that pit, resting in the belly of the beast. Qian Hong's expression couldn't remain calm any longer. Despite his deep scheming, he was livid, grinding his teeth as he said, "Well played, you Changlin, digging a fake tunnel next to the beast to fool me. This is crossing the line." The Qian family disciples all bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Some time later, another Qian family disciple arrived to report the discovery of yet another tunnel. Qian Hong's eyelid twitched, his mind filled with uncertainty. The mining tunnel here might indeed be real, but at the same time, it might also be another mystery formation laid by Yu Changlin as a trap for him. But since it was discovered, it was impossible not to investigate. Qian Hong again ordered several disciples to go ahead and also reminded them to be cautious, wary of potential monster beasts in the pit. As Qian Hong expected, there indeed were monster beasts in the pit. The investigating Qian family disciples came back, yet not all of them came back. They still returned missing arms and legs, still having lost several lives. They were cautious, but in front of the monster beasts, their caution was meaningless. The pit connected to the monster beast's nest was dimly lit, the terrain narrow, making it inconvenient for cultivators to advance or retreat, while the residing monster beasts were in their element. Monster beasts are inherently stronger than cultivators of the same realm, and even experienced monster hunters hunting them usually seek out open spaces, patiently engaging in a battle of wits with the beasts, outnumbering them with several people or even more than a dozen to surround and eliminate them. Qian family cultivators, not skilled in monster hunting, venturing into such narrow and dark nests, were essentially delivering themselves on a platter. Their resistance was merely a prelude to the monster beast's feast. Qianhong felt his blood qi rising, wishing he could curse Yu Changlin out loud, but for the sake of maintaining the family head's dignity, he restrained himself, yet his mood remained unsettled for a long time. Afterwards, the Qian family discovered 2 more mining tunnels, but Qianhong dared not send anyone down. He did not dare to gamble with the lives of Qian family disciples. It finally dawned on him that Yu Changlin was a monster hunter, having dealt with Big Black Mountain all his life. He was very familiar with everything in these mountains, if not knowing it like the back of his hand, at least much more than he did. To find his dug tunnels in these mountains was pretty much a fool's errand. And once they made a mistake, it would cost lives, a price of trial and error he could not afford. He was indeed the family head of the Qian family, but it wasn't necessary that he would always be the family head. Qianhong's expression was grave, his brows deeply furrowed. Qian Zhongxian, standing by, couldn't help sneering to himself, thinking, now you know how formidable that old fellow Yu Changlin is? Now, he actually hoped for Qianhong's misfortune. The more successful Qianhong was in capturing the spiritual minds, the more it underscored his, Qian Zongxuan's, failure. Conversely, the more Qianhong encountered setbacks, the less noticeable his own failures became. Qian Zhuang, watching Qian Zongxuan's expression, instantly understood his calculations. A feeling of great minds think alike couldn't help but arise in his heart. If the family head fails, then Elder Qian's failure doesn't count for much, and just as Elder Qian's failure doesn't count for much, then my failure doesn't count for anything either. And now with both the family head and Elder Qian failing together, my failure becomes even less noteworthy. Qian Zhuang's heart suddenly felt much lighter, and the wounds bleeding on his body seemed to hurt less. Since they couldn't find the tunnels used by the monster hunters to escape, couldn't intercept them, the only thing the Qian family could do was to attack directly from the front, break the formation, and breach the stone walls at the entrance. There were 7 or 8 entrances to the mining tunnels, with Qian family cultivators divided into groups. They advanced side by side, striving to breach them all. In this way, with the swarm of Qian family cultivators, the monster hunters, running out of medicine and food, wouldn't be able to hold out for long. In the following days, the Qian family ceaselessly chiseled away at the wall, sparing neither day nor night. Qianhong appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was burning with impatience. He knew if they delayed any longer and allowed Yu Changlin to finish mining the spiritual mines and escape, his efforts would be in vain. With a loud boom, another stone wall was broken down. Behind the demolished stone wall, just as Qianhong anticipated, there indeed was a third stone wall, with yet another third formation. Qianhong only felt a surge of anger rushing to his crown, secretly wishing he could tear the formation master who drew this formation into pieces. But he was helpless, only able to suppress this anger, close his eyes, and wave his hand in resignation. Continue digging. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Escape. The Qian family hadn't yet broken open the cave entrance when all the spirit stones in the spiritual mines were already extracted. And extracted thoroughly at that. Elder Yu checked twice himself, then swept over the area with his divine sense twice more, and even had Mo Hua check with his divine sense once more, ensuring no spirit stones were left, before he felt at ease. Elder, do we make a run for it now? Mo Hua asked with some anticipation. He had been staying in the spiritual mines for a long time, hadn't been home in a while, his storage bag of meat had run out, and even the treasured wine he was reluctant to drink was finished to the last drop. Elder Yu swept his gaze over the spiritual mines once more and then decisively waved his hand, saying, "Retreat." So nearly 1,000 monster hunters, laden with storage bags and carrying storage boxes 2 by 2, left in succession through another well-dug tunnel. These storage bags and storage boxes had all been prepared by Elder Yu in advance. The storage bags for those in the Qi refinement realm were the roughest in workmanship. Although convenient to carry, the space inside was very limited. Storage boxes were squarely made, with significantly more interior space, but they weren't convenient to carry and were often used only when transporting large items. Although the spiritual mines were small, the amount of spirit stones mined was not insignificant. It was only by gathering all the storage bags and storage boxes he could that Elder Yu was able to remove all the spirit stones. Mo Hua followed behind his father, Mo Shan, moving step by step with the queue of monster hunters, eventually leaving the mine tunnel. The exit of the mine tunnel was very secretive, chosen by Elder Yu after scrutinizing the map Mo Hua had drawn with great care. After all, in the entire group of monster hunters, no one's map was more detailed than the one Mo Hua had drawn. Without Mo Hua's map, Elder Yu wouldn't have discovered this location either. Once outside the mine tunnel, they were greeted by the outer mountains of Big Black Mountain. Mo Hua immediately felt a wave of nostalgia. Familiar peaks, dense forests, clouds of thin miasma, the soft earth and rocks underfoot, the faint and fresh smell of earth, as well as the mountain breeze that kept brushing across his cheeks, and the calls of monster beasts echoing through the mountains. All of this lifted Mo Hua's spirits, and the stuffiness of the mine dispersed in an instant. Elder Yu still hadn't let down his guard. Upon exiting the mine tunnel, he immediately said, "Hurry! Let's leave quickly. It will be troublesome if the Qian family catches up." The monster hunters began hurrying on their way, striving to leave Big Black Mountain and return to Tongxian City before the Qian family could catch up. Once inside Tongxian City, the Qian family wouldn't dare to act rashly. And for the monster hunters, there would be 10 years without worries for food or clothing. On the other hand, Qianhong noticed something was amiss. Because for several days, Elder Yu hadn't scolded him. Leaping to the midway point on the mountain slope where Elder Yu had appeared before, Qianhong walked a few steps forward and discovered that this cave entrance had also been sealed off. A chill ran down Qianhong's spine. Why seal off this cave entrance? Because they had finished mining the spirit stones and had run off. There was no need anymore for the old scoundrel, Yu Changlin, to waste his breath here. Qianhong couldn't stay calm any longer, he shouted urgently. "Quick! Dig! This group of monster hunters has fled." It was already impossible to find the mine tunnel dug out by Yu Changlin within Big Black Mountain. Compared to the monster hunters who lived off the mountain, the Qian family was far less acquainted with Black Mountain. Their only plan now was to break through the sealed entrance. Only by going through the entrance could they find the mine tunnel that the monster hunters used to escape. The Qian family's cultivators persistently chiseled at the stone wall, over and over again. Every time they made a bit of progress chipping away, the formation would repair itself a bit. Qianhong's heart was burning with impatience, growing increasingly infuriated with the formation master who had drawn the formation. A formation like this, one would have been enough, but you actually laid out 3, inside and out. How utterly shameless! Finally, Qianhong could no longer bear it and called over Qian Zhongxian as well. Both of them, being in the foundation establishment stage, joined forces. Their spiritual power surged like solidifying matter, as they forcibly broke the formation and dismantled the stone wall at the entrance of the cave. Even so, it took them nearly an hour. Qianhong hurriedly rushed into the mine, his divine sense sweeping the area, but there was not a trace of a monster hunter to be seen. Not to mention the monster hunter, they didn't even find a single spirit stone. This was a spiritual mine, yet it was mined clean. Not a single spirit stone left. Qianhong cursed Yu Changlin thoroughly in his heart. How stingy must one be, to mine a spiritual mine as bare as a bone gnawed by a dog, not leaving a scrap of meat behind. A Qian family disciple came to report, "Family head, a new mine tunnel has been discovered." Qianhong immediately set out in haste, and indeed he found a new tunnel that had been dug, deeper and wider than the one meant to deceive them. The entrance of this mine tunnel was also sealed with rubble, but only rubble, no formation. It must have been a hasty retreat, with no time to set one up. Qianhong struck with his palm, his surging spiritual power instantly scattering the rubble that sealed the entrance. Qianhong ordered in a stern voice, "All disciples, go after them immediately. If you see the monster hunter, show no mercy." Hearing this, the Qian family cultivators all became solemn, no longer hesitating, and one by one they leaped into the mine tunnel, pursuing the monster hunter. Halfway through their escape, Elder Yu suddenly felt something amiss. He took several leaping steps to the top of a ridge and looked back, his brows furrowing. When Elder Yu came back down, Mo Hua asked, "Has the Qian family caught up with us?" Elder Yu's expression was serious as he nodded. Mo Hua thought for a moment, then said, "Didn't the Taoist court official say that only Nameless Peak is designated for our conflict? Now that we've left Nameless Peak, wouldn't they dare not take action?" Elder Yu said, "The Qian family has lost too much, now they are like a cornered animal. If they chase and kill us and win, they can swallow all the spirit stones. If they don't, not only do they not earn a single spirit stone, they also lose their capital." Mo Hua became serious, "Then the Qian family will certainly not let this go." Elder Yu nodded, "They're like hungry wolves now, chasing after the scent of blood, wanting to devour our flesh. If they catch up to us, it'll be a fight to the death. So if we flee to Tongxian City, would that help? Once we reach Tongxian City, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on us. Even if they suffer a huge loss, they'll have to swallow it themselves." Seeing Mo Hua's confusion, Elder Yu further explained, "Big Black Mountain is rather chaotic. If something happens there, the Taoist court official finds it difficult to manage. But Tongxian City is different. It falls under the jurisdiction of the Taoist court official, a place strictly governed by the Taoist court's orders. No disorder can ensue. If the Qian family dares to act within Tongxian City, at the very least, it means they do not take the Taoist court official seriously. At worst, it is contempt for Taoist law, defiance of the Taoist court. That would be a grave offense." Mo Hua still had some doubts, but isn't the Taoist court official in Tongxian City weak in terms of cultivators, not as powerful as the Qian family? What would it matter if the Qian family defied them? "You don't understand," said Elder Yu, raising his eyebrows. "The Taoist court official operates under the jurisdiction of the Taoist court, upholding the Taoist court's authority, representing the Taoist court's dignity. If the Qian family goes too far, the Taoist court official could petition the Taoist court, request the dispatch of Taoist soldiers, and directly suppress the entire Qian family." Looking at Mo Hua, Elder Yu spoke slowly, "At that point, the whole Qian family would be stripped of its rank, the family head executed for his crimes, the family assets confiscated, the legacy handed over, the clan members either killed, relocated, or exiled, and even allowed to change their surname at will, forbidden from using Qian for life. The Qian family in Tongxian City would cease to exist." Mo Hua listened, utterly shocked. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Covering the Retreat, 5 Updates. For the first time, Mo Hua deeply experienced the authority and majesty of the Taoist law and the Taoist court. Considering the current situation, the Qian family was traveling light and moving rapidly, while the monster hunters, who needed to transport spiritual mines, proceeded slowly. At this rate, they would be caught by the Qian family before reaching Tongxian City. Elder Yu said, "We need someone to cover our retreat. Yu Chenji, Mo Shan, and some Qi refining 9th level monster hunters stepped forward. Elder Yu nodded slightly and instructed. When the time comes, Qian Hong and Qian Zhongxian will probably attack openly. I'll hold them off, you guys handle the other Qian family cultivators. Fight while retreating and don't engage in prolonged combat. Just delaying them long enough will be enough. The few who stayed behind nodded solemnly. In this situation, covering the retreat would inevitably mean facing the deadly onslaught of the Qian family, and with few facing many, it was a very dangerous predicament. Moreover, with 2 foundation-building cultivators on the Qian family's side, if the agreement was broken and they attacked, and if Elder Yu couldn't withstand them, the remaining Qi refining monster hunters covering the retreat would be in danger. Mo Hua said, I'll stay and cover the retreat as well. Elder Yu glared at him, what's a child like you joining in the fray for? Go home. He would need to deal with Qian Hong and Qian Zhongxian and wouldn't have time to look after Mo Hua's safety. Mo Shan also patted Mo Hua's head and said warmly, go back, your mother is waiting for you at home. They didn't say much, but Mo Hua knew that those who stayed behind to cover the retreat were already prepared for the worst. Even if they successfully covered the retreat, it was expected that several monster hunters would lose their lives. During the battle with the Qian family, many monster hunters had already been killed or injured. Now that the spiritual mines had been completely mined and they had held out until now, Mo Hua didn't want anyone else to get hurt or killed. Whether it was Mo Shan, Elder Yu, or the other monster hunters Mo Hua knew or didn't know, he hoped that everyone could go back home together. Mo Hua then said to Elder Yu, I can use formations to cover the retreat, so no one needs to risk their lives. Elder Yu did believe in Mo Hua's formations. This time they were able to defend the spiritual mines and make a successful escape all thanks to Mo Hua's formations, but with the Qian family nearly upon them and time pressing, Elder Yu still worried. There's too little time, it won't be enough to draw the formations. Don't worry, Mo Hua said, patting the bulging storage bag on his person, I've prepared in advance. Elder Yu opened his mouth to speak, inside there, it's all formations. Mo Hua nodded. The others looked at each other in surprise, none of them knew when Mo Hua had prepared the formations. Are these formations useful? Elder Yu asked again. We don't need to fight to the death, we just need to use the formations to scare them and delay for a bit, that'll be enough, Mo Hua replied. Elder Yu pondered for a moment and then nodded, all right, we'll use the formations to buy some time. Afterward, Elder Yu found Mo Shan and whispered, if the situation turns dire, you take Mo Hua and leave first. Mo Shan wanted to say something, but Elder Yu's expression turned stern, that's an order. Mo Shan pursed his lips and said nothing, though his eyebrows were tightly knit. Elder Yu then lowered his voice, his tone solemn. Mo Hua's safety is more important than anything else. By all means, make sure he gets back safely. Mo Shan was taken aback and then nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Mo Hua was rummaging through his storage bag, taking out the formations inside. A thick stack of them, all earth-fire formations, featuring 9 patterns of the first-class earth-fire formation. The earth-fire formation containing 7 patterns had been broken by the Qian family's Earth Series armored cultivator. Mo Hua learned a more advanced earth-fire formation just in case. The earth-fire formation was effective, but few in number didn't make much impact, they couldn't change the outcome of the battle. So whenever Mo Hua had time, he would draw them, secretly saving them up until now, resulting in a thick stack of first-class earth-fire formations in his possession. Mo Hua distributed the earth-fire formations. The monster hunters selected a narrow mountain pass, planting the earth-fire formations in hidden corners and disguising them slightly, so the Qian family cultivators wouldn't easily detect them. When everything was ready, the dozen or so monster hunters who stayed to cover the retreat hid behind rocks, waiting for the Qian family cultivators to arrive. Mo Hua hid with them. Time trickled by little, the expressions on everyone's faces were tight, their demeanors somewhat grave. Upon seeing this, Emo Hua spoke with a hint of regret, "It's a pity it's not nighttime." Elder Yu was taken aback for a moment. What difference would night make? At night, when the earth fire formation explodes with a bang, it's just like fireworks, very beautiful to watch. When the earth fire formation was set off before, Emo Hua had enjoyed the spectacle immensely. He had even prepared meats and pine nuts to eat while watching. Unfortunately, now all the tasty treats were gone, and Emo Hua felt a hint of regret. Elder Yu and the people from Emo Shan didn't know what to say, but with Emo Hua's interjection, their tension eased, and instead, they became somewhat interested in the unfolding scene, silently watching the entrance. Less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the sound of footsteps grew louder, and the silhouettes of the Qian family cultivators also became more distinct. A dark mass of people, nearly 2,000 in number. The monster hunters held their breath and focused, no longer speaking. Qian Hong approached the area, noticing the narrow terrain, his expression turned serious, and he gestured for the Qian family cultivators to stop. He swept the area with his divine sense, then scoffed coldly, and shouted loudly. "Elder Yu Changlin, are you hiding like a turtle in its shell?" Elder Yu signaled the monster hunters not to act rashly. With a quick movement, he leaped up to a higher position and sat down on a large rock, laughing and saying, "Being a turtle is fine, but I'll be the big turtle, and you'll be the small one. You'd still have to call me daddy." Qian Hong's gaze turned frosty, but his expression remained unchanged. Elder Yu admired and said, "If I have to admit who is the most shrewd and patient, I'd concede to you. No matter how much someone insults you, you remain as expressionless as a turtle." Before he could finish, Elder Yu suddenly gasped in exaggerated surprise, "You can't really be the offspring of your mother and a turtle, can you?" Qian Zhongxian couldn't bear to listen to these words any longer, while Qian Hong only frowned slightly and said, "Elder Yu Changlin, are you trying to buy time?" Without concealing his intentions, Elder Yu replied, "You could say that." Qian Hong coldly said, "On what basis?" "Just because of the dozen or so monster hunters hiding behind that rock." Elder Yu said, "The Qian family is full of good-for-nothings, a dozen of us are more than enough. Any more and we'd scare you all." "Then why don't you make your move?" asked Qian Hong. "We'll take a break before we get to that. Mining tunnels can be exhausting." Elder Yu sighed, "Isn't it strange how the tunnels in Big Black Mountain led straight into a demon nest?" With a look of genuine concern, Elder Yu asked Qian Hong, "Have your Qian family disciples entered the mining tunnels yet? Did they encounter any monster beasts?" "Ah, it would be unfortunate if they got eaten by the beasts." Qian Hong's complexion turned unpleasant. Seeing this, Elder Yu's expression changed drastically. "No way, you've already gone into the mining tunnels? Don't tell me some of you have already been eaten by monster beasts? It can't be, can it?" Immediately after, Elder Yu expressed his regrets. "How could you be so careless? If I had known, I wouldn't have told them to dig those tunnels. That way, fewer of you from the Qian family would have died." "Ah, this is my fault." Grinding his teeth, Qian Hong said, "Elder, stop your endless babbling. What are you really up to?" Elder Yu remained composed, silent. Qian Hong, feeling wary, asked coldly, "Are you going to make a move or not?" Elder Yu replied, "We had an agreement, didn't we? If you don't make a move, I won't either." "Fine," said Qian Hong, and then he began to advance the Qian family cultivators. No matter what tricks Elder Yu Changlin was up to, he'd find out soon enough. The Qian family cultivators moved forward. Elder Yu remained indifferent, showing no indication of any action. "What on earth is this old coot, Elder Yu Changlin, up to?" Just as Qian Hong was filled with doubt, the sound of an explosion erupted. Flames raged violently, engulfing the front ranks of the Qian family cultivators. After that, screams rose from all directions as the Qian family cultivators were too frightened to proceed. In an instant, Qianhong understood and couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn it, it's a formation again. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Blocking the Way Part 1. Yu Changlin, since when did monster hunters have such formidable formation masters? Why not let me meet them? Qianhong said coldly. Elder Yu feigned ignorance. What formation master? I haven't seen any. Qianhong's eyelid twitched. What is this that you've set up? Elder Yu replied, how would I know? I was just passing by, I don't know what's on the ground. Qianhong spoke angrily, Elder Yu, don't play the fool with me. Elder Yu's face showed indifference, Elder Qian, the tortoise, don't put on airs with me. Qianhong seethed inwardly, but he also knew that now was not the time to engage in a war of words with Yu Changlin. Yu Changlin would be delighted to argue with him for a day and a night, by which time the monster hunters would have brought the spiritual minds into the city, and the Qian family would be powerless to stop them. The earth-fire formation was lethal to cultivators in the Qi refinement realm, but its threat to those in the foundation establishment stage was much smaller. Given the urgency, and with no time to delay, Qianhong had no choice but to proceed through the mountain path in front of him to find out the location of the earth-fire formation. The moment Qianhong took a step forward, he suddenly felt someone watching him with divine sense, seemingly intent on killing him. Qianhong felt an immediate sense of alarm and looked up, displeased. What are you trying to do, Yu Changlin? Elder Yu's gaze was sharp, but his voice remained indifferent, nothing in particular. Qianhong's gaze hardened, are you planning to make a move? Elder Yu spread his hands, pretending to be magnanimous, where did you see me make a move? Qianhong ground his teeth in hatred, you just watched me with killing intent in your divine sense. Yu Changlin said disdainfully, that's because you're too cowardly. I always look at people like this, if you're scared, that's your own problem. Qianhong eyed Elder Yu's cold gaze, but Elder Yu remained unfazed. Qian Zhongxian whispered, this old coot is just stalling for time, family head, don't fall for his tricks. How could Qianhong not know this, yet he didn't have a good solution. Qian Zhongxian continued, why not lead by example and locate the earth-fire formation yourself? I'll cover for you. Qianhong gave him a cold glance, why doesn't Elder Qian lead by example and let me do the covering? Qian Zongxuan's face showed a hint of shame, family head, have you forgotten? You're fully in charge of this matter. I've suffered repeated defeats and heavy losses before, and I've lost the qualification to intervene anymore. Qianhong cursed Qian Zhongxian in his heart for being shameless. He had no idea what trap Yu Changlin had set ahead, and if he went to investigate, a sneak attack could leave him dead or severely injured en route. Then, if Qian Zhongxian came to the rescue, not only would the merit be his, but Qianhong would also owe him a favor. Qian Zhongxian, too, was hoping for Qianhong to be sneak attacked by Yu Changlin. Death was not necessary, near death would do, even serious injuries would suffice. Both men had their calculations, and both were hesitating. Just then, Qian Zhuang stepped forward and saluted, may I be permitted to try? Qian Zhuang's tone was respectful, but excitement could hardly be concealed in his expression. His moment to shine had arrived. He was well acquainted with the earth-fire formation, he had suffered a great loss from it, but he had also successfully breached it before. Even though breaching the earth-fire formation last time had cost him dearly, to the point of being registered as a major demerit, this opportunity, if well grasped, could possibly turn that demerit into a great merit. Qianhong frowned, do you have a method? Qian Zhuang replied, reporting to the family head, this disciple has once broken through this earth-fire formation. A Qi refinement cultivator can break it. Indeed. Qianhong was intrigued, let's hear it. Qian Zhuang went on to describe his previous method of breaking the earth-fire formation. After listening, Qianhong thought for a moment and nodded, it does make some sense. Qian Zhuang's expression brightened. Qianhong instructed, I have a dozen or so sets of iron armor here. Select cultivators with Earth Series spiritual roots, the faster the better. If this succeeds, I'll credit you with a great merit." Qian Zhuang was overjoyed and said, "Yes." Very quickly, a dozen cultivators of the Qi refining 9th level, with Earth Series spiritual roots and skilled in body refinement, thick-skinned and robust, were selected from the Qian family's cultivators. They donned iron armor and began to spread out as instructed by Qian Zhuang, moving forward bit by bit, attempting to trigger and clear all the earth-fire formations within the mountain path. Qian Zhuang was brimming with confidence, as he had tested this method before with a 90% success rate, certain that nothing would go wrong. As long as they cleared all the earth-fire formations, the path ahead would be open. The monster hunters would be trapped with no way out, and this would be his great achievement. That's what Qian Zhuang was thinking. However, as soon as the first earth-fire formation exploded, Qian Zhuang's plan fell to pieces. Accompanied by a loud explosion, scarlet flames flickered, and charred smoke billowed, with intense spiritual power reverberating. The iron-armored Qian family cultivator was engulfed by the flames and then catapulted by the surging spiritual power, tumbling to the ground, curled up in agony. Half of his body was charred black and soaked in blood, his iron armor riddled with cracks. Everyone gasped, and Qian Zhuang was stunned. Something was wrong. How had the power increased so much? This wasn't the earth-fire formation he had broken through before. Qian Hong glanced at the cultivator injured by the earth-fire formation and then coldly at Qian Zhuang, his eyes as icy as if he were looking at a dead fish. Qian Zhuang's entire back was drenched in cold sweat as he thought to himself that it was all over. Had he not sought this limelight, it would have been fine, but now his eagerness for credit had led him to disaster. Originally, he wanted to impress the family head and turn his previous major fault into a major merit. Now, not only was there no great achievement, but his fault had also been doubled. Qian Zhongxian also gave Qian Zhuang a cold look before turning his head and saying to Qian Hong, "Family head, our only option now is to charge through." Qian Hong glanced at Qian Zhongxian and said, "How can we charge through? You've seen the power of this formation. Even if a cultivator in the later stage of Qi refinement charges through, they won't die but will certainly be severely injured." Qian Zongxuan's eyes flickered slightly. The mountain path isn't very wide. We only need 100 or 2 cultivators to take the risk and trigger all the earth-fire formations, then the following cultivators will face no obstacles. Qian Hong felt a chill in his heart, and his gaze towards Qian Zhongxian became even more unfriendly. He was being forced into playing the villain. Out of nearly 2,000 people, only 100 or 200 were needed to break through these earth-fire formations. The problem was, how should these 100 or 200 be chosen? Or rather, who should be sent to their deaths? If this had been done secretly, it would be one thing, but now with so many Qian family disciples watching, if he dared do such a thing, he could pretty much forget about maintaining his position as family head. Qian Hong gritted his teeth and said, "As family head, I must lead by example. I will break through this earth-fire formation myself, and I ask Elder Qian to fight by my side to guard against any treacherous assaults from the old scoundrel Yu Changlin." Qian Zhongxian feigned hesitation to decline. Qian Hong immediately said, "The fault of the elder this time can be completely dismissed." Qian Zhongxian raised an eyebrow, "Really? Indeed." Qian Zhongxian respectfully said, "As an elder of the Qian family, I shall stand with the family head through thick and thin." Qian Hong inwardly snorted in disdain, but outwardly he showed relief. "There's no time to delay. We must act now, but we must be wary of Yu Changlin's sneak attacks." Agreed. Hence, Qian Hong and Qian Zhongxian, 2 Foundation establishment elders, joined forces, using their movement techniques to personally trigger the earth-fire formations in the mountain path. 2 figures dashed tirelessly through the mountain roads, setting off explosions of fire and waves of surging spiritual power. After the explosion sounds gradually subsided, the fire faded, and the smoke dissipated, they finally stopped. By then, both men were in a sorry state, their clothes torn, their faces sooty. While there were no bloodstains on their bodies, their internal organs ached from the spiritual power vibrations, and they had to forcefully suppress the urge to vomit blood. Even for foundation-building cultivators, bathing in a first-grade earth-fire formation was too much to handle. Chapter 173, Chapter 173 Escape. Xianxia had never felt such humiliation in his entire life. As the family head of the Qian family, he was always respected and held in high esteem, his demeanor was commanding. But now, he was forced to clear a path through an earth-fire formation for a group of Qi refinement disciples, ending up disheveled and in a wretched state. This appearance seemed to display his incompetence, causing him to feel utterly disgraced. Qian Zhongxian also felt humiliated, but because Xianxia was right beside him, looking even more humiliated, he suddenly felt not so humiliated anymore. Xianxia coughed, forcefully swallowing the fresh blood that surged up his throat, and angrily said to the cultivators of the Qian family behind him, "What are you waiting for? Chase them now!" Hearing this, the Qian family cultivators finally set off in pursuit. Xianxia just heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt an overpowering strength coming from behind. A chill ran down his spine, and he turned around to clash palms forcefully. When the spiritual power of two foundation establishment cultivators collided, it instantly created a tumultuous shockwave. Xianxia's arm went numb, the opponent's spiritual power had penetrated his palm, causing a piercing pain. Xianxia staggered backward 4 or 5 steps before coming to a stop. The Qian family cultivators, sensing the disturbance, stopped in their tracks and looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia shouted fiercely, "Go after the monster hunter! Cut off the spirit stones! Don't let them escape!" The Qian family cultivators paused for a moment before getting up and crossing the mountain trail, continuing the chase. Xianxia's gaze was icy as he looked at the person who had ambushed him and said, "You Changlin, you're shameless to the extreme, resorting to a sneak attack." "What sneak attack?" Elder Yu looked genuinely puzzled. "I just wanted to tap your shoulder and greet you, but instead, you hit me with a palm strike. Judging others by your own wicked standards. It's you who are truly shameless. You wouldn't think to single-handedly take down 2 of our Qian family's foundation-building cultivators, would you?" Xianxia said coldly. Qian Zhongxian also stood beside Xianxia, vigilant. "What nonsense," Elder Yu said with an ambiguous smile. "We all agreed that those in foundation establishment would not intervene. I am a man who keeps his word and won't breach the agreement." Xianxia saw through Elder Yu's intentions and scoffed. "Even if you hold back both of us foundation-building cultivators, once my Qian family cultivators catch up with you, you won't be able to escape even if you had wings." "Well, that remains to be seen," Elder Yu said with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Let's talk about it when you catch up." Meanwhile, not far ahead, Emohua was directing about a dozen monster hunters to set up a first-grade earth-fire formation. Emohua hadn't used up all of the earth-fire formation at once, keeping some in reserve. Always keep an ace up your sleeve, that's what Elder Yu taught him. The earth-fire formation they had just set up had blocked the Qian family's main forces and had worn down the condition of the Qian family's foundation-building cultivators, allowing Elder Yu to hold them off more easily. The current earth-fire formation was meant to intimidate them, to deter them from advancing recklessly and to delay their progress. After experiencing the earlier earth-fire formation, the Qian family cultivators became aware of its power. And a first-grade earth-fire formation that could injure foundation-building cultivators was enough to chill the courage of these Qi refinement realm cultivators from the Qian family. More than a dozen monster hunters tasked with covering the retreat were laying earth-fire formations along the Qian family's inevitable path as they withdrew. Using the water-passing step, Emohua ran about, surveying the terrain and looking for suitable places to bury the formation, with Emo Shan closely following him. The pursuing Qian family cultivators soon triggered another earth-fire formation. Flames erupted, spiritual power surged, and amid the explosion, came the cries of the cultivators. How could there still be earth-fire formations? The Qian family cultivators were both suspicious and fearful as they stopped in their tracks. A few leading cultivators either chided or tempted the others with some words, and the group hesitantly continued forward. But they hadn't gone far when another explosion sounded. The Qian family cultivators halted again in fear and confusion. After a pause to rally their spirits, they continued the pursuit, but it wasn't long before they triggered yet another earth-fire formation. And so, along the way, with flames suddenly flaring up, the Qian family cultivators didn't suffer many injuries, but the torment they endured in their hearts was excruciating. After all, no one knew where the next explosion would occur, or who the next victim would be. With hesitation in their hearts, their steps inevitably slowed down. Every step was taken with trepidation, and with each step completed, there was a sense of relief from having narrowly escaped disaster. Gradually, all the Qian family cultivators developed a fear of the earth-fire formation, and their pace slowed considerably. Qian Zhuang and a few others tried to motivate or threaten them, but it was all in vain. So they continued on, stopping and going, their progress slow. By the time the Qian family cultivators finally caught a distant glimpse of the monster hunters' large group, the monster hunters had already left Big Black Mountain with their storage bags and boxes full of spirit stones. By the time the Qian family cultivators emerged from Big Black Mountain, the monster hunters had successively entered Tongxian City. Mo Hua followed at the end of the monster hunters team, entering the city last. In front of him was the grand entrance to Tongxian City, and behind him the Qian family cultivators hurriedly pursued with a fierce momentum. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief. After such a long and chaotic battle and standoff, they had finally successfully harvested the spiritual mines and shaken off the pursuit of the Qian family, escaping to safety. The monster hunters had already entered Tongxian City. No matter how anxious the Qian family was, they were helpless now. When Mo Hua came back to his senses, he realized Elder Yu was already standing by his side. Elder Yu's clothes were torn in several places, and he'd expended a lot of spiritual power. He glared at Mo Hua, and seeing he was unharmed, finally relaxed a bit. At the same time, Qian Hong and Qian Zhongxian also arrived. Having been delayed by Yu Changlin all the way, they looked somewhat weary, but what was even harder for them to accept was the scene before their eyes. The monster hunters were adorned with storage bags and carrying storage boxes 2 by 2, walking safely and openly into Tongxian City. Those storage bags and boxes contained spirit stones. Newly mined spirit stones. They were supposed to belong to the Qian family. Qian Hong was seething with rage. After investing so much time, so many spirit stones, and so much manpower, the Qian family had come away with nothing, having been thwarted at the last moment. He himself was in a disgraceful state, disheveled and humiliated. This was the greatest defeat since he'd taken over as the family head. Overcome with an intense mixture of anger and frustration, Qian Hong's expression twisted as he bellowed. "You Changlin! You old coot! I won't let you off! I will flay you 1,000 times over! And that formation master of yours, I will make sure to find him and tear him limb from limb!" To quell the rage in my heart. Elder Yu was not intimidated by Qian Hong's threats. After all these years, threats from the Qian family were nothing new to him. If he truly feared the Qian family, he would never have opposed them. However, he was somewhat concerned for Mo Hua. Although he could ensure Mo Hua's safety, he was afraid that Mo Hua might be scared. When Elder Yu turned his head to look at Mo Hua, he saw not a trace of worry or fear on his face. Instead, Mo Hua was snickering. Elder Yu couldn't help himself and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Mo Hua blinked and said in a low voice, "The old tortoise's shell has cracked." Elder Yu frowned, not quite understanding, until he looked up again and saw Qian Hong, disheveled and furious, with his clothes torn and his expression distorted. He then got the joke. Qianhong, who always kept his emotions concealed, now had completely lost his composure. Looking disheveled and twisted with rage, he was cursing loudly like a fishwife. Having dealt with Qianhong for so long, Elder Yu had never seen him in such a state of utter disarray. Elder Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud as well, then he shouted back at Qianhong. Qianhong, you old tortoise, with your shell cracked you might as well tuck your head in and roll on home. Don't embarrass yourself any further here. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Going Home. Elder Yu cursed Qianhong out loud again. The emotionally unstable Qianhong couldn't hold back anymore and looked like he was about to lash out disregardful of the consequences. Just then, the cultivators from the Taoist court arrived. Elder Yu had someone notify the Taoist court in advance, fearing that the Qian family would be reckless. The 10 or so people from the Taoist court were led by the highest-ranking court leader, along with the deputy court leader and several supervisors. Zhang Lan was also among them. With the Taoist court's intervention, it meant the matter was settled. Qianhong could only lead the Qian family disciples away resentfully. His expression was spiteful as if he had no intention of letting the matter rest. His eyes were cold as he glanced at Elder Yu, then they passed over Emohua and swept across the other monster hunters. He was continuously speculating in his heart. Which among the monster hunters was the formation master that had made him suffer so much? All the monster hunters present were suspects, but Emohua, who was in his early teens, was the first one excluded by him. In Qianhong's mind, a formation master capable of drawing a first-grade formation would, if not white-haired, at least be well into his years and have a cultivation of no less than the Qi refining 9th level. In terms of both age and cultivation, Emohua was not yet worth his attention. Seeing that Qianhong's gaze didn't linger on Emohua, Elder Yu didn't care and let him keep guessing. Guess away. If you can guess this one, I swear, from now on, I will treat people with courtesy and will never curse again in my life. Elder Yu inwardly declared. Not to mention whether Qianhong could guess it or not, even now that he knew Emohua could draw a first-grade formation, it still felt like a dream to him. If Emohua hadn't repeatedly drawn formations before his eyes, he would hardly dare to believe it. A formation master in his early teens was simply inconceivable. Even if Qianhong racked his brain, he would not be able to guess it. After the Qian family left, Elder Yu discussed matters with the court leader of the Taoist court. Zhang Lan glanced over and saw Emohua again, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Emohua, how come you're involved wherever there is trouble? So many spectacles, and you haven't missed a single one. Emohua noticed Zhang Lan too and blinked at him, her bright, large eyes twinkling. Zhang Lan shook his head, somewhat helplessly. After Elder Yu finished talking with the court leader, his mood seemed pleased. He then let everyone go home to rest first and said they would deal with the rest of the matters later. Emohua then went home with Emo Shan. Lu Ruhua was tidying up the bowls and dishes at the entrance of the restaurant, her eyes occasionally looking towards the road with a mix of hope and anxiety. Soon, Emo Shan appeared at the crossroads, holding Emohua's hand. Lu Ruhua hurriedly put down the bowls and plates, ran out of the restaurant, and embraced Emohua tightly, as if afraid that she would disappear in the blink of an eye. Emohua felt somewhat embarrassed and said with a blushing face, "Mother, I'm okay." Lu Ruhua then carefully examined Emohua and, upon seeing that he was unharmed and his complexion was not bad, just a little thinner, her heart settled. She then felt a bit pained and asked, "Staying in there for so long, you must have not been able to eat enough. Did you finish all the food Mother prepared for you?" Emohua patted his empty storage bag, "All finished." Lu Ruhua then nodded her head, "You're young, you need to eat more." MHM, Emohua agreed. Lu Ruhua took another careful look at Emohua, and then spoke softly with a smile. "Hungry, right? Mother has made you lots of delicious food." Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and she spoke with a clear voice, "Mother is the best." Lu Ruhua's smile bloomed like a flower as she led Mo Hua into the restaurant. Left standing on the side all this while, Mo Shan shook his head helplessly in place. Mo Hua ate heartily, took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and then lay on the bed and fell sound asleep. During the days he had guarded the mines, although he had not engaged in direct combat, he had used spells for sneak attacks and drawing formations to counter the enemy, which left him physically and mentally exhausted. Now that he had returned home and was free from worries, it was natural for him to enjoy a good sleep. Lu Ruhua brought some wild fruits and pastries for Mo Hua to eat. When she entered the room and saw Mo Hua sleeping soundly, his cheeks puffed out, evidently dreaming about eating something, she couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She placed the wild fruits on the table, tucked in the corners of Mo Hua's blanket, and couldn't resist taking a few more glances at her son before quietly leaving the room. When Mo Hua woke up, he rubbed his eyes and realized it was already dark outside. Hearing voices, Mo Hua went into the living room and saw Elder Yu and Yu Chenji discussing something with Mo Shan. Elder Yu saw Mo Hua, smiled warmly, and beckoned him over. Mo Hua was somewhat puzzled. "Elder, what are you discussing?" Elder Yu said, "We're discussing the distribution of spirit stones. Can I listen too?" Elder Yu nodded, "You have a share in it as well." Mo Hua brought over a small stool to sit on, and Elder Yu continued. "We've finished mining the spiritual mines, but the spirit stones extracted are impure and irregular, they can't be used directly. They must be handed over to the Taoist court, and exchanged for standard spirit stones issued by the court at a certain ratio. These spirit stones are pure and well crafted, suitable for both circulation and cultivation. Of course, the court takes a cut, and the Taoist court needs to take some spirit stones for facilitation. Even so, the substantial amount of spirit stones that will be in our hands will be a huge sum. According to the contribution, the mined spirit stones will be distributed in 4 categories: Class A, B, C, D, and dispensed monthly to all monster hunters for their cultivation and daily needs. Among these, Mo Shan qualifies for Class A contribution and will thus receive Class A allocation of spirit stones. Mo Hua, you're also Class A. Mo Hua was slightly surprised. "I'm Class A too." Elder Yu nodded and said, "In fact, you should have received more, but considering that your family already has 2 Class A shares, it wouldn't be fair to give more." In Elder Yu's heart, Mo Hua's contributions were far beyond Class A. Whether it was using the fireball technique to push back the Qian family's spiritual cultivators, forcing hidden cultivators out of hiding, or using formations to aid their defense and escape, his actions were crucial to the battle. But according to the traditions of monster hunters, they could give no more than Class A share, and Elder Yu could not break the rule. Mo Hua wasn't too concerned about it, he was happy to have the Class A share. After all, although he managed to cast spells and draw formations from the background, it was the others who fought directly and faced the battle head-on. The monster hunters bled, got injured, and fought desperately. Mo Hua had only offered help from the sidelines. Soon, Mo Hua's thought shifted, and his face showed a hint of sorrow. "Many have sacrificed this time." Elder Yu patted Mo Hua's head. "Deaths and injuries are inevitable, you shouldn't dwell on it." While Mo Hua understood this, he still felt saddened. Elder Yu said, "Death is part of life, one may die of natural causes, misfortune, or hunting monster beasts. Comparatively, dying while defending the spiritual mines means their families will receive more compensation. It's the best outcome possible." Mo Hua nodded silently. Elder Yu looked at Mo Hua and sighed, "Suffering is unavoidable. For many years, monster hunters have lived through it. As humans, we must always look ahead." Mo Hua nodded, "Elder, I understand." Elder Yu felt reassured and said no more. But Mo Hua understood that the root of all suffering came from weakness. If he were powerful enough, the Qian family wouldn't be worth fearing at all, and if his formations were strong enough, the Qian family would be no match for him either. If only his formations were strong enough. Mo Hua's eyes were firm, and he vowed silently in his heart. One day, within my formations, no cultivator will ever bleed or die again. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Becoming Wealthy. Mo Hua visited Mr. Zhuang the following day. After all, he was Mr. Zhuang's registered disciple, and having been trapped in the spiritual mines for so long without visiting to check in on him, Mo Hua felt somewhat remiss. Mr. Zhuang was still asleep, so Mo Hua played a little 5 elements chess with old Kui. After such a long time, the chess skills of the two were still mediocre, without much improvement. However, 5 elements chess, such a simple game, requires less painstaking effort. It's more interesting to just play and kill each other's pieces straightforwardly. Mo Hua and old Kui were well-matched opponents. They took turns attacking and defending, fighting to a standstill. By the time Mr. Zhuang woke up, Mo Hua was feeling somewhat reluctant to part, but he said goodbye to old Kui and went to meet Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang basically took a laissez-faire approach with Mo Hua, allowing him to learn on his own and come to him with questions, and he didn't say much about it. Before leaving, Mr. Zhuang even complimented him, "Well done." Mo Hua was very happy and smiled with his eyes narrowed. However, after leaving Mr. Zhuang's bamboo chamber, Mo Hua felt somewhat puzzled. He clearly hadn't discussed much with Mr. Zhuang, but Mr. Zhuang seemed to know everything, and praised him for doing well. Mo Hua furrowed his brow, wondering how Mr. Zhuang knew. Mo Hua was somewhat puzzled, but then he thought that Mr. Zhuang was an extraordinary man, perhaps divinely insightful. Besides, the commotion they had with the Qian family was so significant that it was normal for Mr. Zhuang to be aware of it. Mo Hua nodded to himself and no longer dwelled on the matter. Mo Hua then went to see the siblings Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi. Bai Zixin's eyes brightened upon seeing Mo Hua, and he immediately complained, asking where Mo Hua had been all this time. Mo Hua recounted the events at the spiritual mines. Bai Zixin listened with boiling blood and immense envy. Bai Zixi, who was ostensibly reading a book on the side, also got engrossed in the story, with her autumn water-like eyes sparkling and the book in her hand tilting without her noticing. "Next time something like that happens, you must bring me along, so I can help you," Bai Zixin said spiritedly. "Even if I called you, what's the use? Aunt Shui won't let you go," Mo Hua said indifferently. This comment from Mo Hua was like a bucket of cold water poured over Bai Zixin's head. Bai Zixin instantly lost his dream. Like a frost-stricken eggplant, he lay on the ground, feeling that life had become somewhat dimmer. Mo Hua sighed, "I'll bring you some food tomorrow." Bai Zixin immediately sat up straight, "It has to be spicy." All right, Mo Hua said helplessly, then turned to see Bai Zixi also watching him, her eyes shining brightly. Mo Hua thought for a moment and said, "My mother is making jade crisp cakes. I haven't tried them yet, but they smell really good. I'll bring some for you to try tomorrow to see if they're tasty." Bai Zixi nodded gently, her expression quite relaxed. The next day, Mo Hua brought the promised food as scheduled. Bai Zixin ate heartily, while Bai Zixi nibbled on the translucent and fragrant pastry, appearing like a kitten, her eyes slightly squinted. Seeing them eating happily, Mo Hua couldn't help but smile with his eyes narrowed as well. A few days later, Elder Yu instructed Mo Hua to go to the Monster Hunting Guild's storage room to collect spirit stones. Many spirit stones were mined from the spiritual mines, and they couldn't be distributed all at once as this might lead to wasteful extravagance or incite others to rob and create many problems. The Monster Hunting Guild also had to reserve a sufficient quantity of spirit stones for unforeseen needs. For this reason, the spirit stones stored in the storage room were to be distributed in timed intervals based on merit, following the principle of a steady trickle runs long, so the expenditure of spirit stones can last longer. Mo Hua queued outside the storage and after a short while received a storage bag with roughly 300 spirit stones inside. It felt heavy in his arms. Over 300 stones. That would be enough for a long time. For a short period, there was no need to worry about spirit stones anymore. And this was just the first distribution, there should be more after some time. Mo Hua was extremely delighted. Not just Mo Hua, everyone who came to collect spirit stones had smiles on their faces. Some, upon receiving the stones, were in disbelief and even shed tears of joy. The loose cultivators who struggled at the bottom of society had never seen so many spirit stones before. With these stones, their children wouldn't have to starve, their cultivation paths were secured, and they wouldn't have to work so desperately to earn spirit stones. Under the weight of heavy pressure, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. And they could live like this for 10 years. Mo Hua was somewhat relieved, but upon reflection, he felt a bit weighed down again. What about 10 years later? Mo Hua furrowed his brows. In 10 years, once the spirit stones ran out, wouldn't everyone still live the same life, licking the blade and enduring hardship just like before? Mo Hua thought of Auntie Meng, Aunt Zhang, and Da Hu, along with the other familiar monster hunters. He thought of the tears they shed in life, the blood they spilled in hunting monsters, their bitter suffering, and the perilousness of their existence. Mo Hua felt an even heavier burden on his heart. Was there a way to make these good days last a little longer for everyone? This thought lingered endlessly in Mo Hua's mind. Mo Hua thought about it while eating, while cultivating, and even when he was drawing formations. One day, while Mo Hua was flipping through formation books, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. He ran to the storage of the Monster Hunting Guild and found Elder Yu. A great number of spirit stones were stockpiled in the storage, and Elder Yu could not set his mind at ease, so he had been personally guarding it these days. Mo Hua asked, "Elder Yu, how did the Qian family make their fortune?" Elder Yu was a bit surprised but still pondered for a moment and said, "The patriarch of the Qian family started as a monster hunter. Later, he saved up some spirit stones, quit being a monster hunter, and started the business of artifact refining and alchemy. The monster hunters killed monster beasts and he would buy the materials they stripped off at low prices, hire loose cultivators to refine them into spiritual artifacts and pills, then sell them to monster hunters at high prices. As time passed, his business grew larger. The price he paid for materials dropped lower and lower, the lengths of time he hired loose cultivators for grew longer and longer, and the spiritual artifacts and pills he sold became more and more expensive. Naturally, the Qian family became richer and richer." Mo Hua asked doubtfully, "Didn't anyone compete with them?" "They couldn't be competed with," Elder Yu shook his head. "Others weren't as ruthless or cunning, they couldn't match the Qian family." Mo Hua continued, "I've heard that the Qian family started from nothing." Elder Yu scoffed, "That's just the Qian family putting gold on their own faces. It's not like that." Elder Yu scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, ensuring there were no irregularities, then sat down, drank a cup of tea, and began to speak to Mo Hua. "I just said, the patriarch of the Qian family saved up some spirit stones. How do you think those spirit stones were saved up?" Mo Hua thought carefully and suddenly felt startled. Elder Yu raised an eyebrow, "We're all monster hunters. Why couldn't others save up, but he could?" "The amount of spirit stones necessary to open a refinery shop and an alchemist's business isn't small, a normal monster hunter couldn't save up that much in a lifetime." Mo Hua's gaze sharpened, "What did he do then?" Elder Yu said, "The older generation of monster hunters told me that the patriarch of the Qian family was deceitful from young. When he went monster hunting with others, he even killed his companions to take the monster beast's inner cores for himself. Later he disguised himself as a bandit, robbing people on Big Black Mountain, and engaged in all sorts of swindling and cheating behind the scenes, willing to do anything for spirit stones. That's how he accumulated his first fortune." Elder Yu let out another cold laugh, No horse grows fat without being fed at night, nobody grows rich without ill-gotten wealth. Where in the world does starting from scratch truly come from? Mo Hua listened with a sinking heart. After Elder Yu finished his gossip and moistened his throat with another cup of tea, he suddenly remembered something and said, "You came to see me for something more than just a chat, didn't you? Is there something you need?" Mo Hua's eyes lit up. "Elder Yu, let's also start our own refinery shop and alchemist's business to earn spirit stones." Elder Yu let out a chuckle. "Silly child, the Qian family could save up the spirit stones to start their business through murder and deception. Where would we get that kind of capital?" Mo Hua smiled. "We don't need to resort to killing or deception, we already have the capital." Elder Yu shook his head, about to say something, when his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he turned to look at the storage room. Piled up in the storage room were dense and numerous spirit stones freshly mined from the spiritual mines, and exchanged from the hands of the Taoist court officials. But refining artifacts and alchemy aren't that easy. There are plenty of alchemists and artifact refiners among the loose cultivators. If we're short on manpower, we can just spend spirit stones to hire them, Mo Hua responded. Elder Yu frowned and thought for a moment. The most troublesome part is the artifact furnace and the alchemy furnace. To scale the business up, we'd need large, high-quality artifact furnaces and alchemy furnaces. Is making artifact furnaces and alchemy furnaces difficult? Their creation requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and fine iron, but the trickiest and most crucial aspect lies within the furnaces. As Elder Yu said this, his heart suddenly pounded, and he couldn't help but look toward Mo Hua. The most crucial aspect was the formation inside the furnace. Elder Yu connected the dots and experienced a moment of clarity. They were ready for everything. They lacked nothing. They had the spirit stones, they had the manpower, and for the most difficult part, the formation, they already had Mo Hua. Elder Yu found it hard to believe for a moment. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Preparation for Construction, 5 Updates. All was ready, and it seemed they really could start their own refinery shop and alchemist's business. Elder Yu had some trouble making up his mind. Mo Hua looked at Elder Yu and added, "Elder Yu, these spirit stones are only enough for 10 years of use. What will we do after 10 years? Elder Yu couldn't help but frown. He had considered Mo Hua's point before, but, after much thought, he hadn't come up with any viable solutions. The lives of the monster hunters were already very tough. Having 10 years to catch their breath, with everyone not worrying about food and clothing and being able to cultivate in peace, was enough to satisfy Elder Yu. That was all he could do. But the words of Mo Hua now stirred up a tumult of emotions inside Elder Yu. Perhaps their good days could indeed last a little longer? Elder Yu pondered more carefully and felt more and more that Mo Hua's suggestion was feasible. In the past, they lacked both spirit stones and formation masters capable of drawing formations, so they never considered this path. But now that they had spirit stones and a promising young formation master, what was there to worry about? Elder Yu's blood suddenly started to boil. This was a chance from the heavens for them, the poor loose cultivators. If they didn't seize this fleeting opportunity, they would surely have deep regrets in the future. Mo Hua, Elder Yu looked at Mo Hua and said earnestly, "You're right, but this matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with the others before deciding what to do." Mo Hua nodded. He was just making a suggestion. Whether to act on it and how to proceed was still up to Elder Yu. However, Elder Yu's word was law among the monster hunters. If he agreed, it was almost certain to happen. The meeting to discuss the matter would likely just be a formality. There's another thing, Elder Yu considered carefully, if we are to establish a refinery shop and alchemist's business, we need to refine large artifact furnaces and alchemy furnaces, and the formations inside them. Mo Hua patted his chest, "Don't worry, leave it to me." For Mo Hua, this was akin to a chance to practice drawing formations for free, and not just any formations but those on large spiritual artifacts. Mo Hua couldn't wish for more. Refining large spiritual artifacts was incredibly costly and not something an average cultivator could afford. If Mo Hua could inscribe formation patterns on these large spiritual artifacts, his comprehension of formations would reach new heights. Even without the Taoist court's official assessment, Mo Hua's skill level was already comparable to a first-grade formation master. But for Mo Hua, being first-grade was not the end but rather the beginning. In the future, he aspired to become an even higher-grade formation master, to comprehend even more powerful formations. With the help of formations, he would possess the power to reach the heavens and pierce through the earth. Thinking this, Mo Hua's eyes shone as brightly as the stars. Elder Yu watched Mo Hua and felt that at this moment, this child standing before him was more valuable to the monster hunters than the whole storeroom full of glowing spirit stones. Elder Yu returned to convene a meeting with everyone to discuss the establishment of the refinery shop and alchemist's business, and he forthrightly declared, "I have already agreed." The others inwardly grumbled to themselves. "You've already agreed, so what else is there to talk about?" They wouldn't dare oppose it, would they? Elder Yu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Let's discuss what specifically needs to be done next." Everyone began offering suggestions and engaged in discussions. After spending an entire half-day, they finally established a rough set of procedures. Elder Yu reviewed the procedures and felt that, overall, there were no major issues, although some details needed to be considered further. However, it would not affect the overall situation. Once the decisions were made, Elder Yu acted with decisive efficiency, directly assigning tasks, specifying what each person was to do, and the detailed division of time required for each task. Elder Yu then solemnly added, "This matter is of great importance to every loose cultivator among the thousands of households in Tongxian City. Every task must be carried out meticulously and conscientiously, without any negligence." Everyone became grave and respectfully responded with a bow, saying, "Yes." After this, the monster hunters of Tongxian City gradually became busier. Elder Yu's vision was to establish the largest artifact refinery shop and alchemist's business in Tongxian City. The monster hunters would venture into the mountains to hunt monsters and gather materials. Loose cultivators who were artifact refiners would work on artifact refining, and alchemists would engage in alchemy. The spiritual artifacts and pills produced would partly be used by the monster hunters themselves and partly sold to earn spirit stones. Such a large artifact refinery shop and alchemist's business required not only many artifact refiners and alchemists but also many apprentices learning artifact refining and alchemy, providing many job opportunities for monster hunters to earn their livelihood. Some loose cultivators, not adept at dealing with monster beasts, couldn't become monster hunters, but they could learn some artifact refining or alchemy skills in the shop, and subsist on their own. Once they achieved something, they too could help other loose cultivators thrive. The specific planning and construction process was complex and multifaceted. Elder Yu, together with the leading monster hunters, managed all these steps. Mo Hua didn't have to worry about these matters, nor could he be of any help. All he could do was the drawing formation. For the extensive establishment of the artifact refinery shop and alchemist's business, the required formations were of two main categories. One was the architectural formation for the artifact refinery shop and alchemist's business, and the other was the refining formation for the artifact furnace and alchemy furnace. The first consideration was the architectural formation for the buildings. In Elder Yu's plan, the construction of all buildings was divided into two phases. The first phase was to build the artifact refinery shop, and the second phase would be to build the alchemist's business. Compared to alchemists, there were more artifact refiners among the loose cultivators, and cultivators had a higher consumption of spiritual artifacts, which also had a guaranteed market, so it was decided to concentrate manpower and resources to complete the artifact refinery shop. After completing the artifact refinery shop, the alchemist's business would be built using a similar framework. Having the experience would make the construction of the alchemist's business much faster. Mo Hua's first task was to design the architectural formation for the artifact refinery shop. The artifact refinery shop occupied a large area with many related buildings, including walls, gates, various storerooms, refining rooms, cultivators' living quarters, storage rooms, and so on. While Elder Yu was still negotiating the specific location with the Taoist court officials, the planning of the buildings had to be prepared in advance. Elder Yu had also collected some construction blueprints from other refinery shops for Mo Hua to refer to. However, these blueprints either had too small a scale and barely used any formation patterns or, even if they did, only employed basic formation patterns with 3 or 4 lines, such as the solid earth formation and goldstone formation that Mo Hua first learned. Now that Mo Hua's horizons had broadened, he was no longer much impressed by these. Other blueprints, although featuring more formations, were not systematic, disorganized, and of little reference value. Then there were those that were deliberately vague, likely for fear of leaking core formation techniques, and thus, the patterns couldn't be deciphered. He originally thought there would be deep insights among these, but it turned out that everyone's use of them was quite superficial, and comparatively, the architectural formation employed by the Yin family, though full of loopholes, was already quite commendable. Mo Hua gave these a cursory look, had a rough idea in his mind, and then started to design. Since the formations used here were not very sophisticated, Mo Hua no longer felt any mental burden. Now capable of crafting first-grade formation methods, even if he were to draw casually, the effectiveness would not be inferior to the formations used in other buildings. Chapter 177, Chapter 177 Limit. After Mo Hua had planned the architectural formation for the refinery shop, he checked it himself and felt there were no major issues. It had all the basic functions. Since they were still considered separate formations, the interaction between them was minimal, so drawing them up wouldn't pose any problems. Yet, Mo Hua was somewhat unsettled. The construction of the refinery shop was of great importance. It related to the Loose Cultivator's cultivation and life for the next 10, several decades, or even longer. There couldn't be the slightest negligence. Since he wasn't completely sure, it would be better to consult Mr. Zhuang. Mo Hua then went to the forgetful residence and presented his architectural formation plan to Mr. Zhuang for review. Mr. Zhuang's eyelids twitched at the sight of the densely packed formation method map, but upon seeing that it was just a simple arrangement of single formations and compound formations, independent of each other, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Gentlemen, is there something amiss?" Mo Hua asked. Mr. Zhuang shook his head slightly. "It's all right." "Is it usable?" "It's sufficient," said Mr. Zhuang. Then he took out several diagrams and handed them to Mo Hua. "These are also simple architectural formation maps. You can have a look for reference." Mo Hua took them, eager to take a look. The formations on the architectural formation maps were just as Mo Hua had expected. They mainly focused on earth and wood formations. Single formations ranged from 5 to 9 formation patterns, and there were also some first-grade compound formations. However, none were particularly difficult, and all were within Mo Hua's grasp. However, although these architectural formation maps primarily used earth and wood formations, they were mixed with other 5 elements formations, and there were many differences in the details. For instance, how to solidify soil and rock with the Golden Series formation method, how to nourish earth and wood with the Water Series formation, and how to ensure heating and lighting for a building with the Fire Series formation. The frameworks seemed similar, but there were a lot of details worth pondering. Mo Hua became engrossed as he looked them over, and when he came back to his senses, he noticed Mr. Zhuang had already lain down on a chair, leisurely resting with his eyes closed. Mo Hua scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Mr. Zhuang opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "How do you find them?" After some thought, Mo Hua replied, "The set of formation maps the gentleman provided seems simple, but the interrelationships between various formations, their generation and restriction, there are actually many subtleties. I didn't grasp all of it at once. Mr. Zhuang nodded, not bad. In the cultivation world, whenever multiple formations are involved, the planning, coordination, and the relationships of mutual generation and restriction need careful contemplation. For you to notice these aspects on your first attempt is quite commendable. Mo Hua smiled happily, but then after thinking for a bit, he frowned and asked. Gentlemen, these formations on the architectural formation maps, even though they are arranged with consideration for coordination and generation restriction during deployment, they are still independent of each other. If these formations were connected, wouldn't the overall effect of the formation be stronger? Mr. Zhuang revealed a thought-provoking smile. How would you connect them? Frowning in concentration, Mo Hua ventured uncertainly, with the formation pivot. If connected by a formation pivot, what would it become? Mr. Zhuang asked further. Mo Hua contemplated for a moment. Single formations connected would form a compound formation. To connect so many single formations would be like a large compound formation. Mo Hua glanced at Mr. Zhuang. You could put it more simply. Mr. Zhuang looked at him with profound eyes. A large compound formation is actually called a large formation. Large formation. Mo Hua's heart skipped. The large formation that countless formation masters dream of, longing to create in their wildest dreams? The most magnificent in the cultivation world, with the most extensive formation patterns and the most powerful effects? Mo Hua couldn't help but ask, can I draw it? Mr. Zhuang's slender and fair fingers reached out and gently tapped Mo Hua's head. Don't aim too high. You haven't even mastered compound formations, let alone think about large formations. Mo Hua clutched his head and chuckled, okay, gentlemen. But he was still somewhat concerned and asked softly, gentlemen, what exactly makes a large formation difficult? Mr. Zhuang shook his head slightly, expressing helplessness as he said, the difficulty lies in the formation pivot. Formation pivot? Mr. Zhuang asked, is the formation pivot of a compound formation difficult? Mo Hua nodded, difficult indeed. Mr. Zhuang said indifferently, a compound formation is merely composed of a few single formations, and even their formation pivots are not easy to learn, while the formation pivot of a large formation links to hundreds, even thousands of single formations. Mo Hua was stunned for a moment. Hundreds? Thousands? No amount of divine sense in the sea of consciousness would suffice. Even by exhausting all divine sense and grinding the sea of consciousness to dust, one couldn't squeeze out that much divine sense. Mr. Zhuang said, thus, a first-grade large formation has never been something that a first-grade formation master could create. Usually, it is a second-rank formation master who learns to create a first-grade large formation, and becomes the chief formation master for a first-grade large formation. Chief Formation Master? Mo Hua asked, puzzled. Mr. Zhuang explained, a formation master who plans a first-grade large formation and can draw the formation pivot is called the Chief Formation Master. Why not draw it all by oneself? Why distinguish between a chief and the rest? Mr. Zhuang smiled and explained, a large formation is immense in scale and its formation patterns complex. Drawing it by yourself, you might die of exhaustion. Hence, a large formation is normally planned by a single chief formation master who personally draws the formation pivot, while other formation masters follow the chief formation master's formation diagram to add the specific single formations on top of the pivot structure. Oh, I see, Mo Hua understood. Just as 3 stakes support a fence and a good man is supported by 3 helpers. Being so vast, a large formation couldn't possibly be drawn by a single person, requiring a great number of formation masters to collaborate and construct it together. Such a huge and complex project is of paramount importance to a clan, a sect, and even to an entire city or realm. No wonder many formation masters pursue large formations as a lifetime goal. Suddenly, Mo Hua thought of a crucial question, building a large formation must cost quite a few spirit stones, right? After pondering briefly, Mr. Zhuang replied, although we're talking about a large formation, they vary in scale. Smaller scale ones don't require as many. Mo Hua timidly asked, for a smaller scale, how many spirit stones would that be? Mr. Zhuang's expression revealed amusement as he chuckled. Didn't you unearth a spiritual mine? If you use all the spirit stones from there, you could probably build a small-scale large formation. That is, assuming the formation masters, craftsmen, and artifact refiners don't charge wages, and excluding the spirit stones needed to activate the large formation. Mo Hua was dumbfounded. An entire spiritual mine, all those spirit stones, just enough for a small-scale large formation. If you include the wages and the spirit stones needed to activate the large formation, that wouldn't be nearly enough. After all, to plan and lead the construction of a first-grade large formation generally requires a second-rank formation master, and they certainly don't come cheap. Upon thinking about all those spirit stones, Mo Hua couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. One would need deep reserves to build a first-grade large formation. No wonder he had never seen a large formation in Tongxian City. Mo Hua gave up completely, knowing that even if he could draw a large formation, he didn't have enough spirit stones to fund its construction. However, Mo Hua was still curious, can a first-grade formation master really not act as a chief formation master for a first-grade large formation? Mr. Zhuang answered, generally speaking, that's the case. And if it's not general? Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua, his gaze becoming intense, and slowly said, if it's exceptional, one just needs to break through the limits of divine sense. Chapter 178, Chapter 178 Master Ban. The limits of divine sense. This wasn't the first time Mo Hua had heard this term, but he still didn't understand what the limits of divine sense were, or how to break through them. Mo Hua didn't understand, so he asked in a soft voice, the limits of divine sense, how can one break through them? Mr. Zhuang silently looked at him. Regaining his composure, Mo Hua scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile, gentlemen, I'm being overly ambitious again. Mr. Zhuang raised an eyebrow, lightly chuckling, it's good to know these things, but don't spend too much time on them. What's most important for you is to learn more about compound formations, especially since you are already at the Qi refinement level 6. Qi refinement level 6, so what? Mo Hua frowned, suddenly remembering that he was indeed at Qi refinement level 6, and a breakthrough would take him to level 7. Moving from Qi refinement level 6 to 7 signified the transition from the middle phase to the latter phase of Qi refinement, a breakthrough in the middle realm, meaning there would be a bottleneck in the cultivation technique. The cultivation technique he was practicing was the Heaven Yanju, which encounters bottlenecks at the mystery formation. If he couldn't solve these mystery formations, he wouldn't be able to break through to the next realm. There was no need to think about anything else then, he could only remain a Qi refinement level 6 cultivator for his entire life. A chill ran through Mo Hua's heart. Indeed, the most pressing matter was to learn more about formations, practice them, use them, and find a way to unlock the mystery formations of the Heaven Yanju. Otherwise, without an increase in cultivation, everything else was just empty talk. After bidding farewell to Mr. Zhuang, Mo Hua began planning his course of study in formations. The first step was to utilize the architectural formation of the refinery shop, to broaden the application of formations, and reinforce some basic compound formations such as the Grade 1 earthwood formation. Next, he would use the artifact furnace and the alchemy furnace to study and apply more difficult compound formations, like those complex formations containing Grade 1 melting fire formations. The pivots of these formations were not just for connecting single formations, but also involved controlling the spiritual power within the formation and exerting strong inhibition among other effects. After spending 2 days, Mo Hua referred to the formation diagram provided by Mr. Zhuang and, based on the architectural plans of the refinery shop, mapped out the architectural formation map for the shop. Mo Hua showed the architectural formation map to Elder Yu. At a glance, Elder Yu's scalp went numb. The dense and complex formations were too complicated for Elder Yu, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed. Since he didn't understand formations, it was as incomprehensible as an arcane text. He could only wave his hand and say, "You handle it, if there's no problem." Seeing that Elder Yu had agreed, Mo Hua nodded as well. Elder Yu surreptitiously sized up Mo Hua, looking him over from left to right, and couldn't help muttering to himself, "I have no idea how Mo Hua's small brain works, remembering such complex formations, and how he can even draw them out." Elder Yu shook his head. A few days later, Elder Yu treated the court leader to a drink several times, negotiated with other supervisors, and spent quite a few spirit stones to buy a large piece of wasteland to the south of Tongxian City, as well as some unoccupied old houses in the vicinity. This wasteland would be the location for the refinery shop and alchemist's business, which had been selected as the most suitable and cheapest site after discussions with everyone. With the location determined, construction could begin. In the cultivation world, construction of houses required craftsmen, who were skilled in earth and wood building, a branch of artifact refining. As the Tao Cultivation world developed, it gradually separated from the artifact refining trade. There weren't many craftsmen in Tongxian City, so Elder Yu had to hire a group of craftsmen from nearby immortal cities. The leading craftsman among them, surnamed Ban, was an old acquaintance of Elder Yu. His skills were famed near and far among several immortal cities. Elder Yu went to an inn within Tongxian City and handed over the architectural formation map to an old man around his age, who had dark skin and a slightly hunched figure. "Master Ban, the formation diagram is ready, we can start construction now." The elder referred to as Master Ban took the formation diagram, glanced at it, and his brows furrowed tightly. "Such a complex formation, which formation masters do you plan to invite to draw it?" Elder Yu said, "You'll find out when the time comes." Master Ban was still not reassured. This formation is too difficult, and there are so many formation patterns. If we can't finish drawing, or if we are short-handed and draw too slowly, it's going to affect the progress significantly. Elder Yu knew what he was worried about and said, "Don't worry, it won't delay the schedule, and it won't delay your final payment settlement." Having received a promise from Elder Yu, Master Ban heaved a sigh of relief, but he still felt somewhat uneasy inside. With such an array of complex formations, just which formation master was going to draw them for him? The formation masters in Tongxian City were mostly on good terms with the Qian family, and since the Qian family still held a grudge against him, it's likely they wouldn't draw formations for the monster hunter. Inviting from outside? That would cost a considerable amount of spirit stones. Although Elder Yu had recently obtained a large sum of spirit stones, he couldn't just squander them like this. Master Ban, with a creased brow, was at a loss for solutions. Then he had a moment of realization and thought to himself, "Why am I worrying so much? As long as he settles the payment of spirit stones on time, that's all that matters." After all, these days, being a craftsman and having the accounts settled on time without being owed spirit stones was considered good enough. He also had a whole team of craftsmen under him who needed to eat. With that thought, he began to envy Elder Yu. It was said that Elder Yu, leading the monster hunters, had snatched a spiritual mine from the Qian family's jaws, as if snatching food from a tiger's mouth. It has always been the Qian family snatching from others, and this was the first time someone had snatched from them, and not just anything, but an entire spiritual mine, which was really something. Master Ban marveled at the thought. He had many years of acquaintance with Elder Yu, and this time, as Elder Yu benefited, they too had enjoyed some good fortune. Such a large construction project had been entrusted to them. If they could complete both phases, including the refinery shop and the alchemist's business, they wouldn't have to worry about their livelihood for the next 2 years. Even taking on some small jobs afterward would be enough to feed their families. They wouldn't have to be as worried as before, angst-ridden due to a lack of projects. With his mind somewhat at ease, Master Ben urged his apprentices to start working, reminding them to be serious and meticulous in their work. Since Elder Yu had given them an opportunity, they had to show their true skills and make sure the work was thorough and meticulous. They couldn't let Elder Yu down, and they couldn't let others look down on them. The construction of the refinery shop then began in earnest. Elder Yu had already purchased the construction materials, which were delivered in batches to the wasteland south of the city. The craftsmen started leveling the ground, laying the foundations, and pre-processing various building materials of earth and wood. Master Ben was so busy his feet barely touched the ground. For such a large project, he had to oversee everything from beginning to end, making sure every detail was checked, wishing he could clone himself. Apart from the craftsmen, some monster hunters also came over to help. Although they didn't engage in construction and lacked the skills, they were, after all, practicers of body refinement, strong and robust, and could help by moving bricks and stones, lifting elm wood, and digging foundations. Many hands make light work. With more people, the construction could progress faster. Master Ben was pleased but also vigilant. With more workers, things could easily get messy, and it became easier for unrelated people to slip in. Having been a craftsman for so many years, he had experienced such situations. Some people mingled in out of curiosity or to watch the spectacle, some to steal things, and some came with malicious intent. Since Elder Yu and the Qian family were at odds, it was possible for the Qian family to send someone with ill intentions. Master Ben became extremely alert, keeping an eye on the cultivators coming and going on the site, checking for unfamiliar faces. Then he saw a young cultivator crouching near the newly laid foundation, sticking his little head out, curiously looking at something. Chapter 179, Chapter 179 Craftsman. The young monk looked to be about 10 years old, with a clean brow and handsome features, appearing obedient and cute. But as he lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt, he also looked rather filthy. Whose child is this, running around here to play? Master Ben was taken aback for a moment, then quietly walked over to follow the young monk's gaze and discovered he was looking at the foundation stone below, which seemed to be reserved for formation painting. What was a child doing looking at this foundation stone? Master Ben didn't quite understand and also peered down for a while, noticing nothing but soil and stone, and nothing particularly special. At that moment, he heard the child say, "Is that Master Ben?" Master Ben paused. "You know me?" My name is Mo Hua, Elder Yu sent me here." Mo Hua stood up and dusted off the dirt from his clothes. But he only brushed the front, his back still had some mud stains. He must have crawled somewhere dirty, and his short arms couldn't reach. Master Ben went over, gently patted his back, dusting off the dirt, while curiously asking, "What did Elder Yu send you here for?" "Elder Yu sent me to take a look." "Look at what?" Mo Hua chuckled and did not reply. He had come to check where the formation needed to be painted, whether the planned formation diagram complied with standards, and whether the rooms being built by the craftsmen would interfere with the formation's layout. However, Elder Yu had instructed him not to tell others about his formation painting skill, to prevent those with ill intent from taking advantage, especially for fear that the Qian family might seek trouble and retaliate upon learning this. Seeing that Mo Hua didn't speak, Master Ben roughly guessed what was happening. He supposed it was the child's playful nature, seeing the hustle and bustle here, secretly running over to play, but also fearing reprimand, so he used Elder Yu as an excuse. It was obvious, what could Elder Yu possibly expect a child to do here? But from the child's tone, he seemed very familiar with Elder Yu, if not a relative, probably the child of another monster hunter. As long as he wasn't from the Qian family, that was fine. Master Ben let go of his concerns, but kindly reminded, "Go back after you've played a bit, there's not much to do here, and as a child, it could be somewhat dangerous for you." Emohua nodded and said, "I'll just look around for a while, then I'll head back." Master Ban stopped paying attention to Emohua, who had a lot on his plate and didn't have the energy to mind the boy. With so many craftsmen and monster hunters around, and so many watching eyes, it was unlikely that a child would actually encounter any danger. Master Ban focused on his work, and after a while, he looked up to find Emohua was still there. On a half-built wall, Emohua walked leisurely with his back hands clasped, scrutinizing his surroundings, while muttering about patterns and wood and stone. Several monster hunters were around, neither stopping him nor paying him much attention, as if they were accustomed to everything the child did. Master Ban was puzzled. What on earth was the child doing? And why was no one looking after him? Could it be he was Elder Yu's own grandson? Which was why the monster hunters dared not intervene. Master Ban speculated quietly to himself. Mo. Hua. Master Ban remembered the name and called out to him. Only after calling did he remember, with the surname Mo, the boy was likely not a grandson of Elder Yu. Emohua heard Master Ban call and waved at him, then with a light leap, drifted down from the wall like falling leaves. Master Ban was inwardly astonished. This movement technique was no ordinary feat. "Aren't you going home yet?" asked Master Ban. "I'll head back in a bit." Master Ban nodded, picked up a few bricks from the ground, and without much care, sat down on them. After being busy all morning, it was a good time for him to sit and rest as well. Emohua followed his example and, holding a brick, he sat down on the ground next to Master Ban. "Master Ban, would you like a drink?" Emohua took out a bottle of fruit wine from his storage bag. It was not very strong, but it was refreshing. Master Ban happened to be thirsty, but seeing that Emohua was just a child, he declined. "That would be too kind." Emohua said, "My family runs a food establishment, we have lots of drinks, and they're all homemade. Do you want to try some?" Hearing this, Master Ban was curious, so he took a sip and nodded in approval. Rich in fruit flavor, crisp on the palate, perfect for quenching thirst. "Right," Emohua said with a happy smile. The wine was brewed by his mother, so of course, it was delicious. Emohua thought Master Ban must also be a connoisseur. Elder Yu's taste was less refined in this regard. Elder Yu only liked strong liquor and couldn't appreciate the sweet goodness of this kind of fruit wine. Emohua continued, "Master Ban, are all of you craftsmen from the Earthwood series spiritual root?" Emohua was curious. He had just stealthily used his divine sense and noticed that the spiritual power of these craftsmen and artisans was basically brown with tinges of cyan. This was because their spiritual roots were of the Earth series mixed with the Wood series, and they practiced the Earthwood series cultivation technique. Having enjoyed Emohua's wine and now with some free time, Master Ban explained, "Generally, for craftsmen, the Earthwood series spiritual root is the best. Besides that, the Water Earth series, Metal Earth series, and Metal Wood series also work. Earth and wood structures primarily involve dealing with earth, wood, bricks, and stones, requiring the corresponding spiritual power for shaping, excavating, carving, etc. When the spiritual root matches, it makes the job a lot easier." Emohua nodded repeatedly as he listened. Master Ban took another sip of the drink to moisten his throat and continued, "It's not just us craftsmen, it applies to other Tao cultivation specialties as well. For instance, for alchemy and artifact refining, a fire series spiritual root is necessary. The same goes for preparing spiritual meals. The fire series doesn't need to be high quality, but it certainly must be present. And then others, for instance, those in shipping need a water series spiritual root, those dealing with spirit plants require a wood series or water series, those constructing mausoleums need a metal series or earth series, and couriers would best have a wind-based spiritual root, etc. All of these professions cannot be separated from one's spiritual root." After such a conversation, Emohua had gained much insight. The cultivation world of the Nine State was vast and endless. There were so many different cultivators in this world, engaged in a rich and colorful variety of Tao cultivation specialties. Mo Hua wondered whether he would one day be able to travel throughout the 9 state, to experience the local Tao cultivation customs and the nature of its people. Mo Hua thought with a sense of longing. After finishing their chat and the wine, Master Ban had to get back to work. He said, "It's getting late, I need to get busy. You should head back so your parents don't worry." Mo Hua had seen what he came to see and had a rough idea of what he needed, so he also waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Master Ban." Master Ban continued to focus on the progress of the construction, Yundi's tracts, and he dismissed Mo Hua from his mind. A few days later, he met with Elder Yu and discussed the planning of the refinery shop. As he was about to take his leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "I met a kid before, named Mo Hua. Do you know him?" Mo Hua. Elder Yu nodded. "I asked him to go over there and have a look." "What did you ask him to look at?" Master Ban frowned. Elder Yu was about to say something, but then he stopped and smiled. "Nothing much, just to look around." Master Ban was somewhat displeased and puzzled. "Is he a relative of yours?" "If only he were my relative." Elder Yu thought to himself, then shook his head and said, "No, just an ordinary kid. Let him do what he wants, no need for you to worry." Master Ban couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Let him do what he wants? Can that really be just an ordinary kid? You wouldn't even be so indulgent with your own grandchild. Master Ban shook his head, but knowing that Elder Yu didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. For now, he had to drop the subject and continued to discuss the affairs of the refinery shop. Chapter 180, Chapter 180 Formation Master. The construction progress of the refinery shop was advancing according to Master Ban's expectations. As the end of the year drew near, completing the refinery shop earlier meant that he could settle the repayment of spirit stones sooner, providing his craftsmen and disciples with closure, and allowing everyone to return home for a good New Year celebration. Master Ban took it to heart and basically spent every day at the refinery shop, urging on the craftsmen under him, instructing the monster hunters who came to help, and personally taking care of some tasks the disciples couldn't handle well. During this time, Master Ban also frequently saw Mo Hua. Mo Hua would just stand there with his hands behind his back, looking around here and there, occasionally muttering something, and taking out a piece of paper to jot something down. If uninformed, one might think he was a little craftsman too. Remembering Elder Yu's words, Master Ban decided to let him do whatever he wanted, so he didn't interfere. Occasionally, Mo Hua would ask him some questions, and if Master Ban had time, he answered them all. As thanks, Mo Hua would use the wine and meat from his own eatery. Once Master Ban tried it, he could never forget it. Tender yet chewy, spicy, and with a hint of wild flavor. It's not that Master Ban had never eaten meat before, but he had never tasted meat as delicious as this. He usually was hard at work and ate meals haphazardly, not particularly concerned with the quality of his food. But the taste of this meat was truly unique, unforgettable even if he tried. Master Ban quietly memorized the name of Mo Hua's eatery, intending to buy some more after the completion of the refinery shop, once he had settled his accounts and earned some spirit stones, to let his grandchildren have a taste. About a month and a half later, the rudimentary structure of the refinery shop was initially completed. What needed to be done next was for a formation master to paint formation patterns on the walls, inside the building, and on some key foundation stones. After that, his craftsmen would continue the construction, seal the formations with earth and stonework, and then do some final touch ups, and the whole refinery shop would be finished. Master Ban was somewhat worried. It was time for the formation master to start painting the formations, but where was the formation master? He occasionally sought out Elder Yu to discuss matters, but after many back and forths, he hadn't seen a trace of a formation master. Normally, at the beginning of the construction of a refinery shop, the formation master would need to survey the terrain and the construction layout. During the building process, the formation master should also be visiting frequently. But all this time, Master Ban couldn't recall ever seeing a formation master. If the formation master didn't understand the construction layout, how could he paint the formations? Moreover, he had seen the architectural formation map, and although he didn't understand formations, he could tell at a glance that there were many complex formations used in this building, not something an average formation master could paint, nor something that one or two formation masters could finish. If the formations were poorly drawn, the project couldn't be completed. Similarly, if the formations were drawn too slowly, they couldn't finish on time. If it dragged on, it might be indefinitely postponed. Not being able to settle the accounts at the end of the year was a very real possibility. At this thought, Master Ban became increasingly anxious. After holding back several times, he found Elder Yu and couldn't hide his anxiety as he said, "Elder Yu, our work is finished at this stage, but what about the formations?" "There's no rush," Elder Yu said, not seeming to be in a hurry at all. "You're not in a hurry, but I am." Master Ban thought, and then asked Elder Yu, "Have you hired a formation master?" "I hired one long ago." "That's a relief." Master Ban felt reassured, but couldn't help asking, "Why haven't I seen him then?" Elder Yu seemed to smile, "You have seen him." Master Ban was taken aback, "Where have I seen him?" "You'll see when the formation painting starts tomorrow," Elder Yu said. Master Ban furrowed his brow, unable to recall when he had ever seen a formation master, but since Elder Yu said that the formation painting would begin tomorrow, he would know then. The next day Master Ban arrived early at the refinery shop and waited. He hadn't slept well all night, always worried that Elder Yu was deceiving him. The project of the refinery shop was so large, and if anything unexpected happened, and he couldn't settle the spirit stones, he really wouldn't know how to explain it to his craftsmen and disciples. Elder Yu, as a foundation-building cultivator, had a good relationship with him, and wouldn't intentionally set him up, but despite this reasoning, Master Ban couldn't help feeling worried. As hearts are separated by a layer of skin, who could truly be sure? As dawn broke, around 6 a.m., Elder Yu arrived. Master Ban stared at Elder Yu for a long time, then peered at the area behind him. Finally unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Did you come alone? Where's the formation master?" Seeing his anxious expression, Elder Yu reassured him, "Don't worry, he'll be here soon." Master Ban had no choice but to patiently wait. After a while, as 6 a.m. was approaching, Mo Hua came along, slinging a storage bag over his shoulder and holding a big steamed bun, eating as he walked towards the refinery shop. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting a light golden rim upon him. Mo Hua struggled to finish the steamed bun, and upon raising his head and spotting Elder Yu and Master Ban, greeted them from a distance. Master Ban stood dumbfounded for a long time, and as Mo Hua approached, he couldn't help asking, "Mo Hua? What are you here for?" Mo Hua patted his storage bag and said with a smile, "I've come for serious business." Before Master Ban could ask what the serious business was, Elder Yu asked with a smile, "Is everything prepared?" Mo Hua nodded, "It's all set." Then, Mo Hua headed inside the refinery shop, followed by Elder Yu. With no time to ask, Master Ban could only follow them inside, his mind filled with doubts. What serious business? What exactly was this child going to do? Master Ban soon found out. Mo Hua arrived at the foundation of a building, spread out an intricate architectural formation map, and took out 3 types of formation pens, fine, medium, and large, from his storage bag. He then ground spiritual ink of the 5 elements, 5 colors, and began drawing formation. With a formation pen in his small hand, Mo Hua dipped in spiritual ink and glanced at the formation diagram, then traced formation patterns on the stone foundation. His demeanor was collected, and his technique was proficient, his brushwork seemingly effortless. He appeared to have the air of a master. Master Ban was shocked. The formation master Elder Yu mentioned was this child? This 10-some-year-old child could be a formation master? Master Ban felt a tumult of emotions, his thoughts in disarray. It took him a while to recall why Elder Yu had said he had met the formation master before. Indeed, Mo Hua was a regular in the neighborhood, often stopping by to drink and chat with him. How could he have not met the boy? Upon further reflection, Master Ban remembered the first time he saw Mo Hua. The boy had been lying on the ground examining the stone foundation, likely surveying the terrain and understanding the architectural layout. His frequent visits thereafter were to ensure that the construction layout matched the architectural formation map. Considering this, these were indeed the tasks of a formation master. He had simply never thought of it from that perspective. Master Ban felt indescribably complex emotions. It was no wonder he hadn't thought of it. Who would have guessed such a thing? Master Ban looked at Mo Hua again. Mo Hua, immersed in drawing formation, wore a serious expression, his gaze slightly focused, his movements relaxed yet precise. His orderly strokes contained a sense of unrestrained flair as one complex pattern after another emerged under his pen, forming enigmatic arrangements. This persona was starkly different from the innocently cheerful, adorably sweet child of just a few days ago. Master Ban sighed. Despite having lived so many years and seen so many cultivators, he didn't expect to have been so mistaken. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 181, Chapter 181 Architectural Formation, 5 more updates. But you can't blame him for misjudging, it's just that the situation was too extraordinary. Master Ban said to himself. After all, throughout his many years, he had mostly dealt with white-haired formation masters and had never seen a youngster in his teens drawing formations at such a large artifact refining shop project. Master Ban couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Now that they had a formation master, Master Ban also sighed in relief. Since he had no other duties, he stood behind Mo Hua with Elder Yu, craning his neck to watch Mo Hua draw the formation. Elder Yu, seeing Master Ban so engrossed, asked softly, "Do you understand what you're seeing?" Master Ban shook his head, "I don't," and asked in return, "Do you understand?" Elder Yu also shook his head, "I don't understand." "What are you looking at?" "You don't understand and yet you're looking too," Master Ban said. Elder Yu chuckled awkwardly, "I'm just curious, taking a look from the side." Master Ban said to himself, "I'm seeing a kid this big drawing a formation for the first time, I'm even more curious than you are." Master Ban glanced at Mo Hua, then at the formation he had drawn, and asked softly, "What grade of formation is this?" Elder Yu wasn't quite sure either but made a guess based on the quality of Mo Hua's formations. "First grade, I suppose." Master Ban was startled and exclaimed, "Ah!" Elder Yu glanced at him reproachfully and hushed, "Keep your voice down, don't disturb his drawing." Master Ban lowered his voice again and asked, "What first grade?" "First grade formation method." Master Ban shook his head repeatedly, "Impossible." "Take it or leave it," said Elder Yu with an indifferent attitude. Indeed, Master Ban didn't believe it, but he felt Elder Yu wouldn't deceive him. After pondering, he could only keep staring at the formation under Mo Hua's brush. Although he didn't understand formations, he could still count the formation patterns. 1, 2, 5, this one has only 5 patterns. 1, 2, 3, 7, this one has only 7. Master Ban suddenly felt complicated. A teenager, capable of drawing 7 formation patterns, was already at the same level as an ordinary formation master. For such a level, he had inadvertently said only 7, truly he had lost count. Master Ban continued to count. Finally, in a single formation where Mo Hua finished and lifted his brush, he counted 9 patterns. 9 patterns make a first grade. Master Ban was deeply shocked. Is it really a first-grade formation method? Seeing Master Ban's astonished face, Elder Yu felt secretly pleased. When he heard that Mo Hua could draw a first-grade formation method, his expression and tone were the same, and what he probably thought was similar to Master Ban's. Master Ban looked at Elder Yu, his voice trembling slightly but still trying to keep it low. Then this kid is now a first-grade formation master. He hasn't been officially assessed by the Taoist court, so not yet, said Elder Yu. Still, that's incredible. Master Ban shook his head, still finding it unbelievable. Now, as he watched Mo Hua drawing formation again, his mood was not only one of admiration but also tinged with a hint of reverence. This was a first-grade formation method, after all. In his life, he hadn't seen many formation masters who could draw a first-grade formation method. Master Ban leaned forward again, glanced at the foundation stone's formation, and couldn't help but exclaim. This formation is drawn really well. Elder Yu said, I thought you didn't understand formations. You don't need to, Master Ban waved his hand. The strokes of this formation, just like they were carved with a stencil, are so orderly and beautiful. I've lived this long and have never seen a formation drawn with such beautiful brush strokes. As Mo Hua was praised, Elder Yu also felt delighted, though he still modestly said, Oh, he's still a child, there's so much more for him to learn. Master Ban was once again immersed in formation work and paid no more attention to him. After finishing a set of compound formations, Mo Hua's divine sense had almost been depleted, so he put down his brush and sat on the ground to rest for a while. Elder Yu immediately approached with a gentle expression, tired. It was the first time Master Ban had seen such a kind look on Elder Yu's face. Having dealt with Elder Yu for so many years, his impression had always been that of a bad temper, sour face, stubborn, and not the least bit shy of swearing at people. But now, Elder Yu looked exactly like a benevolent grandfather. It was as if he had become a different person. Master Ban really felt enlightened. Indeed, Mo Hua was somewhat tired. Drawing formations on various large construction materials consumed a significant amount of spiritual power and divine sense, yet it was still within his expected limits. I'm fine, I need to sit in meditation and rest for a while. Mo Hua said, though what he actually wanted to do was to use a meditation technique to recover his divine sense. All right, take your time to rest, no rush, said Elder Yu kindly, and then he didn't bother Mo Hua any longer but instead examined the formations that Mo Hua had completed, thinking to himself that Master Ban was indeed right, they were both neat and beautiful. Upon hearing Elder Yu's words, Master Ban suddenly became concerned. Elder Yu could afford not to rush, but he couldn't. He pulled Elder Yu aside and quietly asked, How many formation masters have you hired? What do you mean by how many formation masters? Formation masters who draw architectural formations. Elder Yu was slightly taken aback. Master Ban was stunned. Don't tell me it's just this kid, Mo Hua, alone. Elder Yu hesitated for a moment. Just one, that should be enough, right? Master Ban said with minor indignation, how could one be enough? With so many formations, how could this child possibly finish them all? Even if he could do it by himself, this project will be delayed until who knows when. With such a large refinery shop and so many craftsmen, how could it afford such a delay? Elder Yu stroked his beard and also began to frown. He hadn't actually given this matter much thought. As far as the formations were concerned, he had always been confident in Mo Hua's ability. Even if he weren't confident, it wouldn't help since he didn't understand formations himself. But Master Ban made a valid point. The architectural formation map was filled with dense and intricate formations, countless ones, and he wondered if Mo Hua, just a boy, could really finish them all. He shouldn't draw too much, that excessive consumption of divine sense could damage his sea of consciousness. Elder Yu was somewhat worried. It was better for the progress of the refinery shop to be slow rather than for Mo Hua to be overworked. But then Elder Yu thought that with anything related to formations, Mo Hua usually had everything well thought out. If he hadn't raised any concerns, there probably wouldn't be any problems. Elder Yu asked Master Ban, generally, with so many formations, how many formation masters would be needed to complete them? At least 5 or 6, or even up to a dozen, he replied. Elder Yu was startled, that many. Master Ban couldn't help but give him a disdainful look. What did you expect? Architectural formations consist of numerous formation patterns, it's not something 1 or 2 formation masters could complete. Elder Yu's face turned red, but luckily his skin was dark, and it didn't show. This was something he truly didn't understand. Previously, the monster hunters were poor, they had no spirit stones to build such a large refinery shop, and simply constructing a few rooms was already quite an achievement, which barely required any formations. Now, having come into a windfall, they had considered building a refinery shop so that the loose cultivators at the base level could have an easier life. Otherwise, he might still not know that dealing with architectural formations was such a difficult task. If not for Mo Hua, hiring formation masters would probably have cost a fortune in spirit stones. Once the refinery shop and the alchemist's business were built and began operating for profit, he definitely had to allocate more spirit stones to Mo Hua. Elder Yu thought to himself. Chapter 182, Chapter 182 Progress. Mo Hua followed the planned architectural formation map, drawing one formation after another, one compound formation set after another, methodically, with no detail overlooked. When his divine sense was exhausted, he would sit in meditation to recover, and when tired, he would sit on the side for a rest, taking out formation books to relieve the fatigue with some theory. After a good rest, he continued drawing formation. This kind of large-scale construction required intricate formation patterns, and while the actual drawing was not particularly difficult, it was monotonous and tested the formation master's patience and concentration. Fortunately, Mo Hua had become accustomed to formation painting, having practiced day and night in the past, and he had adapted to the actual process. Moreover, he had amassed 1,000 bottles of monster blood, all turned into spiritual ink, which he realized he should use now, lest the ink's potency waned over time, which would be a waste. That was blood Mo Hua had drawn bottle by bottle from the monster beasts. Days passed, and Mo Hua was the only one continuously working on the formation. Master Ban realized that Elder Yu had indeed not invited other formation masters. Mo Hua was the only one painting the formations. Such a large refinery shop, with so many buildings, so many formations, all containing numerous formation patterns, was all to be painted by one person. Just thinking about it made Master Ban's scalp tingle. This could go on till who knew when. Master Ban was anxious, but he did not dare to directly ask Mo Hua about it. First, Mo Hua was concentrating on his work and shouldn't be disturbed. Second, since learning that Mo Hua was a formation master capable of painting a first-grade formation method, Master Ban felt a newfound reverence and no longer dared to initiate conversation with Mo Hua. Formation masters have always been of esteemed status, a distinction far removed from these lowly loose cultivators. As a craftsman, Master Ban often interacted with formation masters, most of whom were difficult to deal with, either arrogant or greedy, and while some may appear polite on the surface, they looked down upon craftsmen. After all, craftsmen were considered to be mere laborers engaged in grueling physical work, incapable of comparing to formation masters. Therefore, they dared not offend formation masters and were often hassled by them. If a building material wasn't suitable for drawing formation, a formation master would have them replace it. If a layout did not match the architectural formation map, they would be ordered to dismantle and rebuild it, and sometimes, even when it was the formation master who made a mistake in painting the formation, it was still the craftsman who had to make the corrections. Master Ban hesitated for several days, yet he still did not dare to speak to Mo Hua. However, after a few days, Master Ban was astonished to find that many of the foundations and interior walls of the buildings already had formations painted on them. Master Ban walked back and forth several times, checking against the architectural formation map, and found that the formations indeed matched the planned ones on the map without the slightest deviation. Master Ban was dumbfounded. These formations had been painted far too quickly. So many formations, in such a short time, could really be completed by a single formation master? Master Ban quietly observed Emo Hua further. Only then did he notice that Emo Hua's brushwork was extremely skilled, without a moment's hesitation, as if the formation patterns were etched in his heart, and he painted with a fluid grace and impressive speed. In Master Ban's experience, formation masters contemplating a formation diagram would often be pensive and cautious before every stroke, looking pale after completing a formation and needing to rest while sipping tea, dragging the time out considerably. But not Emo Hua, who decisively brushed each stroke, completing a formation with each fall of the pen and quickly moving on to the next one. Even his breaks were bouts of focused meditation, after which he would quickly return, rejuvenated and ready to proceed. By such measures, 4 or 5 formation masters together might not be faster than Emo Hua alone. Master Ban had truly had an eye-opening experience. For so many years, he had never seen anyone who could paint formations with the ease of drinking water. Could it be, he can really finish drawing so many formations by himself before the deadline? Master Ban was somewhat incredulous yet also looked forward to it with anticipation. Emo Hua drew the formations with methodical precision yet with a flow as natural as drifting clouds. Meanwhile, the construction of such a large refinery shop in Tongxian City had naturally become common knowledge among the influential families in the city. Not far from the refinery shop, there was a street with a tea house. On the second floor, there was a tastefully arranged private room, simple yet elegant, filled with a fragrant mist and the pervasive scent of tea. Old Master An and the family head of the An family, An Yang Lu, sat facing each other, drinking tea in the private room. An Yang Lu poured tea for Old Master An, frowning as he said, "Elder, you really went all out this time, building such a large refinery shop. They snatched the spiritual mines, gained some capital, and naturally, they want to undertake big ventures. The Qian family really lost their wife and soldiers this time, they've suffered a great loss." An Yang Lu said, somewhat gloating. Old Master An glanced at his son and said helplessly, "You don't think this is good news for us, do you?" An Yang Lu was startled. "Isn't it good news that the Qian family is at a loss?" Old Master An, exasperated, "Let me ask you, with such a large refinery shop built and so many spiritual artifacts being refined, it's not only the Qian family that will be affected, our An family's business will also be impacted. And look at this layout, it's not just a refinery shop, but there's also an alchemist's business. What if Yu Changlin really gets it built? How could we compete with him then? But that's Qian family's problem to worry about first. Our An family doesn't have much business in artifact refining and alchemy." Old Master An glared at him, "You want to do the food building business for a lifetime? Can you achieve anything substantial through the food building? I know that, but we're not as ruthless and heavy-handed as the Qian family, are we? We can't compete in artifact refining and alchemy, so we can only do the food building business which brings harmony and profit," An Yang Lu said softly. Old Master An sighed, "It's not Xiaofu's fault, even as his father, you can't support him." An Yang Lu felt somewhat indignant, "Dad, Xiaofu is far inferior to me. If he had half of my abilities, leading the family as the head would be no problem." Old Master An coldly said, "You've really achieved something, comparing yourself with your own son." An Yang Lu felt embarrassed. Old Master An took a sip of his tea and said no more, only casting occasional glances toward the still unfinished refinery shop. "Such a grand scheme, such a large framework, Elder Yu really has grand ambitions." Old Master An sighed inwardly. He was old now, and even if he had the capital, he no longer had the energy or the ambition. An Yang Lu thought for a moment and asked, "Dad, can such a big refinery shop be built successfully?" Old Master An shot him a glance. And Yang Lo continued, the Qian family won't just let it go, right? They won't sit back and watch these loose cultivators rise to power. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. If these loose cultivators grow strong, the Qian family will have a hard time. The Qian family has always been in the business of shearing wool. What you said is not wrong, old master, and nodded slightly. So, what should we do? And Yang Lu asked. Old master and raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, we'll just wait and see how things unfold. And Yang Lu nodded, waiting to see if the Qian family would make a move. While the An family might be anxious about the stir Elder Yu was causing, there was no need for haste since their main business was the food building. They had already been squeezed out by the Qian family from the artifact refining and alchemy business and had no foothold left. But it was different for the Qian family. Their core was in the artifact refining and alchemy industries, and they were certainly more anxious than anyone else now. Chapter 183, Chapter 183 Master Qian. Qian family, within an exquisitely luxurious study. Qian Hong sat on a chair with furrowed brows, while the cultivator sitting opposite him had half-white hair and an arrogant demeanor, yet appeared leisurely and at ease. Master Qian, are you aware of the recent events? Qian Hong inquired. I've heard a little, the family head need not worry. The middle-aged cultivator who was addressed as Master Qian replied with a calm demeanor and a composed tone. Although Master Qian only possessed the Qi refinement 9th level of cultivation, he could draw a first-grade formation method with 9 patterns. Although he hadn't yet passed the Taoist court's assessment to officially become a first-grade formation master, it was merely a matter of time. Thus, even without an assessment, the Qian family cultivators, as well as formation masters from Tongxian City who had connections with him, all respectfully addressed him as Master Qian. Having crossed the threshold that might lead to becoming a first-grade formation master, Master Qian held a high position within the clan. Even without the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, he had become an elder of the clan, his status second only to the Qian family head. Qian Hong said, Yu Changlin has the assistance of a formation master. In Big Black Mountain, it's only because of this that he can contend with us. And now, it is also because he has a formation master's help that he dares to establish such a large refinery shop. Taking up such a large plot of land and hiring so many craftsmen to build the largest refinery shop in Tongxian City was a blatant challenge to the Qian family. In Big Black Mountain, they had snatched such a large piece of meat from the Qian family's mouth. Now that they had grown strong from the meat, their audacity had also swelled, and they even dared to snatch other meats from the Qian family's mouth, purely overestimating themselves. Master Qian scoffed, so what if they have a formation master? Does our Qian family not have formation masters? Qian Hong said, that formation master could possibly be a first-grade formation master. Master Qian replied decisively, impossible. The formation method he used in Big Black Mountain is indeed first grade. Master Qian shook his head, family head, you are not a formation master, you don't study formation methods, so you don't understand how difficult it is to become a first-grade formation master. Take myself as an example. Not to boast, but among all the disciples in our family, my talent in formation methods is unparalleled. I spent decades to become a Qi refining 9th level cultivator, then I dedicated myself to studying formation methods. I've been through so many hardships. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the threshold from 8 to 9 formation patterns took me 10 long years of painstaking effort to cross. Master Qian sighed, although it's only a difference of 1 formation pattern, it's as difficult as reaching the heavens. I remember when I was drawing the first grade formation with 9 patterns, I could only draw it once a day and still couldn't complete it. Despite not being able to draw it, I still had to try as much as I could. Persisting in this manner year after year for over a decade, I finally managed to cross that threshold. After so much effort and years of devoted practice, only then did I possess the strength of a first-grade formation master. Yet, even so, during the last Heaven Shu Pavilion assessment, although I had arranged the connections properly, I still failed by a narrow margin to secure my official title. Qianhong remarked with emotion, "Master Qian, you have worked hard." Master Qian shook his head, "I mention these things not to complain to the family head, nor do I wish to emphasize how difficult these years have been for me. Rather, it is to make the family head understand just how difficult it is to become a first-grade formation master. With the help of the family, I have spilt my blood and sweat to reach this point, not to mention other formation masters." After speaking, Master Qian scoffed again. Under such circumstances, any formation master with a bit of talent and ambition who even brushes against the threshold of first grade would all look upwards, seeking to attach themselves to greater clans and sects to obtain better inheritance and make further progress in formation methods. Such a formation master would choose not to interact favorably with our Qian family and instead fraternize with lowly monster hunters. What could he possibly be after? Master Qian's words are reasonable, Qianhong said with a frown, but the formation master among the monster hunter camp in Big Black Mountain did indeed use a first-grade formation method. Are you certain you did not see amiss? I have personally tested the power of that formation, it would not be inferior to first grade, said Qianhong, feeling a surge of humiliation within. Indeed, he had personally tested it, having been blasted into a disheveled state by the formation, his hair singed and skin scorched. In the end, the spiritual mines had all fallen into others' hands, and he even endured the mockery from Yu Changlin. This would be a lifelong disgrace for him as the family head of the Qian family. Master Qian pondered for a moment, that won't matter, even if he can draw a first-grade formation method, it does not necessarily mean he is a first-grade formation master. Besides, first-grade formation methods are difficult to learn and master, at most he could draw one or two, no more. Master Qian declared. Qianhong felt relieved, as Master Qian's skill in formations was extremely high. His such assertion meant that the formation masters among the monster hunters need not be too worrisome. Yet Qianhong felt somewhat regretful in his heart. If Master Qian had been able to personally come to the nameless peak on Big Black Mountain, they wouldn't have been rendered helpless by the monster hunters' formations. However, it's common knowledge in the cultivation world that formation masters must not risk themselves personally. Should Master Qian have really gone, and that old brute Yu Changlin truly showed no shame, carelessly knocking Master Qian down with a palm, then their loss would have been truly tremendous. A formation master cultivated by their own clan and capable of reaching first grade was of paramount importance to the Qian family. We need not worry about their formation master, but if Yu Changlin really manages to set up his refinery shop, it's bound to be a threat to our Qian family. The family head should make early plans, advised Master Qian again. Qianhong nodded, rest assured Master Qian, I have already secretly dispatched people to interfere by employing some tactics. Even if we can't stop them from completing the refinery shop, at least we can cause them some trouble. Master Qian nodded with an arrogant expression, here in Tongxian City, those who dare to confront our Qian family must be taught a lesson. After thinking for a moment, Qianhong said, there is one more thing that requires Master Qian's help. But say no more, family head. Qianhong elaborated his plan in detail. First, we send people to harass and provoke them, trying our best to halt the construction of their refinery shop permanently. Even if this step proves ineffective, at least it could delay their progress. On the other hand, I am considering manufacturing additional refining furnaces, having several of our refinery shops work overtime to produce spiritual artifacts. Once Yu Changlin's refinery shop opens, we can dump the spiritual artifacts on the market, lowering the price. That way, they'll be left with no room to stand. Deals involving artifact refining are not Master Qian's specialty, so he could only ask, what would you have me do, family head? Qianhong replied, I want to forge a batch of artifact furnaces. These will be costly and superior in quality, with stronger fires capable of producing more spiritual artifacts. I will just need Master Qian to work on the formation within. Master Qian furrowed his brow, you need a first-grade formation method. It would be best if so. Master Qian thought it over and said, for a first-grade artifact furnace, a first-grade melting fire formation is required. I haven't studied this formation before and will need some time to conduct thorough research. Qian Hong immediately replied, of course. We will give the monster hunters some trouble to keep busy with. Master Qian need not worry and can focus on studying the formation. Master Qian nodded, all right. Qian Hong's eyes brightened, and he bowed, then I'll leave it in the capable hands of Master Qian. Qian Hong's demeanor was very polite. Although he was the family head and had the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, he still gave Master Qian due respect. Some matters in the cultivation world depend on cultivation to solve, but there are others that cannot be resolved by cultivation alone. The issue of formations is one that cannot be addressed by cultivation alone. High or low cultivation is merely a personal matter, but formations can benefit and impact many cultivators. Fighting and killing depend on cultivation, but to improve efficiency and quality in various trades and productions, formations are extremely crucial. Chapter 184, Chapter 184 Stirring Trouble. The next day, Mo Hua was drawing formations in the refinery shop when the Qian family sent people to cause trouble. The refinery shop's outer wall was not yet complete, and the formations were not fully drawn, giving the Qian family an opportunity to exploit. Several Qian family cultivators disguised as loose cultivators infiltrated the refinery shop. Finding a corner where no one was around, they began their sabotage. They toppled a few walls, shattered several foundation stones, cut a few wooden beams, and smeared over some of the newly drawn formations. When some craftsmen discovered them and tried to intervene, they were beaten by the saboteurs. A few monster hunters came to help and engaged them in a few rounds of combat. Seeing the situation turn sour, the Qian family cultivators immediately fled. In the afternoon, the Qian family came again and, although they were ultimately driven off by the monster hunters, they still caused considerable damage to the construction. Master Ban was left with a worried frown as the thing he feared still happened. Upon learning of the incident, Elder Yu was furious. He first pretended to leave, then stealthily returned to hide among a group of craftsmen, wanting to see who dared to cause trouble right under his nose. Not long after, that group of cultivators returned. Thinking they were undiscovered, they started to repeat their actions, preparing to smash walls and cut beams. But all their movements were under the watch of Elder Yu's divine sense. Before they could act, Elder Yu leapt up, slapping the cultivators to the ground one by one, making them spit out blood. Elder Yu held back, sparing their lives. The leading cultivator, his face covered and with a Qi refinement level 9 cultivation, ran as soon as he saw Elder Yu. However, he was at the Qi refinement level, how could he possibly escape from Elder Yu, who was at the foundation establishment stage? A few breaths later, Elder Yu caught up with him. After managing to counter a few moves, the cultivator was also slapped to the ground by Elder Yu, his shoulder in severe pain, his bones shattered. Elder Yu tore off the black cloth from his face, cursing, "Qian Shunzi, so it was you, you little bastard son of a bitch." Qian Shunzi, gritting his teeth, said, "Having fallen into your hands, kill or flay me." Elder Yu pinched his shoulder harshly, and he screamed in agony. "Pretending to be a tough guy, do you think I don't know exactly what you are?" Elder Yu scolded. Qian Shunzi quickly said, Elder Yu, let's talk this out, I only followed orders." "Orders from whom?" Qian Shunzi didn't say. Elder Yu spat, "It's none other than Qian Hong, that old turtle son of a bitch's orders, what's so hard to say about that?" Qian Shunzi smiled bitterly, "You already know, why ask?" "I want to see if you are actually being honest," Elder Yu said. "Elder Yu, whatever you say goes. You are magnanimous, can you let me go?" Elder Yu laughed coldly, "What are you dreaming of? If you hadn't fallen into my hands, I would still come looking for trouble with you guys. Now you come to provoke me, do you think I would let you go? Elder Yu called for some people and had Xianxia and the others tied up, then dumped them at the Qian family's front door. Qianhong, you shrinking turtle, not daring to show your face in public, plotting misdeeds in the shadows, are you still a man? If you're not a man, then just let your wife remarry and have your son change his surname. Elder Yu cursed out loud. The Qian family's doors remained tightly closed, with no response. Elder Yu continued to curse, starting with the younger and moving to the elders, finally cursing the Qian family ancestors, accusing them of being ungrateful, shameless, and despicable. The Qian family could no longer bear it, and an elder at the foundation establishment stage came out to accuse, Yu Changlin, this is the Qian family, do not slander without proof. Elder Yu didn't care and asked, where's that old turtle Qianhong? The Qian family elder frowned and said, the family head is not here. If you have something to say, just tell it to me. Elder Yu snorted coldly, he's not here? Probably hiding in some woman's bed, afraid to come out. Yu Changlin, the Qian family elder shouted angrily. Elder Yu decided to take what he got and leave, as he didn't specifically come to hurl insults just to casually throw out a few. There was a pile of matters to attend to at the refinery shop, he was indeed busy. So Elder Yu said, your Qian family people have been causing trouble at my place. The Qian family elder deflected, how do you know they were our Qian family people? Seeing this, Elder Yu was about to curse again, but the Qian family elder immediately said, fine, what do you want? Whether they were Qian family people or not, both sides knew very well, there was no need to beat around the bush. I want spirit stones. Elder Yu put it simply and directly. The Qian family elder frowned, how many? Elder Yu asked for an exorbitant amount, tossing out a figure on a whim. The Qian family elder snapped, don't push your luck. Elder Yu chuckled, then let's haggle, don't be in such a hurry. Eventually, they agreed that for each person, 100 spirit stones would be paid by the Qian family to redeem them, and Elder Yu would not pursue the matter further. Elder Yu left with nearly 1,000 spirit stones in his pocket. Some of these 1,000 spirit stones were to be shared with the injured craftsmen and monster hunters to treat their wounds and placate them. The rest Elder Yu planned to spend on wine and meat to reward everyone and calm their nerves. But he knew that the Qian family would not let matters rest there. The Qian family elder took Xianxia back and scolded, you're utterly useless, how could you be so careless in your actions? Xianxia spoke helplessly, elder, it's not my fault. Who would have thought that old rascal Yu Changlin could be so cunning? I personally saw him leave the refinery shop before I made my move. Who knew he'd sneak back in, dressed as a craftsman, blending into the crowd, indistinguishable at a glance? The Qian family elder let out a sigh, that old Yu is indeed crafty. The key was that he had no shame, his skin thicker than an artifact refining furnace. Xianxia asked, elder, what should we do next? Proceed as we planned before, the Qian family elder said. But be more cautious. It'd be best at night, or when they're resting, to cause disturbances, ensure they can't stop working, or at least delay their progress. What about Yu Changlin? Asked Xianxia. He's an elder of the monster hunters, he can't always be watching the refinery shop. There will be times when he goes out or lets his guard down. But, what if he discovers us? Xianxia spoke softly. The Qian family elder said indifferently, if found out, then take a beating, at most we pay him some more spirit stones as compensation. He cannot really kill you all, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to justify it to the Taoist court. Xianxia was somewhat reluctant. Being beaten by someone at the foundation establishment stage was not to be taken lightly. He was still aching all over, his shoulder bone was broken, and where he had been struck, the stagnant spiritual power from the foundation establishment was like a bone-penetrating maggot, causing him unbearable pain. And that was with Elder Yu holding back, otherwise, Xianxia might not have survived. The Qian family elder was displeased. What are you afraid of? You have no guts. Xianxia hung his head and remained silent. Then the Qian family elder said, rest assured, the family head has already said that once the deed is done, you will not be disadvantaged. If you make a significant contribution, those foundation establishment pills could also be rewarded to you. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Did the family head really say that? Of course. Would I lie to you? Excited, Xianxia said, all right, I will risk my life this time to complete the mission. The Qian family elder nodded, go on, such tasks are like a weasel stealing chickens, requiring patience. There's only the saying that a thief can't be on guard every day, they can't possibly not show a flaw. Just watch carefully, and you'll always find an opportunity. Xianxia saluted, I will heed the elder's command carefully. Chapter 185, Chapter 185 Method. Afterwards, the Qian family harassed them repeatedly. Elder Yu caught them one by one, beat them until they vomited blood, and then threw them at the doorstep of the Qian family, incidentally demanding some spirit stones. But the Qian family was not disheartened, and finally, there came a time when Elder Yu could not keep watch. It was like catching mice, one after another, both bothersome and disgusting. If a few were missed, there would be future troubles. Some craftsmen were injured, some buildings were destroyed, and several formations were smeared. The overall progress of the project was thus delayed. Elder Yu could only have monster hunters guard day and night, watching the people from the Qian family to prevent them from causing trouble. But for such a large refinery shop that was not yet complete, there were gaps everywhere. It was easy to cause trouble and difficult to guard against it. The Qian family's cultivators acted like thieves, smashing one place then shifting to another. By the time the hunters arrived, the Qian family's cultivators had already run away. And the monster hunters could not possibly keep watch here day and night without wasting a lot of manpower. Elder Yu was also somewhat irritable at the time. Mo Hua was also unhappy. Whether it was Elder Yu stepping in or the monster hunters intercepting, Mo Hua never needed to lift a finger. However, with the Qian family causing trouble and ruining the formations that Mo Hua had just finished painting, Mo Hua would have to repaint them all over again. After several such incidents, both Elder Yu and Mo Hua could no longer tolerate it. If the mice weren't driven out, the house couldn't be lived in. Mo Hua approached Elder Yu and gave him some earth-fire formations which were not top grade, containing only 7 formation patterns, but they should be enough to handle those troublemakers acting like cats and dogs. Mo Hua also revised the architectural formation map, adding a compass parent-child compound formation around the original planned map. In this way, as soon as a battle occurred, producing fluctuations in spiritual power, the monster hunters could reach the scene at the fastest speed to provide support. Even if the Qian family's cultivators smashed things, as long as they used spiritual power, they would be quickly discovered. With this arrangement, as long as some monster hunters were stationed in various places, with a few teams holding the compass mother formation patrolling in support, the Qian family's cultivators would no longer have an opportunity to take advantage of. Once everything was in order, Mo Hua spent 2 days prioritizing the drawing of the compass parent-child compound formation, then instructed the patrolling monster hunters regarding the use of the compass disc. After that, the matter no longer needed his concern. But for some destroyed formations, he still had to repaint them. Mo Hua sighed and could only calm down and continue his drawing formation work. As night descended, Xianxia led some Qian family disciples and a group of ruffian cultivators gathered, hiding beneath a mound not far from the refinery shop. The surrounding vegetation was lush, shielding their view, and they were not easily discovered. Despite having suffered losses during these days, they also had considerable successes. With these casualties, they delayed the construction progress of the refinery shop. At the very least, they gained Elder Qian's recognition, and the family head rewarded them with plenty of spirit stones. This boosted their morale. Qian Shunzi said, "We shed blood for the Qian family, and the clan will not forget us. The family head will reward us even more. As long as we succeed, you and I will have lots of spirit stones." The Qian family disciples and ruffian cultivators, having tasted the sweetness, nodded in agreement. Qian Shunzi gave the instruction, "Proceed as we have before. If you can hit, hit, if you can smash, smash. Retreat immediately if the situation turns dire." The group was divided into teams, each finding places to hide, then seeking gaps to infiltrate the refinery shop and cause destruction. Everything went as usual. The Qian family's cultivators had become adept at these tasks. Just then, the sound of explosions erupted, and flames burst through the night. Several Qian family cultivators had stepped onto earth-fire formations. Those with higher cultivation suffered lighter injuries, but the pain was sharp, heads throbbing, ears buzzing. Those with lower cultivation bled, some with burns, lying on the ground and wailing. There were also a few ruffian cultivators whose clothes and hair caught fire, rolling back and forth in the mud. Qian Shunzi's heart skipped a beat, and he also took in a sharp breath of cold air. It was the earth-fire formation. He did not join the battle for the spiritual mines with the monster hunters, but he learned from the participating Qian family disciples that there was a formation master among the monster hunters who could draw the earth-fire formation. The earth-fire formation was powerful and quite hidden, extremely insidious, difficult to avoid, and impossible to guard against. His Qian family had suffered greatly at the hands of the earth-fire formation, and not just once. What should we do? In a moment of urgent crisis, Qian Shunzi made a quick decision to take a gamble. They had caused trouble here 2 days ago, but at that time, there were no earth-fire formations on the ground. Evidently, they had been set up only recently, so there couldn't be too many of them. If they did not enter now, giving the monster hunters time, and after a few days they managed to lay earth-fire formations everywhere, every step would then be thorny, and it would be suicidal for them to proceed. But while Qian Shunzi was willing to gamble, the other Qian family cultivators were not. Especially those who had participated in the struggle for spiritual minds, who were either blown up by the earth-fire formation themselves, or watched their companions or at least the family head get blasted by it. To this day, they were still haunted by the earth-fire formation and dared not act rashly. Although at this moment the earth-fire formation actually had only 7 formation patterns, and for convenience, Emohua had not even drawn a compound formation. But as soon as the Qian family disciples saw the earth-fire formation, they flinched and could hardly be bothered to take into account all the specifics. Having no other choice, Qian Shunzi decided to lead by example. As a cultivator at the Qi refining 9th level, even if he were to be blasted, his injuries should not be severe. Qian Shunzi, along with his fellow cultivators, bravely moved forward, carefully placing each footstep, trying their best to avoid the dangers below. But this cautiousness was actually meaningless because he himself had no idea where the earth-fire formations might be. Each step was, in fact, a gamble. What looked like extreme caution was, in reality, just for show. Qian Shunzi bet correctly he did not step on an earth-fire formation. But one of his subordinates made the wrong bet, not following exactly in Qian Shunzi's footsteps. He, in his panic, stepped in the wrong spot and triggered an earth-fire formation. Engulfed by the earth-fire formation, Qian Shunzi got a close-up experience of its power. The spiritual power fluctuations from the explosion made his blood churn, and the roaring sound left him dizzy and disoriented. Part of his skin was scorched, with blood seeping out from the charred flesh. To him, the 7 formation patterns of the earth-fire formation were not fatal, but it was still unpleasant, and such unexpected pain and injury were most likely to instill deep fear. Qian Shunzi finally understood why some disciples in the family always paled at the mention of the earth-fire formation and why it cast a shadow in their minds. The explosion of the earth-fire formation alerted the monster hunters, who rushed over and attacked them. It seemed that due to being harassed repeatedly, they had become quite agitated and spared no mercy in their assault. The Qian family cultivators could not hold on and were forced to flee in disarray. Limping, Xianxia ran back to the Qian family and reported the incident with the earth-fire formation to the Qian family elders. He was capable of arranging a sneak attack, but such formation tactics were beyond his ability to deal with. The Qian family elders consoled Xianxia, and then informed family head Qianhong of the situation. Upon hearing the words earth-fire formation, anger surged within Qianhong. Earth-fire formation again. Couldn't they come up with something new? Qianhong then sought out Master Qian to ask for a method to break the formation. After all, in the entire Qian family, Master Qian's expertise in formation techniques was the highest. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Night Disturbance, 5 more. Master Qian appeared relaxed as he said with a faint smile, "It's all the same things over and over again. It's clear that he doesn't know many formations. The level of this formation master is just so-so." Upon hearing this, Qianhong also breathed a sigh of relief. Master Qian then asked, "How about their power? This time there doesn't seem to be any first-grade ones, and the power of the formations is only about 7 formation patterns." Master Qian nodded, in such a short time, that formation master couldn't have drawn that many first-grade formations, and can only make do with 7 formation patterns. If it's 7 formation patterns, the power is not great. A cultivator with an earth spirit root at the 9th level of Qi refining, wearing iron armor, can emerge unscathed. Master Qian shook his head, "It's too reckless, there's no need. It's not possible to force our way through every time, it not only alerts the enemy but also wastes the iron armor." Qianhong said, "Does the master have a method to counter this?" "The method is simple." Master Qian smiled, "I will take out some ordinary formation masters from the clan to go with you. They will be able to spot these earth-fire formations." Qianhong was somewhat puzzled, "Only formation masters can spot them." "Exactly." Master Qian replied with an elated expression, "The cycle of all things in heaven and earth leaves traces. Some things you can't detect with insufficient divine sense or lack of deep research. It's the same with formations. The formation patterns have a faint flow of spiritual power, which ordinary cultivators cannot discern, but those of us who deal with formation patterns year-round, after drawing a pattern hundreds or thousands of times, can naturally differentiate them." Qianhong's eyes lit up, "Then I'll have to trouble Master Qian." But then he paused and still seemed a bit concerned as he added, "If formation masters from our clan go and encounter danger, the loss would outweigh the gain. After all, formation masters who focus on studying formations all year round tend to have weaker cultivation and strength. And since the Qian family invests so much effort into training formation masters, if they were all to perish, it would indeed be a tremendous loss." "Not to worry," said Master Qian. "The formation masters will not put themselves in danger. They just need to look from a distance and locate the position of the earth-fire formation." Qianhong replied, "I will dispatch more people to ensure their protection." Master Qian nodded, "That would be best." In the dead of the night, when the sky was pitch black, a hazy crescent moon hung in the sky. A few formation masters from the Qian family followed Xianxia to the exterior of the city south refining artifacts store. They hid in the grass far away, released their divine sense from a distance, carefully discerning any anomalies in the surrounding spiritual power, and once they sensed the fire series formation patterns, they found the location of the earth-fire formations. The formation masters from the Qian family referenced the city south map, marked the earth-fire formations, and then passed the map to Xianxia. Xianxia's injuries had not yet healed, but this mission was personally assigned by the family head. It was of great importance. If done well, it would be recognized as a major accomplishment and gain the notice of the family head. This was an opportunity that comes once in a blue moon. Xianxia carefully stored the map away and called over the Qian family disciples and a group of ruffian cultivators to show them the locations of the earth-fire formations. Have you memorized it? The cultivators nodded. Xianxia divided the cultivators into teams, each marked with a different route, then gestured with a wave, take action. Thus, a group of cultivators, under the cover of night, once again sneaked to the exterior of the refining artifacts store. Xianxia whispered, follow the plan. His subordinates automatically split into several groups and, following their respective routes, stealthily moved closer to the refining artifacts store, while avoiding the earth-fire formations on the ground. The Qian family cultivators avoided most of the earth-fire formations, but a few were still triggered, sporadically exploding into flames in the night. Some were due to Qian family cultivators accidentally setting off the earth-fire formations, others were because the formation masters had been negligent in their observation and failed to notice some of the formation's positions. All this was within the calculations of Xianxia. No matter how careful one is, nothing is foolproof. So he divided the cultivators into several teams to attack simultaneously, which meant that even if they triggered the earth-fire formation and attracted the attention of the monster hunters, they could advance on multiple fronts, forcing the monster hunters to be overwhelmed and run ragged. In the dimness of the night, it was hard to see, and chaos from not watching the front and back was only too common. There was no way the monster hunters could know where their own people were attacking from. As long as they took advantage of the confusion, destroyed more buildings, and damaged more formations, they would have accomplished a great deal. Xianxia watched from a distance. His leg had been injured by the explosion of the earth-fire formation, and he couldn't run fast, which is why he didn't personally lead the attack this time, and also why he feared being caught by Elder Yu again. Although Elder Yu was a foundation-building cultivator, he had a shamelessly thick skin and was utterly unpredictable. He had no idea how Elder Yu might torment him if he were caught again. In the previous few attempts, without any excuse, he had to go personally, but now he was injured and could conveniently watch the battle from the sidelines. Things were progressing just as he had envisioned. The earth-fire formation exploded, but only in a few isolated spots, posing little threat and instead drawing the monster hunter's attention, allowing for a feint. A few Qian family cultivators had already infiltrated, and there were fluctuations of spiritual power. It was either combat or the destruction of buildings. In the dark night, multicolored spiritual power lit up around the refinery shop. But the chaos was short-lived. The situation soon stabilized, the noise abated, and the fluctuations of spiritual power also died down. The infiltrating Qian family cultivators never came back out. The entire refinery shop, like a monster beast lurking in the night, opened its gaping maw and swallowed them whole. Xianxia's thoughts were in turmoil. What happened? The night was murky, the situation chaotic, their feint should have been effective. How did it quiet down so quickly? Just then, Xianxia noticed a team of people had emerged and were running straight towards them. It was dark, and Xianxia couldn't make out who they were, but he had a feeling that they definitely were not his own people. Quickly, Xianxia ordered, "Quick, retreat." After speaking, some Qian family cultivators surrounded a few formation masters and began to hurriedly withdraw. But it was already too late. A team of monster hunters quickly caught up with them. At the forefront was a monster hunter with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a towering figure, clean and efficient in movement. It was Mo Shan. Mo Shan flickered in shape and appeared before Xianxia, throwing a punch that erupted with fierce fire, aimed straight at Xianxia's face. Xianxia crossed his arms to block the punch, but his forearms instantly seared with pain, and a cracking sound suggested he had likely broken another bone. Taking advantage of the momentum, Mo Shan followed up with a kick that Xianxia could not stop, sending him flying to the ground, aching all over and without the strength to run anymore. Mo Shan left Xianxia behind and charged toward the Qian family formation masters. The Qian family's guards engaged to intercept, each of them on the 9th level of Qi refining, with robust cultivation. For a while, they held Mo Shan at bay. Mo Shan did not entangle with them any longer than necessary, using his succinct and sharp movement technique to parry, waiting for the right moment to bypass the guards and reach a Qian family formation master. The formation master was unaware of what had happened. He only saw a figure suddenly come into view, then felt a pain in his neck, darkness enveloping his sight, as Mo Shan knocked him out with a chop of the hand. Mo Shan knocked the formation master unconscious, grabbed him by the collar, and casually tossed him toward several other monster hunters. The other monster hunters caught the formation master and brought out ropes, binding him as one would a pig. Chapter 187, Chapter 187. Afterward, Mo Shan did the same and began to capture the Qian family's formation masters. The Qian family's guards had respectable cultivation, but they were overwhelmed trying to fend off the monster hunters while also preventing Mo Shan from capturing people. In this critical situation, those few formation masters of the Qian family, who would usually care about their manners and demeanor, had thrown all that to the wind, racing for their lives and wishing they could grow an extra pair of legs. In the end, Mo Shan only managed to catch 3 formation masters, the rest had escaped. The scene after the chaotic battle was a mess, with some monster hunters injured and several Qian family cultivators lying on the ground, wailing. Mo Shan and the other monster hunters took action together, tying up the formation masters and the other Qian family cultivators, then brought them back to the refinery shop. The monster hunters threw the Qian family cultivators onto the ground, and Mo Shan waved at Mo Hua, who was sitting atop the high wall. Mo Hua nodded, leaped down with a graceful figure, and landed lightly on the ground. He had just used the water-passing step to climb the tall gate wall of the refinery shop and sat on top of the wall, witnessing everything that happened outside. Although the Qian family cultivators had avoided the earth-fire formation, by entering the refinery shop, any movement that generated spiritual power fluctuations would trigger the compass child formation. The patrolling monster hunting squad, holding the parent compass, would feel the reaction from the child formation and come to assist. On the surface, the Qian family seemed to be employing a strategy of making a noise in the east and striking in the west, catching them by surprise, but in reality, they had completely exposed their positions. Therefore, the Qian family cultivators who had infiltrated did not cause much of a commotion before being suppressed one by one. And Mo Hua was also curious as to how they had avoided the earth-fire formation he had set up. He had specifically asked Uncle Chu for advice. In the matter of setting traps, the monster hunters are the most skilled, and among them, Uncle Chu is the best at using traps. After learning from Uncle Chu and having studied and applied many himself, Mo Hua's skill in trap setting was also considered top-notch among the monster hunters. There seemed to be no problems with the earth-fire formation he had watched being set up outside, so why had the Qian family detected it? Therefore, Mo Hua climbed onto the wall top and swept the surroundings with his divine sense. With Elder Yu absent, among all the cultivators present, Mo Hua's divine sense was the strongest. The divine sense of an ordinary Qi refining 9th level cultivator couldn't possibly compare to his. Then Mo Hua discovered those formation masters from the Qian family, and everything suddenly made sense to him. Suddenly, a joy rose in Mo Hua's heart. Fish that came knocking on his door were not to be ignored. Mo Hua found Mo Shan, explained the situation, and said, "Keep an eye on the formation masters to capture them alive." Mo Shan nodded, then led a team of monster hunters with notable cultivation and dashed out, heading straight for those formation masters. After a battle, they finally caught a few and brought them back. "It's a shame we only caught 3, letting the others get away," lamented Mo Shan. Mo Hua nodded repeatedly, "That's enough, that's enough. What are we going to do with these formation masters?" Mo Shan asked curiously. "Just hand them over to Elder Yu, I reckon everyone will be eating well for the coming month," Mo Hua said with a laugh. The next day, Elder Yu arrived at the refinery shop and was surprised to see the Qian family formation masters tied up, asking, "How did you bind them?" "They came straight to our doorstep," replied Mo Hua. Elder Yu was slightly astonished, has Xianxia lost his mind? They wanted to break my earth-fire formation but ended up shooting themselves in the foot. The captured Qian family formation masters kept their distance, thinking they wouldn't be in any danger if they didn't risk themselves, but they hadn't expected Mo Hua's divine sense to be so powerful, able to detect them from such a great distance. After hearing the whole story, Elder Yu couldn't help but admire Mo Hua for his attentive mind and skilled use of divine sense. Even with his stronger divine sense, he would not necessarily notice these people upon a cursory scan, nor would he associate them with being formation masters. Elder Yu nodded, "You've all worked hard, leave the rest to me. Tonight, we'll have a good meal." After Elder Yu finished speaking, he took the captured formation masters to the Qian family. These formation masters could not be killed, otherwise, the Qian family would not let the matter rest. After all, cultivating a formation master can cost a fortune, and success is not guaranteed. Moreover, even if they were killed, it would be hard to explain to the Taoist court. The rules that everyone abides by openly in Tongxian City dictate that taking a life should be a last resort. Since they cannot be killed nor kept, the only option left was to use them for extortion. And as a bargaining chip, formation masters were quite valuable. Elder Yu planned to take a heavy toll. Qianhong was so angered that he coughed up blood. He had inquired earlier and found out that Elder Yu would not be at the refinery shop that night. The formation masters would be far away, and with the divine sense of someone in the Qi refinement realm, they would not be detectable. Even so, he had deliberately sent guards to follow them, taking every precaution. How could they still have been captured? How exactly were they captured? Qianhong was puzzled and could not understand it. Meanwhile, Elder Yu had already arrived with the formation masters. This time, he did not rant and rave but instead looked quite pleased, as if he had won a bet and was waiting for the dealer to exchange his chips for spirit stones. But they were the losers, they were the dealer, and they were the ones who had to pay out the spirit stones. Even the chips had been delivered by them. Qianhong was gnashing his teeth with rage, yet his face remained expressionless. Instead, he took the offensive and sneered. "Elder Yu, you, a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, have abducted our Qian family formation masters and you even have the audacity to come extorting us." Elder Yu waved his hand dismissively, "Enough with this nonsense, who are you trying to fool? We all know what's going on here, so why put on an act?" Qianhong sneered, "I shall report this matter to the court leader of the Taoist court." "Please do," Elder Yu replied nonchalantly, "and while you're at it, you might want to mention how your Qian family came to make trouble at the refinery shop, how many of our people you injured, how much property you damaged, how many formations you disrupted, and how much time of our work you delayed. So, as a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, you target the younger generation." Elder Yu chuckled and replied, "I didn't lift a finger this time, and, in fact, I knew nothing about the whole affair from start to finish. It's your own fault for causing trouble and getting caught in the act. Only this morning did I learn about it, so I've come to talk terms with you." Qianhong stared at him coldly, "What terms do you want? Show some sincerity, and I'll return your people. This way, you save face and avoid harming our amicable relations," replied Elder Yu. Qianhong's eyelids twitched at these words. What saving face? What amiable relations? Since when did Yu Changlin care about such niceties? "What sincerity do you want?" he demanded. Elder Yu retorted, "What else could it be?" Controlling his anger, Qianhong gritted his teeth and said, 500 spirit stones per person." Elder Yu shook his head, "That's not enough sincerity." "What then?" asked Qianhong impatiently. "These are formation masters, it requires extra," said Elder Yu. "How much do you want?" Bluntly, Elder Yu declared, 10,000 per person. Qianhong rose to his feet furiously, "Don't push your luck." Trying to reassure him, Elder Yu said, "As the family head, you don't need to lose your temper. Stay calm, I never said we couldn't negotiate. Qianhong, swallowing his fury, asked once more, how much? Elder Yu began to haggle, bargaining over each spirit stone as if Qianhong were not the family head but an old man selling vegetables in the market town. After an exhaustive negotiation, Elder Yu walked away with the spirit stones, satisfied with the deal. While Qianhong's face turned an iron shade of blue, and in his rage, he brought his hand down in a fierce smack that reduced the tabletop to dust. Yu Changlin, I will kill you. Chapter 188, Chapter 188 Concerns. Elder Yu took the spirit stones, allocating a portion for public use, to construct the refinery shop, and with the remainder, he arranged for a vast amount of wine and meat, inviting the craftsmen and monster hunters to have a hearty feast. The wine was indeed fine, but the meat was not spiritual meat. Feeding so many cultivators with spiritual meat was beyond Elder Yu's means. He sought out Mo Shan and spent spirit stones to have Lu Ruhua assist in cooking some monster beast's flesh. There was beef, mutton, chicken, and others, stewed with pungent spices. The mix of aromas was very enticing, and there was plenty prepared, enough to eat to one's content. Everyone ate their fill with great gusto, and Mo Hua was no exception, finding great delight in the meal, and the atmosphere at the refinery shop was lively and cheerful. Only Master Ban ate without any taste. Originally, he was worried that with just Mo Hua drawing the formations, they would be short-handed and unable to meet the schedule. But now, with the Qian family repeatedly causing trouble, injuring the craftsmen and damaging some of the constructions, some formations needed to be redrawn, which made catching up with the progress even more unlikely. Master Ban sighed, the wine in his mouth tasting both sour and bitter, an indescribable flavor. Mo Hua, who was gnawing on a large chicken leg, noticed Master Ban's expression and asked, Master Ban, are you troubled by something? Master Ban sighed again, full of worries yet unsure how to express them. He surely couldn't hurry Mo Hua, asking her to quicken her formation drawing. Moreover, ever since he learned that Mo Hua was a formation master, and one capable of drawing first-grade formations at that, Master Ban felt a certain reverence towards her, making him more cautious with his words and less at ease than before. Seeing that Master Ban was troubled, Mo Hua said, if you have something to say, just speak up. With Mo Hua coaxing him, Master Ban could only firm up his resolve and say, Mo Hua, this formation, how much longer will it take to complete? Mo Hua estimated and replied, it depends on whether the Qian family will continue to make trouble. If they keep it up, it'll likely drag out longer, but if they're scared off and learn their lesson, then the end will come quicker. However, due to the Qian family's disturbances, some formations need to be redrawn, so it'll definitely take longer than initially anticipated. Master Ban nodded, then I'll leave it in your capable hands. Despite saying so, he still felt anxious. Having been a craftsman for many years, he had heard countless promises and projections, but the number of commitments that were fulfilled, or schedules that were met on time, were few and far between. Mo Hua, seeing that Master Ban was still apprehensive, then asked, would a delay in the construction period be very serious? Not serious per se, but if the construction period is delayed, we craftsmen can't settle our accounts, and the workers underneath us won't receive their share of spirit stones. Master Ban's demeanor grew somber. Craftsmen usually come from poor families. They need to earn spirit stones to support their family, provide for their children's cultivation, working day and night just to make a modest earning. Once the construction period is held up, without spirit stones in hand, their household expenses might go unmet. Mo Hua nodded in understanding, deeply empathizing, as his own family had also lived through tough times. Most of the loose cultivators in Tongxian City were monster hunters, relying on hunting monster beasts to make a living. There were not many who were craftsmen, and even fewer were able to become master craftsmen. These master craftsmen, mostly cultivators from other regions, often had to travel wherever their services were needed, wherever there was a need to build caves, houses, refinery shops, alchemists' businesses, and other constructions, they would go there. The construction of a Tao cultivation building could take from several months to a year or even longer to complete, and during this time, they rarely went home, often separated from their loved ones. Yet, even with such hard work, the spirit stones they earned were barely enough to scrape by. It seems that the livelihood of loose cultivators in this world, no matter what they did for a living, was never easy. Mo Hua sighed and asked, "Do people also default on spirit stone payments?" Master Ban's expression became helpless. "This happens often. After the cave dwelling is built, others don't want to pay the spirit stones, or they make excuses, saying they can't free up the spirit stones and just keep delaying payment without ever paying. We really have no way to deal with it. About 80 or 90 years ago, when I was not yet a craftsman, just an ordinary worker, I followed my master to build a small cave dwelling for a cultivator. After we finished the building, the cultivator said he had run out of spirit stones and told us to wait. We waited and waited, for 3 months, and still hadn't received a single spirit stone. Our family was so poor that we couldn't even scrape a meal together, so we had no choice but to go ask him for payment again. Once we found him, he was in the food building, enjoying delicious food and drink, lavishing spirit stones on singing girls. When we asked him for the spirit stones, he arrogantly said he had plenty of spirit stones but simply wouldn't give them to us. Listening to this, Mo Hua became angry. "Didn't you beat him up?" "We did." Master Ban nodded. "We couldn't take it anymore, so we tied him up and beat him up, leaving him seriously injured." "What happened then?" "Then he went to the Taoist court officials. They arrested us and locked us up for half a month. In the end, my master took responsibility for the crime, was convicted by the Taoist court officials, and was sent to jail for 10 years. We were beaten with dozens of sticks and then released." Thinking of his former master, Master Ban felt sad for a moment. "Taoist court officials are really no good," Mo Hua said angrily. Then he remembered that Zhang Lan was also a cultivator of the Taoist court and was quite a nice person. He had unintentionally seemed to have wronged him. "You can't say it like that," Master Ban calmly advised Mo Hua. "Are there exceptions?" Master Ban nodded. "The cultivation world is so vast, with Taoist courts everywhere. Some of them are dutiful and loyal, while others are greedy and corrupt. It's not right to generalize. In several cities nearby where I've dealt with the Taoist courts, the Taoist court of Tongxian City is relatively rule-abiding. Even if they occasionally take some kickbacks, it's human nature. In other places, there are good and bad. Some Taoist courts even collude with local clans to seize property, covet cultivation techniques and inheritances, causing others to lose both their family and their lives." As Master Ban spoke, he was visibly shaken. Mo Hua was also shocked to hear this. The Tao cultivation world was indeed more complex than he had imagined. He took all these matters to heart, to be prepared in case he encountered such situations in the future. "Master Ban, don't worry. Although Elder Yu is stingy, he will give the spirit stones that are due and won't default on the payment," Mo Hua assured him with conviction. Then, after thinking about it, he added, "Regarding the formations, I will paint even faster to avoid too much delay." After all, it was not easy for craftsmen to earn spirit stones, and waiting on them to get by was not an enjoyable experience. But Master Ban was taken aback. Paint even faster? He was already painting fast enough, how could he possibly paint any faster? After all, Mo Hua was just one person, and a child of 11 or 12 at that. Master Ban felt a bit guilty and worriedly said, "You don't need to rush, just proceed in an orderly fashion. There's no need to overdo it. If you overexert your divine sense, and it damages your sea of consciousness, it will be troublesome. I've heard that if a formation master's sea of consciousness is injured, they won't be able to paint formations for the rest of their life." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Mo Hua replied. Before, because it was his first time painting formations on such a large Tao Cultivation building, and it was also the first time he was designing and planning so many formations. He started painting carefully and cautiously, which meant a slower pace to avoid mistakes. Now, having painted for so many days, his technique had become much more proficient. Although there were many formations, they were not complex. Most of them didn't even reach the grade of a first-grade formation method and were not difficult to paint, just somewhat monotonous. Hua also needed to finish painting as soon as possible so that he could find a way to learn and apply higher-level compound formations. Compound formations should be much more interesting. Chapter 189, Chapter 189 Drawn. Master Ban saw Hua's confident appearance and inexplicably felt much more at ease. Although he had always treated formation masters with the utmost respect, there was still a touch of resentment in his heart. But being under someone's roof, they had to bow their heads due to the status and identity of the formation master, that was all. They were formation masters, and they were just craftsmen. The formation masters could live in grand cavern residences, while these craftsmen were only suitable for building them. Most of the architecture in the Tao Cultivation world was built by these craftsmen, brick by brick, yet not a single brick belonged to them. But Hua was different from any other formation master he had seen. He was not arrogant or overbearing, with a clarity in his eyes like the spring water in a mountain stream. Looking at Hua, Master Ban couldn't help but smile. Seeing that Master Ban finally stopped frowning, Hua also smiled. "I'll take care of the formation, you can rest assured." Master Ban nodded heavily, "I'm at ease." Then he raised his glass, smiled at Hua, and said, "I raise a toast to you." Hua had neither cup nor wine, and besides, the taste of the alcohol was too strong for his liking. So he took the chicken leg in his hand and touched it to Master Ban's cup. "Cheers." Master Ban laughed, his mind free of doubts, and drank up the wine in his cup. Only then, tasting the true flavor of the wine, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good wine." In the following days, Hua began to speed up his formation painting. The deeper the cultivation of the heaven Yanju, the stronger the control of divine sense, the faster Hua's formations were drawn. Moreover, these formations were ones that Hua had practiced many times on the Taoist stele or the formation paper. He had every single formation pattern down pat. Hua's wrist danced, his brush moved swiftly, his strokes as smooth as clouds and flowing water. Formation patterns emerged one after another, and maps of formations were completed. Master Ban watched, dumbstruck, and even Elder Yu, who had seen Hua drawing formations many times, was secretly amazed. Such skill showed the release of a formation master who had been immersed in the craft for hundreds of years. Each stroke and pattern was etched in his mind. He didn't even have to look to know where his brush should go, it naturally formed the formation. And so, after about 10 more days, Hua had finished painting all the formations on the refinery shop building. The progress had been delayed by 5 or 6 days compared to the initial expectation, mainly because the Qian family came to cause trouble repeatedly. The foundation had been damaged and needed to be rebuilt, wooden beams had collapsed and had to be re-erected, and when the formations were smeared, Hua had to start over. Otherwise, the work would have been completed a few days earlier. Master Ban looked at the numerous complex formations on the refinery shop, from the walls to every building, with disbelief in his eyes. All these formations were indeed completed by Hua alone. Despite having witnessed the speed at which Hua painted formations and being mentally prepared for it, he was still astonished when he saw it with his own eyes. This was the largest refinery shop in Tongxian City. All these formations were actually completed by one person. Master Ban pinched his thigh hard, and the pain that followed relieved him. It confirmed that he was indeed not dreaming. With the completion of these formations, Hua's work was temporarily done, leaving the craftsmen to seal the formations and further refurbish the building. These matters would be Master Ban's concern now. Hua rubbed his wrists and moved his shoulders around. He had been painting formations all these days, and now that the major work was done, he could finally take a break. He could use this time to reflect on the gains and losses in formation work. The architectural formation map employed formations that primarily revolved around earth and wood attributes, complemented by metal, water, and fire elements. Essentially, all 5 elements formations would make use of these. The 5 elements formation is the most widely applied formation in the Tao Cultivation world, and through this opportunity, Hua expanded his understanding of some basic formations, solidified his application of the 5 elements formation patterns, and gained deeper insights into the use of formations and the interactions between various formations. Moreover, after drawing formations tirelessly day and night during this period, Hua's divine sense had grown, his control over it had gradually become stronger, and his foundation in formations had also deepened considerably. Hua nodded, feeling quite satisfied with himself, and then started to prepare for the next phase of his formation studies. Master Ban was busy with the completion of the subsequent construction works for his artifact refinery shop, but the formation issues that had worried him the most had already been resolved, and the project would be completed on schedule. Master Ban felt as if a great burden had been lifted and his whole body relaxed. With the completion of the refinery shop, it would be time to settle the spirit stone payments. He could finally give his craftsman disciples an explanation, and everyone could return home to enjoy a good year. The thought alone made Master Ban feel thoroughly content, and after several months of busyness, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Qianhong's brow furrowed in concern. According to reports from the Qian family disciples, the group of craftsmen had already begun the final touches on the construction. In his view, it was an absolute impossibility. The finishing touches meant that the formations inside were already complete. Such a large refinery shop, even if only basic and simple formations were used, couldn't possibly be completed so quickly. Furthermore, he had even sent people to disrupt and delay the construction progress of the refinery shop. In Qianhong's estimation, even if everything went smoothly for the refinery shop, it would take another month before completion. But how could they have already started finishing the job in such a short time? Could it be another one of Yu Changlin's tricks? Trying to tell me that the refinery shop has already been built and finished, to make the Qian family give up this notion. Yu Changlin, thick-skinned and ruthless, it wouldn't be out of character for him to come up with such a scheme. Qianhong's gaze turned sharp as he instructed someone to invite Master Qian, and then the two of them went together to a tea house near the refinery shop, settled in a private room, and released their divine senses to scan the refinery shop. Master Qian only swept his divine sense over it briefly before withdrawing it and said, "The formations have been completed." Qianhong was secretly shocked and asked, "At what level are these formations?" Master Qian hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Compared with the formation at our Qian family mansion, they are quite comparable." Qianhong couldn't believe it. How is that possible? The formations at their Qian family mansion had been devised with great expense, employing a first-rate formation master to design the architectural formation map and many formation masters working together to draw the formation, which took a long time to construct. What merit or ability did Yu Changlin have to build an artifact refinery shop that could rival the Qian family mansion's formation? Master Qian himself found it hard to believe. He furrowed his brow thinking, "I only scanned it from afar with my divine sense without looking closely, but the strength of those formations on the exterior walls is indeed not ordinary." "You mean? They may have focused only on the exterior wall formations. The internal formations might be quite crude, or it's very possible that there are hardly any formations inside at all." Qianhong nodded. This estimation from Master Qian was very plausible. Otherwise, there was no explanation for how the monster hunters could have completed the formations inside such a large refinery shop in so little time. "There's another issue," said Master Qian. "Even if it's just the external wall formations, judging by the strength of this formation, the amount of formation patterns included shouldn't be something 1 or 2 formation masters could complete." Qianhong also frowned, a question emerging in both their minds at the same time. Exactly how many formation masters are among the monster hunters? Chapter 190, Chapter 190 Assertion. The refinery shop has been built, and the formation has been perfected, they can no longer cause trouble. When the exterior walls are closed, and the formation is activated, thinking of sneaking in would be akin to a fool's dream. Master Qian glanced at the refinery shop again and suddenly asked. Family head, do you know which formations have been used in this refinery shop? Typical construction formations can't be separated from the earth and wood series, but as for the specific formations, I'm not a formation master, so I'm not clear, Qian Hong pondered and said. Family head, you've encountered this set of formations before, Master Qian said with a composed attitude. Qian Hong thought thoughtfully, then his eyes brightened. Are you talking about the formation used at the entrance of the spiritual mines that day? Exactly. Master Qian nodded. Among the first-grade formation methods, there is one called the earth stone formation, which can strengthen the soil and stone and resist external enemies. If I'm not mistaken, the walls of the refinery shop are fortified with this first-grade earth stone formation. Qian Hong frowned and then had a flash of understanding. Master Qian said, one earth fire formation, one earth stone formation, previously it was these two formations, and now it's still these two formations. Just as I had anticipated, the formation master among the monster hunters doesn't know many formations, so he can only use these two over and over. This is not his fault, Master Qian sighed. First-grade formations are not easy to learn, and it is quite remarkable that he has mastered these two. Qian Hong nodded slightly. Formations are indeed difficult to learn, let alone first-grade formations which are even more challenging. Learning formations is hard, and handling them is even harder. During the previous battle with the monster hunter on the Nameless Peak, these two formations gave the Qian family a lot of trouble. If it hadn't been for these two formations, their Qian family wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Elder Yu, that old rascal, and those monster hunters would not have been able to leave with a full load of spirit stones and return unscathed. Every time he thought about this, Qian Hong felt heartache as if being cut by knives. Master Qian said, now that the refinery shop is completed, there's no need to dwell on it any longer, family head. You can proceed with the plan. Qian Hong nodded. Elder Yu built the refinery shop simply to refine spiritual artifacts to compete with our Qian family business. All we need to do is to take the lead, refine more and better spiritual artifacts, lower the selling price, and make it impossible for them to continue their business, and naturally there will be no aftermath. And the key to mass-producing artifacts is the refining furnace. Qian Hong finished speaking, then asked, how goes your comprehension of the first-grade melting fire formation used for the refining furnaces? Master Qian stroked his beard. These days, I have been diligently studying day and night, and now I have understood most of it. It won't be long before I can fully master it. Qian Hong showed delight and bowed his hands. You have worked hard, Master. Master Qian returned the courtesy. Since I am a descendant of the Qian clan and supported by the family, it is my duty to exert all efforts for the clan. Family head, you're too courteous. Qian Hong seemed to think of something and suddenly hesitated to speak. If the family head has something to say, please speak frankly, Master Qian said. Qian Hong frowned, contemplating, the formation master among the monster hunters. He couldn't possibly also have mastered the first-grade melting fire formation, could he? Otherwise, why would Elder Yu build a refinery shop? Master Qian appeared slightly taken aback, and after some thought, he felt it made sense. Then he reconsidered and denied it. Impossible. The melting fire formation is different from other first-grade formations, its formation patterns are more tricky, and the formation pivot is more complex. It's not that easy to learn. If he really knew the melting fire formation, along with the earth fire formation and the earth stone formation, he would already have the strength of a first-grade formation master. A first-grade formation master, who doesn't hold a prestigious position and is treated as an honored guest by clans and sects. How could someone like that, regardless of their status, join forces with loose cultivators? Hearing this, Qianhong also felt it made sense, but still with reservations. He said, but what if this person really can draw the melting fire formation? Family head, you can rest assured. Even if this formation master can draw the melting fire formation, he will only be able to create ordinary melting fire formations that contain 5 or 6 patterns at most, definitely not the authentic first-grade melting fire formation, Master Qian assured. I have studied diligently these days and personally experienced how difficult the melting fire formation is to learn. This formation is not something one can compare with other ordinary first-grade formations. That formation master could not possibly master it. Master Qian asserted. Mo Hua indeed could not draw the first-grade melting fire formation. Since he hadn't needed it before, he didn't bother to learn. Now that he wanted to try a compound formation that included the melting fire formation, it was time to start learning. After studying it, he realized indeed that the melting fire formation was rather difficult to learn. The formation patterns were indeed trickier, slightly different from the usual fire series formation patterns. The strength of divine sense required for the formation pivot was also comparatively high. Mo Hua had been practicing for a day and a half and was gradually getting the hang of it when he noticed Elder Yu with a worried frown. Elder, has the Qian family come to cause trouble again? Mo Hua asked. Elder Yu shook his head, we're short of artifact refiners. How many are we short? About 10 or so. That many? Mo Hua was surprised, aren't there quite a few artifact refiners in the city? Don't they want to come? Yes, Elder Yu said somewhat helplessly, some already have their own refinery shops and don't want to move, others don't want to work for someone else and be constrained, or they are introverts who prefer not to live with others. In short, their reasons are varied but the result is the same, they don't want to come. Are they also worried about the Qian family? Elder Yu nodded, that's one of their concerns. They're afraid the Qian family will give them trouble and also that we won't be able to overpower the Qian family, then they, too, would be unlucky. Oh. Mo Hua nodded, then asked, is Master Chen willing to come? Which Master Chen? The skinny one with the dark face from Chen's refinery shop, next to the small pond on South Main Street. Oh. Elder Yu remembered. He's not willing to come either. Mo Hua put down the unfinished melting fire formation he was holding and said, I'll go have a look. What are you going to look at? Will he listen to you? Elder Yu was somewhat astounded. Not sure, but I'll try. I'm on fairly good terms with Master Chen, Mo Hua said. Elder Yu looked at the teenage boy, half a person tall, that was Mo Hua, and then thought of Master Chen's stern face and couldn't fathom what kind of relationship they could have. Well, you try it first, I'll look for some other artifact refiners, Elder Yu said. Okay. After speaking, Mo Hua went back home, asked his mother for some wine and meat, boxed it up, and put it in his storage bag. Then, he headed to Chen's refinery shop and found Master Chen. Master Chen was leading Dazuo and the rest in the iron forging, with the clanging sounds echoing and sparks flying everywhere. Mo Hua shouted a couple of times before Master Chen heard him. Master Chen let Dazuo continue on his own, then washed his hands, wiped his sweat, and welcomed Mo Hua into the courtyard. There were several small stools and tables in the courtyard. Mo Hua chose a stool to sit on and took out the wine and meat from the storage bag. This is my treat for everyone. Mo Hua said. How can I accept this? Though Master Chen verbally declined, his eyes never left the wine jug. Don't be polite. Mo Hua said. Master Chen stopped being coy. After all, he was well acquainted with Mo Hua, and he didn't consider him a stranger. So he laughed and said, then I won't be. After finishing his words, Master Chen called out to a group of disciples, stop what you're doing, take a break, and come have some food." The group of artifact refiner disciples were overjoyed at hearing this, and they all put down their work and crowded around. Ever since Mo Hua entered, and the moment he placed the food box on the table, they had already become distracted from refining. Artifact refining was physically demanding, and these young and strong men were also growing, so they got hungry easily. The business at the refinery shop was actually not so good. It was quite an achievement for them to get enough to eat, let alone indulge in delicacies. So when they saw the meat Mo Hua had placed on the table, their eyes shone with eagerness. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Invitation, 5th Update. Master Chen gently tapped the table. Before eating, first thank the person who provided the food. The artifact refining disciples said in unison, "Thank you, Brother Mo." Mo Hua also smiled and waved his hand, "No thanks, no thanks." Master Chen nodded, "Line up, don't rush." Mo Hua brought quite a lot of beef. Practically everyone could get some. Although it wasn't enough to fill them up, it was enough to stave off hunger and satisfy a craving. The artifact refining disciples queued up and each took their share of meat, then began devouring it hungrily. Master Chen also tasted the meat and took a sip of wine. Immediately his expression became pleased, and he started to beam with joy. As the strong liquor went down his throat, spicy and refreshing, Master Chen felt completely satisfied and said, "Now, tell me what you wanted to see me for." "It's just to treat you to some meat and drinks." Master Chen said, "If you won't tell, let's consider it a free meal and drink." Mo Hua chuckled, "There is a little matter." Master Chen raised an eyebrow and laughed, "You've specially brought meat and wine as a bribe, I suspect it's no small matter." "Let's hear it." Mo Hua got straight to the point, "Elder Yu has set up a new refinery shop, a large one. Have you considered going over there?" Master Chen asked with a puzzled look, "Are you close with Elder Yu too, speaking for him?" "Very close," Mo Hua nodded. Master Chen's eyelid twitched. Mo, at such a young age, sure had some wild connections familiar even with an elder at the foundation establishment stage. On normal days, he dedicated himself to artifact refining and rarely asked about external affairs, only hearing bits and pieces from others' conversations. He didn't know how Mo had become so familiar with Elder Yu. Master Chen felt a bit baffled and asked further, "That refinery shop, does it have anything to do with you?" "All the formations inside, I drew them." Mo Hua patted his chest, speaking with a hint of pride. Master Chen was taken aback. He knew Mo was good at drawing formations, but he didn't realize he was good enough to have drawn all the formations in such a large refinery shop. That was truly remarkable. Master Chen thought for a moment, then stated bluntly, "All right, I agree to your request." Mo Hua was momentarily stunned. "Hey? Why did you agree so quickly?" He had prepared a whole load of arguments, yet before he could even start, Master Chen had already agreed. Master Chen said with a smile, "I'm not familiar with Elder Yu, so naturally, I'm reluctant to go there. My own refinery shop may be a bit rundown and business might be slow, but it's enough to make ends meet. It supports me and these disciples, and I've also taught them a trade. But since you're the one asking, that changes things. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you've drawn so many formations for us without asking for spirit stones is a huge favor. I may not have much of a relationship with Elder Yu, but I do trust you deeply." These words from Master Chen made Mo Hua feel somewhat embarrassed. Seeing how agreeable Master Chen was, Mo decided to push his luck. "Do you know any other artifact refiners? Could you get them to go as well?" Master Chen was slightly taken aback, then laughed, "You really don't beat around the bush." Mo chuckled, "We're so familiar, why be polite?" Master Chen also laughed, "It's fine for me to go, but asking other artifact refiners is a different matter." "What's the difference?" "I need to have a reason to convince them, otherwise, they're not going to abandon their own business to go refine artifacts for Elder Yu. There are plenty of reasons. Mo Hua's eyes lit up, as he was just worrying that no one would listen to his carefully prepared arguments, and now an opportunity to speak had arisen. On the surface, this refinery shop is owned by Elder Yu, but in reality, it belongs to all monster hunters and possibly to every loose cultivator in Tongxian City. As long as everyone contributes to the work inside, and the refinery shop turns a profit, the spirit stone proceeds will be distributed according to each individual's contribution. Master Chen was startled. Is that really true? Although Master Chen was a loose cultivator of Tongxian City and made his living by artifact refining, he had never ventured into Big Black Mountain to hunt monster beasts. Although he also dealt with monster hunters on a regular basis, it was mostly related to transactions involving spiritual artifacts, and he didn't know much about the internal affairs of monster hunters. This was the first time he had heard about such a distribution of spirit stones. Master Chen had initially thought that after the monster hunters had seized the spiritual mines, Elder Yu, with his foundation establishment Cultivation, would take the lion's share, even if he didn't take everything, and the same would likely apply to the establishment of the refinery shop. Now it seemed that the seemingly frugal Elder Yu had a much larger vision than he had imagined. Unconsciously, Master Chen nodded his head in agreement. Mo Hua went on to say, once you join the refinery shop, not to mention other benefits, you'll at least have enough to eat for 3 meals a day. Although it might not be gourmet food, you'll definitely be full, and Brother Dazuo and the others won't have to starve anymore. These words moved Master Chen a bit. He was usually strict, but he cared for his disciples. Seeing his disciples go hungry hurt him as their master. If he could ensure these kids had more to eat, then all his efforts would be worth it. Master Chen agreed, all right, I'll talk to them, but I can't guarantee that they will agree. Mo Hua nodded. I haven't finished yet, there's one more thing. Master Chen was taken aback, you haven't finished? What else do you want to say? Mo Hua didn't rush to answer, instead, he sneaked a glance at Master Chen's refining furnace and quietly asked. Master Chen, don't you think the fire in this refining furnace is a bit small? This question felt eerily familiar. Frowning, Master Chen thought for a moment and suddenly became alert. Are you coveting my artifact furnace again? No, Mo Hua quickly denied. Master Chen didn't believe him. He firmly said, the fire in this refining furnace is small, but it's sufficient. Don't even think about dismantling it. No, of course not. Master Chen still looked very skeptical. Mo Hua said, I really won't dismantle it, but don't you want to change it for another furnace? Change it for another one? Yes, change it for a larger one, with stronger firepower and higher quality. Larger, stronger firepower, higher quality? Master Chen's brow furrowed, then he became somewhat shocked. Are you talking about a first-grade refining furnace? Mo Hua nodded, not just a first-grade refining furnace, but also add a first-grade formation method inside it, which will take the furnace's firepower to the next level. A first-grade refining furnace with a first-grade formation method. Just thinking about it made Master Chen's heart race with anticipation. In his life, he had no other wish but to have a first-grade refining furnace even if he couldn't own it. Just using one to refine a few spiritual artifacts would satisfy him. But a first-grade refining furnace is incredibly expensive. The materials and construction costs require a large number of spirit stones, an amount far beyond what he could afford. If Elder Yu could really procure a first-grade refining furnace, there was no way he could refuse, let alone one with a first-grade formation method drawn by Mo Hua. Master Chen thought it over carefully, and all of a sudden, he snapped back to reality and was startled, exclaiming. A first-grade formation method? You can draw a first-grade formation now. Chapter 192, Chapter 192 Artifact Refining Grade. Mo Hua nodded proudly. Master Chen was shocked, how long has it been, and you're already able to draw first-grade formation methods. That's nothing much. Mo Hua waved his little hand and continued. With a first-grade refining furnace, plus the first-grade melting fire formation, we should be able to attract a good number of artifact refiners, right? Drawing a first-grade formation method isn't a big deal. Master Chen had mixed feelings and sighed, don't worry, a first-grade refining furnace combined with a first-grade formation method, no artifact refiner would be able to resist. The skill level of an artifact refiner heavily depends on the refining furnace. There are only a few first-grade refining furnaces throughout Tongxian City, let alone one inscribed with a first-grade formation method. If someone refused that, what would they be if not a fool? That's great, Mo Hua was then reassured. Soon after, he remembered another question. Master Chen, how are the grades of artifact refining determined? Grades? Yes, said Mo Hua with a nod, like for a formation master, 9 formation patterns constitute a first-grade formation method. What are the standards for a spiritual artifact to be considered first-grade? A refining furnace is actually a type of spiritual artifact, only it's used for the production aspects of Tao cultivation, different from the spiritual artifacts used by cultivators for attack or defense. The loose cultivators of Tongxian City can't forge a first-grade refining furnace, the one promised by Elder Yu also had to be bought from the outside. But there should also be first-grade artifact refiners among the loose cultivators, so why can't they forge first-grade spiritual artifacts? That's a long story, Master Chen began. Mo Hua sat down on a small stool, ready to listen to a story. Master Chen took a sip of his drink, organized his thoughts, and started. First of all, the most difficult to determine is that of a formation master. Only a cultivator in the Qi refining 9th level can become a first-grade formation master. Master Chen looked at Mo Hua and coughed, generally only those in the Qi refining 9th level can become first-grade formation masters. Then he continued, compared to formation masters, the standards for becoming an artifact refiner, alchemist, including talisman maker, are much more lenient. As long as one reaches the later stages of Qi refinement, goes through practice, accumulates experience, and reaches a certain skill level in artifact crafting, capable of crafting a first-grade spiritual artifact, they can generally be considered a first-grade artifact refiner. So why can't loose cultivators rarely craft first-grade spiritual artifacts? Mo Hua asked. There are many reasons. For example, first-grade spiritual artifacts are expensive to make, the materials are rare, and ordinary loose cultivators can't afford them. There's also a lack of heritage. Many loose cultivators simply don't have the artifice manuals for various spiritual artifacts, and they don't get to learn some of the artifact crafting techniques. Master Chen sighed, of course, the most important reason is that we don't have good refining furnaces. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. Are refining furnaces really important? Of course, lamented Master Chen, the refining furnace is the weapon of an artifact refiner, just like the sword in the hands of a sword cultivator. Without a sword, what swordsmanship can you learn? Without a refining furnace, what spiritual artifact can you refine? Mo Hua nodded repeatedly, feeling that made a lot of sense. Master Chen pointed at his refining furnace and spoke, don't look down on my old and battered refining furnace. It may not be big, but among the refinery shops run by loose cultivators in Tongxian City, it's considered quite good already. Master Chen felt a bit proud. Many people are jealous of my refining furnace, wanting to borrow it to refine spiritual artifacts, but I haven't agreed. It's my livelihood, how could I lend it out just like that? So, a lot of loose cultivators can't become first-grade artifact refiners because they don't have good refining furnaces, and they can't craft first-grade spiritual artifacts. Exactly, said Master Chen, without a refining furnace, there's no chance to craft a first-grade spiritual artifact, so how could one become a first-grade artifact refiner? Mo Hua was a bit curious, is the artifact refining furnace really that crucial? Master Chen said, in the cultivation world, fine iron ores and even monster beast bones are exceptionally tough and need to be first melted by furnace fire before they can be forged. In the Qi refinement realm, there is no pill fire, so one has to rely on furnace fire. If the furnace's grade is low and the fire power is weak, the materials can't be melted and naturally can't be forged. Mo Hua understood, then asked again, then, if one had a good artifact refining furnace with strong fire, how would one forge a first-grade spiritual artifact? Master Chen sighed, that, I have to say, gets a bit troublesome. Mo Hua poured him a cup of wine, take a sip of wine, and take your time. Seeing Mo Hua's curious eyes, Master Chen felt somewhat helpless. Since you want to hear, then I'll just give a simple explanation. The grade of a spiritual artifact is determined by the standards set by the Taoist court. A first-grade spiritual artifact, how much fine iron or equivalent materials it contains, how many processing steps it's gone through, how many times it's been forged, all these are standards for measurement. Among those, the most important is the number of times it's been forged. Generally, a first-grade spiritual artifact is based on being forged 100 times. Then, depending on the hardness of the materials, the special shape of the artifact, and whether the forging technique is complex, appropriate adjustments are made. After a consensus by most artifact refiners, it becomes a customary practice, then the Taoist court officially stipulates it and records it in the assessment standards. It sure sounds troublesome. That's because you aren't an artifact refiner, so it seems complicated to you. If you were to become an artifact refiner, swinging a big hammer for a few days according to the artifice manual, and forging fine iron for a few days, you would naturally understand it all. Mo Hua looked at his own thin arms and legs, thought it over, and decided to forget about it. Master Chen laughed, simply put, it's about how many times you can strike iron. The more times a spiritual artifact is forged, the higher its grade naturally won't be. There's a saying, 1,000 hammerings and 100 refinements make a successful artifact, and that's precisely what it means. Then it's pretty much like drawing formations. The more times a formation is drawn, the more formation patterns it contains, and the higher its grade. It seems that the principles of this world are all interconnected. Mo Hua nodded. Master Chen also laughed. I don't understand formations, but based on what you're saying, it indeed seems so. Mo Hua asked again, how about alchemy and rune making, are they pretty much the same? Alchemy and rune making. I guess they're similar, but I haven't studied them, and I'm not clear about the intricacies. After all, every field has its own specialized knowledge, and it's not good to make careless assertions. Mo Hua nodded, this was the truth. Although he was fairly proficient with formations, when it came to artifact refining and alchemy, he only knew the very basics. Many of the fine points within he had never studied firsthand or practiced, so thinking about them was quite puzzling. Not just with alchemy and artifact refining, even in formations, the difference between compound formations and single formations was quite significant. He was more familiar with 5 elements formations, but when it came to other formation pivot structures or attribute types, he wasn't particularly clear either. For example, the 3 talents formations, and the others mentioned by Mr. Zhuang, such as the Arai formation, 4 symbols formations, 7 stars formations, 8 trigrams array, and so on. He estimated that truly studying and using these would be vastly different from 5 elements formations. Not to mention that Mo Hua had also heard about some cruel and bizarre techniques such as demon formations, monster formations, evil formations, ghost formations, and corpse formations, which were expressly forbidden by the Taoist court. Immediately after, Mo Hua had another question, Master Chen, are you familiar with the making of talismans? Not very, Master Chen replied truthfully. You must know a little, though. Master Chen asked with some confusion, what do you want to know? What's the difference between making talismans and drawing formations? While cultivating at the Tongxian Gate, Mo Hua had also studied some basic courses about runes, but those were too elementary and theoretical, diverging from the practical aspects of Tao cultivation. When learning about formations, Mo Hua always felt that the formations he drew on paper were very similar to the runes from another world he vaguely remembered. He never quite understood the exact differences between the two. Chapter 193, Chapter 193 Runes. Since loose cultivators rarely used runes, Mo Hua had never even seen a rune with his own eyes up until now, so he had cast that question to the back of his mind. Now that they were discussing artifact refining and he heard mention of rune making, Mo Hua suddenly remembered and decided to ask. Master Chen tugged at his beard, furrowing his brow in thought, I am neither a formation master nor a talisman master, so I can't say for certain, but since you asked, I'll tell you what I know. After finishing, Master Chen added, but these are certainly words from an outsider's view, just listen to get an idea, and don't necessarily take them as truth. MHM, Mo Hua nodded repeatedly. To my knowledge, rune making is both a branch of formation and a branch of artifact refining. A hybrid of formation and artifact refining. Mo Hua exclaimed in surprise. Master Chen gave him a look, somewhat amused, don't put it so crudely. The various categories of Tao cultivation are independent of each other yet interconnected. Mo Hua thought for a moment and said, like how pill masters' alchemy furnaces rely on artifact refiners for their creation, artifact refiners' crafted furnaces rely on formation masters for drawing formation, and formation masters sometimes use spiritual liquids concocted by pill masters for their spiritual ink. Well spoken, Master Chen nodded in approval, then continued to discuss the subject of runes. With the development of the cultivation world over the years, the categories of Tao cultivation have also evolved and changed, and runes are naturally no exception. The earliest runes were actually not much different from formations or, to say, they were simplified formations. Drawn on paper, activated with spiritual power, they had some of the effects of a formation. But such runes had many problems. Paper was hard to preserve, spiritual power was difficult to store, and their power fluctuated with the amount of the cultivator's spiritual power. If activated with a spirit stone, they were also very inconvenient to use. Most importantly, there's no prestige. Talisman makers were often said to be low-end formation masters, inherently a step below others, which was something no one could stand. Over the years, runes too have been improved upon by many powerful cultivators and have metamorphosed. Today's runes have developed into a category of Tao cultivation completely distinct from both formation and artifact refining. What changes have been made? Mo Hua was quite curious. Master Chen said, a lot has changed, at least in terms of appearance. Nowadays, jade talismans have replaced paper talismans, and what's stored is no longer just spiritual power and formation, but specialized spells, which makes them easier to preserve and to use. Specialized spells. Right, runes are like one-time use spells, simple and convenient. As long as you reach a certain level, you can use them, regardless of your spiritual roots attributes. Isn't that very powerful? Mo Hua was somewhat tempted. Powerful it certainly is, but it's also truly expensive, Master Chen said with a click of his tongue. The cost must be high. Master Chen nodded, making runes requires jade stones to make jade talismans, and jade itself isn't cheap. The higher the grade of the rune, the more expensive the materials required. In addition, the crafting of jade talismans uses some artifact refining techniques, and they include simple formation structures inside. The cultivators who make the runes also have to learn special techniques to seal spells into the jade talismans. Listening, Mo Hua shook his head, expensive and troublesome. Exactly, Master Chen agreed. No wonder I've never seen one, it's because they're expensive, and no one can afford them. Even if one were to come across a rune or two by chance, it made more sense to sell them instead of using them. Trading them for spirit stones was more practical. Mo Hua asked again, are there any other differences? There definitely are, but that's all I know, said Master Chen. These are all superficial matters. I learned of them in a casual chat with a talisman master for whom I was crafting a spiritual artifact. As for the deeper intricacies, I'm clueless. Master Chen offered an apologetic tone. After all, I am not a talisman master, and I have no understanding of talisman making. Mo Hua replied, no worries, I don't understand it either. Master Chen smiled, well then, when you learn about it in the future, come back and tell me about it. That's a promise. Mo Hua replied with a smile. After finishing their conversation, Mo Hua realized he had been talking with Master Chen for quite some time and it was getting late, so he stood up and took his leave. Master Chen, I'll be heading back now. The business with the refinery shop is settled then. Don't worry about it. Master Chen didn't press him to stay, but instead turned to Dazu and said, Dazu, escort him out. All right. Dazu cheerfully agreed. Dazu then accompanied Mo Hua home, chatting along the way. Dazu shared some recent interesting events with Mo Hua, who listened with great interest. In the vast world, there are wonders beyond wonders, and with countless cultivators, all sorts of messy things are bound to happen. Mo Hua, filled with stories, expanded his understanding of the path of Tao cultivation. Once home, Mo Hua invited Dazu to eat something. Dazu laughed shyly but without ceremony accepted Mo Hua's hospitality with open arms. With the matter of the artifact refiner temporarily resolved, the next step was to see about Master Chen. Having refined spiritual artifacts in Tongxian City for many years, Master Chen knew many cultivators and was acquainted with a good number of artifact refiners, and should be able to persuade quite a few to join the newly established refinery shop. Mo Hua soon thought of another problem. If the refinery shop was successfully established, then there would be the alchemist's business to consider next. Alchemists were even rarer in Tongxian City and probably harder to recruit. It's always best to prepare early, otherwise, when the time comes, inadequate preparation could lead to all sorts of difficulties. Reflecting on this, Mo Hua took some wine and meat and went to see old Mr. Feng at Apricot Forest Hall. Grandpa Feng, I've come to see you. Mo Hua greeted him with a beaming smile. Old Mr. Feng glanced at Mo Hua and said with a half smile, is there something you need? Mo Hua felt puzzled, is it that obvious? Old Mr. Feng chuckled, I've watched you grow up since you were small. Oh. Since old Mr. Feng had asked, Mo Hua didn't beat around the bush and directly shared the plans for both the refinery shop and the alchemist's business. As old Mr. Feng listened, his expression grew more serious. Is Elder Yu really thinking this way, and acting upon it? Mo Hua nodded his head. After a moment of thought, old Mr. Feng said, all right, I agree to help with this. Old Mr. Feng, a doctor with a big heart, would likely agree to anything that could truly benefit the loose cultivators at the bottom of Tongxian City. That's what Mo Hua had initially thought, but having old Mr. Feng actually agree brought him great joy. Thank you, Grandpa Feng. Although I have agreed, there is something for which you must be prepared, old Mr. Feng added. Be prepared. Mo Hua was somewhat puzzled. Pausing for a moment, old Mr. Feng continued, in this world, some things start with good intentions, but inevitable entanglements of interest and the unpredictability of human nature can lead to a chaotic and messy end. Mo Hua was taken aback for a moment, but after thinking it through, he felt there was much truth in the words. Grandpa Feng, I'll remember that, Mo Hua said earnestly. After some thought, he added, however, since it benefits everyone, the task at hand still needs to be done. Even if circumstances change, that's a matter for the future. We can't do nothing just because we are cautious. Old Mr. Feng looked at Mo Hua, somewhat surprised, then with a gaze full of approval, he nodded and said with a smile, exactly, even if things end in a chaotic mess, you must remain steadfast in doing what needs to be done. Chapter 194, Chapter 194 First Class Melting Fire. Old Mr. Feng and Master Chen both agreed, and Mo Hua informed Elder Yu of this matter. Elder Yu was somewhat surprised, even old Mr. Feng agreed. Though old Mr. Feng only had the cultivation level of the Qi refining 9th level, he was a first-grade pill master who had opened a pill hall in Tongxian City. Having cured and saved people over so many years, he had extensive connections and held high prestige among cultivators. Elder Yu had made a special visit to meet with him before, and had indirectly brought up the matter, but old Mr. Feng tactfully refused, citing old age and lack of strength to endure hard work. He hadn't expected old Mr. Feng to agree now. With old Mr. Feng's alchemy Dao skills and vast connections, surely the alchemists of the alchemists' business didn't have to worry anymore. Elder Yu was curious, how did you persuade them? Mo Hua frowned slightly, I didn't say much, but it's a good deed that benefits everyone. Grandpa Feng and Master Chen usually wouldn't refuse such things. They may not have refused you, but they refused me. Elder Yu looked Mo Hua over again and sighed inwardly. It seems that the face value of this kid, Mo Hua, is even bigger than his, an elder of foundation establishment. Mo Hua then asked about the business at hand, Elder Yu, what about the refining furnace you bought? It's on its way and will arrive in a few days. There were also refining furnaces for sale in Tongxian City, but not of the first grade. Even though a few shops wanted to sell, Elder Yu had inquired, but due to the Qian family's influence, they didn't dare to sell. Elder Yu had no choice but to use his connections and buy a new first-grade refining furnace from the neighboring Immortal City. It won't be stolen, will it? Mo Hua was somewhat worried. It's cash on delivery, so it has nothing to do with us if it's stolen. I must personally see the refining furnace delivered to the doorway of the refinery shop before I give them the spirit stones, Elder Yu replied. Mo Hua nodded. It's just like Elder Yu to be so thorough in his dealings, resolute in not taking action until seeing the benefits. It's a good habit, and Mo Hua thought he should learn from it. And the formation on the refining furnace, there are no problems, right? Elder Yu asked again. Mo Hua patted his chest, don't worry, leave it to me. I haven't learned it yet, but I should be fast learning it now. Elder Yu had mixed feelings. If it were any other formation master, he might be worried about them learning a formation right before it was needed, but with Mo Hua, Elder Yu had nothing more to say. When the refining furnace arrives, I'll let you know, he said. Okay, Mo Hua nodded. Afterward, Mo Hua spent his time studying the melting fire formation for a first-grade artifact. Meanwhile, Master Qian arrived at the study to see the family head, Qianhong. Master Qian's complexion was slightly pale, and he seemed a little fatigued, but his spirit was keen, and his eyes showed excitement. Family head, after some days of dedicated research, I have fully mastered the first-grade melting fire formation. Qianhong's eyebrows raised in delight, you've done hard work, Master Qian. I will immediately order our family's first-grade artifact furnace to be cleared, the original formation patterns removed, and have you personally draw the first-grade melting fire formation. Qianhong gave a respectful gesture, I will entrust this task to you, Master. Of course. Qianhong also breathed a sigh of relief, with this, we can take the lead. The successful establishment of the Monster Hunter's refinery shop, and all the hustle and bustle of preparations, as well as Yu Changlin even managing to buy a first-grade artifact furnace from elsewhere, had put a lot of pressure on Qianhong. Artifact refining relies heavily on the refining furnace. As long as their refining furnaces are better than those of the Monster Hunters, and their formations are stronger, the quality and quantity of the spiritual artifacts they refine will be higher. For Yu Changlin to think he can compete with the Qian family is a fool's dream. As long as the revenue of Yu Changlin's refinery shop does not cover the expenses, its decline is just a matter of time, and then he will take over the business. All this time Yu Changlin has been busy, but in the end, he was just preparing a wedding dress for the Qian family. Qianhong pondered over everything, feeling that the only variable was the formation. In most Tao cultivation industries, the core formation is of utmost importance. Qianhong still felt somewhat uneasy and confirmed again, is it really impossible for the formation masters among the monster hunters to learn the first-grade melting fire formation? Master Qian waved his hand, family head, rest assured, it's absolutely impossible. Qianhong looked slightly puzzled, why are you so certain, Master? Master Qian smiled calmly, if I hadn't mastered this formation, I couldn't be so sure. But now that I have grasped it, naturally I understand. This formation is difficult, it's not something an ordinary formation master can learn. Qianhong frowned, is it really that difficult? Family head, you are not a formation master, and you don't understand the intricacies involved. Master Qian explained, the formation patterns of the first-grade melting fire formation are somewhat obscure, with strokes that slightly deviate from the basic fire series formation patterns. The formation pivot structure is conventional, yet it demands even more divine sense. Qianhong's gaze became focused, aren't they all first-grade formation methods? Why is there such a difference in the required divine sense? Family head might not be aware, Master Qian said solemnly, formations are manifestations of the heavenly Tao, while grading is a matter of human assessment. How could the formation patterns, manifested by the heavenly Tao, meticulously comply with man-made standards? Thus, within the same tier of formations, some are more difficult than others, and some require more divine sense, while others require less. Generally, they all fall within the same framework with only slight deviations. Qianhong remarked with some emotion, formations are indeed profound and intricate. Master Qian continued, compared to other first-grade formations, the first-grade melting fire formation requires a bit more divine sense. Do not underestimate this extra bit of divine sense. When it approaches the limit, increasing it even a little bit is as difficult as climbing to heaven. The extra divine sense required by the melting fire formation represents a significant hurdle for formation masters, one not all can overcome. Besides, its formation patterns are quite obscure, requiring extra practice to become familiar with them. However, due to the high divine sense requirement, it is not advisable to practice it repeatedly. Thus, mastering this particular formation is exceptionally difficult. If someone truly manages to learn it, then that person must certainly possess the strength of a first-grade formation master. Qianhong listened, half understanding, but he grasped the essence of the matter and congratulated him joyfully. Master, with your understanding of this formation, your proficiency in formations has surely advanced further. In the next assessment, the title of first-grade formation master should be well within your reach. You flatter me, family head. It only increases my chances somewhat. Nothing is certain until the dust has settled, Master Qian humbly replied, but his expression revealed his pride. In Immortal City, truly recognized formation masters were few and far between, and he was about to become one of them. Qianhong immediately instructed his subordinates to prepare a first-grade refining furnace and invite Master Qian to inscribe the formation. 2 days later, Hua also learned the first-grade melting fire formation. Even though he learned it, Hua still frowned. He would normally learn a typical first-grade formation in just a day or two. But this first-grade melting fire formation took him 4 to 5 days in total to fluently inscribe the complete formation. It wasn't because this particular formation required an excessive amount of divine sense. In Hua's opinion, the divine sense required by the first-grade melting fire formation was indeed a bit more, but only a little bit, which was negligible for him, at least less than that needed for the first-grade compound formation. Hua was slower to learn because the formation patterns were somewhat obscure, and he had grown accustomed to drawing according to the basic formation patterns. Whenever there was a discrepancy, it was easy to make mistakes. Hua practiced repeatedly for several days until he memorized the patterns and managed to inscribe the complete first-grade melting fire formation. This first-grade melting fire formation is indeed a bit difficult, Hua nodded, agreeing. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, The Big Furnace. After learning the first-grade melting fire formation, the next step was to formally draw it on the refining furnace. The very next day, Elder Yu notified Emohua that the refining furnace had been delivered. A massive refining furnace, several dozens of feet high, stood towering in the courtyard. It had an ancient design, standing on three legs with a top cover resembling eaves, a large belly like a bowl, and its entire body was engraved with cloud patterns, crafted from fine iron and exuding a deep black-grey luster. Emohua looked up at the refining furnace and couldn't help but open his mouth wide in amazement. At just over 10 years old, Emohua seemed even smaller standing in front of the refining furnace. It wasn't just Emohua who was shocked. Master Chen standing beside him was also inwardly stunned. He walked around the refining furnace, looking at it from the left and then the right, wanting to reach out and touch it, but he dared not, as if the refining furnace was merely an illusion he had conjured up, one that would disappear the moment he touched it. He had never seen such a large refining furnace in his life. When he was young and learning, he always rented someone else's refining furnace, small and shabby, with weak firepower. It took half a day to heat a piece of iron. It was time-consuming and strenuous, and he couldn't refine high-quality spiritual artifacts. Later, when he became a helper at an artifact refinery shop, he worked day and night crafting artifacts, saved up spirit stones for a long time, and only then was he able to purchase his own refining furnace. With the refining furnace, he was qualified to start his own refinery shop. His refining furnace wasn't large, and his refinery shop was rather small, but he was already quite content with it. So many artifact refiners might struggle their entire lives without ever owning a refining furnace of their own, let alone starting a refinery shop. He had also studied in other larger refinery shops and had seen real first-grade refining furnaces. The massive size of the refining furnace and the blazing flames inside filled him with envy. But those were all belongings of others, irrelevant to him. He could only look at them, and it was likely he might never use a first-grade refining furnace in his lifetime, let alone craft a spiritual artifact with one. However, now, a brand new and intact refining furnace was right in front of him. This was a truly first-grade refining furnace, and it was even larger than any he had seen before. Moreover, he could use this refining furnace to craft spiritual artifacts. Master Chen, just by thinking about it, felt as if he were dreaming, still unable to believe it to this day. Elder Yu seemed a bit smug. Well, how about that? This refining furnace is big enough, isn't it? Emohua nodded, then slowly said, this one is too big, isn't it? Didn't you ask me to get a refining furnace, the bigger the better? Elder Yu inquired. I did say that, but this seems a bit too big. Emohua's tongue was tied, and then he asked. Are all first-grade refining furnaces this big? Not usually, this one is particularly large, which is why it couldn't be sold, Elder Yu replied. Emohua was taken aback. Couldn't be sold. That's right, it's big but useless, couldn't be sold. Elder Yu observed the refining furnace in front of him and continued, small refinery shops generally use smaller refining furnaces, even medium to large ones. Even if they use a first-grade refining furnace, there's no need for one this large. The larger the refining furnace, the more difficult it is to draw the formations inside it, and the more material it requires, the costlier it becomes to produce, and thus more expensive to sell. If it weren't for the fact that we've mined a spiritual mine and had the financial strength, we wouldn't be able to afford it either. If it couldn't be sold, why would they make such a large refining furnace? Emohua asked, puzzled. How would they know it couldn't be sold if they didn't make it? Elder Yu patted the refining furnace. Besides, now it has been sold, hasn't it? We bought it. Emohua found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Elder Yu laughed again. We even got it cheaply. This refining furnace had been lying around for years with no takers, and that gave me an excuse to really drive the price down. Emohua was inwardly shocked, thinking if Elder Yu considered it really, then how harshly must he have haggled the price? All right, I've also got the refining furnace, so now it's up to you, Elder Yu patted Emo Hua's shoulder. Don't worry. Emo Hua had someone disassemble the refining furnace first, then measured the dimensions and specifications, jotting them all down on paper before starting to consider the formation designs. This large refining furnace was perfect for Emo Hua to try his hand at the first-grade melting fire compound formation. However, there are many kinds of compound formations that include the first-grade melting fire formation, and refining furnaces come in various shapes and sizes, so which specific formation method to use, how to construct the compound formation, and how to paint the formation onto the refining furnace required careful consideration from Emo Hua. After making a selection, Emo Hua finally chose a formation method named first-grade melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation to apply to this large first-grade refining furnace. The first-grade melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation is composed of a basic 5 elements pivot structure, sustaining 2 sets of first-grade melting fire formations, 1 spirit gathering array, 1 cold air formation, and 1 gold stone formation. There is a single pivot, and 5 sets of formations, including even 2 sets of first-grade formations. This is the most complex set of formation methods Emo Hua has ever attempted, with an enormous consumption of divine sense and a staggering demand for the strength of divine sense. Emo Hua decided that if he could learn it, he would paint the compound formation, if not, he would cut corners by omitting 1 first-grade melting fire formation, which would greatly reduce the complexity of the entire compound formation. However, this was a compromise, a safety measure. If possible, Emo Hua still wanted to paint the full set of the compound formation. After all, once this chance was gone, there wouldn't be another shop like this, and there might not be anyone who would spend a lot of money again to buy such a large first-grade refining furnace for Emo Hua to practice painting formations. Emo Hua cherished the opportunity to apply his learning and practice creating formations. Emo Hua spent some time to preliminarily design the formation diagram according to the specifications and dimensions of the refining furnace, its interior layout, and the basic formation method required by the first-grade melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation. After checking the diagram, Emo Hua felt there were no oversights, and that he had considered everything that needed to be considered, or rather, everything that he could think to consider. Then Emo Hua presented this formation diagram to Mr. Zhuang for review. Mr. Zhuang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he thought that the questions his disciple came to ask became more outrageous each time. He's only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet he's already consulting on a compound formation with 2 first-grade formation methods, and this is also something he's adjusted according to the refining furnace. Though not perfect, he had considered all the basic elements, and it was barely usable. Mr. Zhuang glanced at the diagram and casually pointed out a few places. Think about these areas again. If you paint it like this, the flow of spiritual power will be obstructed, and more spirit stones will be consumed during artifact refining. Emo Hua nodded quickly. Spirit stones were hard to come by and must not be wasted. Also, the role of the pivot here is not just to connect single formations into a compound formation, but to act as a controller, using the pivot to adjust the flow of spiritual power and thus regulate the temperature of the refining furnace. Pay close attention to this when you're painting, Mr. Zhuang advised further. Understood, gentlemen, Emo Hua responded. Emo Hua then asked a few more questions, which Mr. Zhuang answered one by one. After Emo Hua had asked all his questions and was rising to take his leave, he suddenly thought of another question and humbly asked, "Gentlemen, do I now have the capability of a first-grade formation master?" Mr. Zhuang silently looked at him. "You do. If you're starting to create compound formations with double first-grade formation methods, and you still wouldn't be considered a first-grade, then there wouldn't be many cultivators in the Tao Cultivation world who could be called first-grade formation masters," Mr. Zhuang silently thought. Emo Hua then asked, "Should I go for the Taoist court's assessment?" Mr. Zhuang fell silent, pondering for a long while before saying, "Don't rush. Early fame is not necessarily a good thing, you still have much to learn. Take some time to consolidate your knowledge first. Chapter 196, 196 Chapter-wise, 5 updates. Mo Hua understood. The taller a tree grows, the stronger the wind it faces. He was still undecided about whether to make an effort to undertake the assessment, but now that Mr. Zhuang had spoken this way, he decided not to consider it for the time being. Mr. Zhuang was knowledgeable and experienced. If he advised not to rush into the assessment, it must mean the timing wasn't right. As a loose cultivator with low cultivation, going to the Taoist court for an assessment and standing out too much might not be a good thing. A formation master's foundation is the level of mastery in formations. As long as one learns formations well, everything else will follow naturally. There's no need to be hasty. Seeing the expression on Mo Hua's face and knowing he understood, Mr. Zhuang secretly nodded in approval. The temperament of this child Mo Hua was indeed commendable. At his age, not all formation masters could devote themselves wholeheartedly and patiently to learning formations. What's more, he was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. If he went for the assessment and did not succeed, that would be one thing, but if he did succeed, how would those formation masters in their twilight years feel? The more exceptional one's talent, the more likely one is to be envied. Mr. Zhuang sighed to himself and then said, "Go for the assessment when you reach the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement." "Yes, sir," Mo Hua nodded and replied. After bidding Mr. Zhuang farewell, Mo Hua focused all his thoughts on formations, solidifying his foundation, learning more formation patterns, constantly pondering, and practicing repeatedly. Just as Mr. Zhuang said, it was important to settle and accumulate. Currently, Mo Hua's most important task was to draw the compound formation on the refining furnace. The first-grade melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation pattern was complex, containing 2 sets of first-grade formation methods, as well as several different types of formations, including a special formation pivot for controlling the spiritual power of the formation. Mo Hua had to integrate these into one compound formation while matching it with the inner structure of a large artifact furnace, which was highly difficult. In the middle of the night, within the emptiness of the sea of consciousness, an ancient and mysterious Taoist stele emerged. Mo Hua began to study the compound formation on the Taoist stele. In this set of compound formations, the most challenging part lay in the formation pivot. The formation pivot in this compound formation was particularly demanding in terms of divine sense intensity because it had to be compatible with 2 first-grade formation methods. Moreover, its function was special, involving the opening, closing, and controlling of spiritual power, a kind of formation pivot Mo Hua had never encountered before. The formation pivots Mo Hua had drawn in previous compound formations only served to connect single formations and were relatively simple. Now, with more complex functions, the structure of the formation pivot naturally became more challenging. Mo Hua started drawing the formation pivot on the Taoist stele. The first 2 attempts failed because his divine sense wasn't strong enough to completely draw the formation pivot. Mo Hua sighed. Divine sense is always the first hurdle. Without sufficient strength of divine sense, no matter what, one cannot successfully draw a formation. Mo Hua could only resort to the old method, erasing the formation pivot, restoring his divine sense, and starting to draw again. Mo Hua drew the formation pivot over and over again, becoming familiar with its structure, while also using the practice with the Taoist stele to enhance his divine sense. Now, Mo Hua's divine sense was strong enough to support him in learning most first-grade formations and the majority of simple compound formations. A situation like the present, where Mo Hua felt a clear insufficiency in his own divine sense, necessitating non-stop practice with the Taoist stele to strengthen it, had not occurred to him in a long time. Mo Hua even felt somewhat nostalgic. He remembered Mr. Zhuang's words, as long as one kept drawing, one would always make progress in formations, and one would always be able to learn them. This was the simplest truth, but it was also the hardest to put into practice. Mo Hua calmed his heart, focused his spirit, and started practicing the formation pivot of the first grade melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation over and over again. If he drew it wrong, he would erase it and start over. If his divine sense was insufficient to complete it, he would continue to erase and redraw. The night passed in this manner, and Mo Hua gained a thorough understanding, but he still hadn't fully mastered it. Mo Hua wasn't in a rush. If success couldn't be achieved in one go, one had to show the same tenacity as the dripping water that pierces the stone, persisting without arrogance or impatience. Mo Hua had considered settling for the simpler first-grade melting fire compound formation, but after some thought, he decided against it. The key to opening a refinery shop was the artifact furnace, and this artifact furnace was crucial to the success or failure of the refinery shop. It was even closely related to the livelihoods of monster hunters and all loose cultivators in Tongxian City thereafter. Naturally, it needed to be perfected and be the best it could be. Furthermore, as Mo Hua would encounter many thresholds in his future studies of formation methods, the first-grade melting fire compound formation was just one of the many. If he gave up now, he would also develop the habit of surrendering. Seeing that Mo Hua still needed some time to study formation methods, Elder Yu immediately started the construction of the second phase of the alchemist's business. The alchemist's business was built adjacent to and resembling the refinery shop, with the same layout. Having had experience with the refinery shop, the construction of the alchemist's business was much quicker. Some of the construction processes and personnel arrangements were also smoother. For now, the formation methods would be left unattended until Mo Hua had time to take care of them. Meanwhile, at the Qian family, Master Qian had already drawn the first-grade melting fire formation on 3 first-grade refining furnaces. After Master Qian finished the drawings and put down his brush, Qian Hong immediately ordered the artifact furnaces to be sent to their Qian family refinery shop and instructed his disciples to press the artifact refiners there to work overtime and hurry to forge spiritual artifacts. He must stockpile a large quantity of standard spiritual weapons by forging them before the monster hunter's refining furnace was built and went into production. Only by doing so could he gain the upper hand in the ensuing competition with Yu Changlin. The artifact refiners at the Qian family refinery shop forged wrought iron with sweaty brows, tirelessly crafting spiritual artifacts day and night. Piece after piece of spiritual artifact embryos were thrown into the refining furnace, heated to a red glow, and then taken out, shaped by the artifact refiners in various ways, before being fixed into shape through special processes, cooled, and polished. Finally, they became completed spiritual artifacts, neatly lined up in the courtyard. The artifact refiners were drenched in sweat and tirelessly working. Qian Hong was very pleased with what he saw. With these 3 refining furnaces bearing the first-grade melting fire formation, and the persistent hard work of the artifact refiners day and night, the output of spiritual artifacts was considerable. In this way, even if Yu Changlin's refinery shop was completed, he could not compete with him. Moreover, those monster hunters might not necessarily be able to purchase a first-grade refining furnace, and even if they did, they would not have the first-grade melting fire formation. The refining furnace is the core of the production in a refinery shop. If the furnace was inferior, they would have no chips for competition and would only have a slow death. While the Qian family refinery shop was bustling, the artifact refiners were exhausted to the bone. Among these artifact refiners, a very few were distant relatives of the Qian family bloodline with scant influence. The vast majority were ordinary loose cultivators employed by the Qian family. These loose cultivators had learned the skills of artifact refining but could not afford a refining furnace and could not open a refinery shop, so they could only work under someone else's roof, in the Qian family's refinery shop, to earn their livelihood. But this livelihood was hard to come by. An overseer suggested to Qian Hong, "The weather is extremely hot, and the furnace fire is unbearable. The artifact refiners are overstressed and too exhausted. How about letting them take a little rest?" Qian Hong remained unmoved. The overseer steeled himself and implored, "Please reconsider, family head. Qianhong gave the overseer a cold glance. If they don't work hard, how can our Qian family grow? If they don't suffer, should our Qian family suffer instead? The current prosperity of our Qian family is built on their hard work and suffering. The overseer fell silent, then after a moment said, I fear they will harbor resentment and become difficult to manage. That's not a problem, replied Qianhong indifferently. Tell them this from me, whoever forges the most spiritual artifacts this month will receive an additional 300 spirit stones as a reward. They will give it their all in forging, and even if it is hard, they will do it willingly. No blame can fall on us. After mulling it over for a moment, the overseer bowed and said, Family head is wise. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Unfair. Emohua continued to grasp the melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation, although progress was somewhat slow. Sometimes when he felt tired from studying, he would go and look at the large refining furnace, compare it with the formation diagram he designed, and simulate the potential challenges he would face while drawing formation. This helped clear his thoughts. While Emohua was observing the refining furnace and focusing his attention entirely on thinking about drawing formation, he suddenly looked up and saw Elder Yu standing next to him. It seemed that when Emohua was watching the refining furnace, Elder Yu had been watching him for quite some time, but it was unclear for how long. Elder Yu, seeing Emohua come back to his senses, asked kindly, How is the study of the formation going? I've learned about half of it, but it's probably going to take some more time to fully understand it. Elder Yu nodded, You should balance work and rest, don't overexert yourself. Thank you, Elder Yu, Emohua said with a smile, then asked, Aren't you in a hurry, Elder? After all, the sooner the formation is completed, the sooner the refinery shop can start operating, and everyone can earn some spirit stones earlier. The situation being as it is, the Qian family will not let things rest. If the refinery shop starts too late, it might become subject to others' control. Elder Yu's demeanor remained calm. I've been in a hurry for over 100 years, a few more days won't matter. Emohua didn't quite understand. Elder Yu dusted off the ground and sat down next to Emohua, and said, Since I began Qi refinement, I haven't had a single good day. The loose cultivators around me are the same, looking miserable, bustling about every day, but not earning much in the way of spirit stones. I often wondered, where did all the spirit stones go? It was not until I saw the Qian family, their mansion, their food and clothing, as well as their refinery shop and alchemist's business. In the Qian family's refinery shop, it's the loose cultivators who forge the iron, quench the metal, and exert all the effort, while their own cultivators just have to sit there watching, occasionally drinking tea and giving orders without having to do anything else. I always think about how despite our loose cultivators' hard work and suffering, we only get to eat poorly, while those of the Qian clan, a bunch of worthless people who can hardly do anything, don't need to do anything and can yet enjoy delicious food every day. Elder Yu sighed. Later, after reaching foundation establishment and clashing with the Qian family, through face-to-face and secretive struggles, relying on my thick-skinned and sharp-tongued nature, daring to risk my life, I managed not to suffer too much. In the process, I came to understand some truths. I too wanted to improve the lives of loose cultivators, and thought about starting a few refinery shops and alchemists' businesses, but I had neither spirit stones nor knowledge of formations. Everything I wanted to do was arduous. I've lived through such days for over 100 years, endured for over 100 years, and been in a hurry for over 100 years. Now that such a large refinery shop has been built and the alchemist's business is halfway done, I am no longer in such a hurry. The things we've done in these few months amount to more than what I've done in the past 100 years combined, so why the rush? Elder Yu looked contented. Emohua gazed at Elder Yu, his white hair showing his age, his physique skinny but his eyes still sharp, and couldn't help but admire him. But what if, after the refinery shop is built, we still can't compete with the Qian family? Mo Hua voiced his concern. Then we'll sell it, said Elder Yu crisply. Mo Hua was stunned. Sell it? Yes. Elder Yu nodded. It's best if we can surpass the Qian family, but if not, we'll just sell both the refinery shop and alchemist's business. Selling them could bring in a large sum of spirit stones, which would be a considerable amount when distributed among everyone. We certainly won't come out at a loss. Is it easy to sell something like that? Mo Hua was uncertain. Elder Yu raised an eyebrow. How could such large refinery shop and alchemist's business not be easy to sell? Others who want to build them may not have the time or ability to complete them. Elder Yu then pointed to the various formation patterns around, and your painted formations, could average formation masters draw these? Even if they could, how many formation masters would they need to hire and how much time would it take? Don't worry, Elder Yu patted Mo Hua on the shoulder. Based on these formations you've drawn, both refinery shop and alchemist's business will sell for a sky-high price. A sky-high price? Elder Yu nodded. I won't sell unless it's a sky-high price. When it comes to bargaining, I'm fairly adept. Mo Hua looked at Elder Yu and thought that a moment ago he was a Tao Cultivation industrialist, but in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a Tao Cultivation real estate merchant. Who would buy it then? Mo Hua quietly asked. There would be many interested, Elder Yu said. The best case would be to sell to the An family, so that they and the Qian family would compete against each other, allowing us monster hunters to watch the drama unfold and profit from it. Secondly, sell to other clans from immortal cities, drawing the tiger away from the mountain, letting them compete with the Qian family. If all else fails, selling to the Qian family is also an option. The Qian family? Mo Hua exclaimed, surprised. The world hustles and bustles, all for the sake of profit. As long as they can afford to pay with spirit stones, selling to them is not out of the question. After all, I've done business with the Qian family before. But that was taking hostages from the Qian family for ransom. It shouldn't really count as doing business. Mo Hua silently mused to himself. Of course, these are all less desirable strategies, ripe with the potential of raising a tiger to cause trouble later on. The best case scenario is if we handle it ourselves, providing the loose cultivators of Tongxian City with a stable means of livelihood. Mo Hua nodded his head and then asked, Elder Yu, did you already have all these considerations in mind from the beginning? Naturally, Elder Yu said, looking at Mo Hua and patiently elucidated. For an affair this substantial, to go all in without consideration is to gamble, which isn't the right approach. One must always think things through completely, have strategies in place, so moving forward there is a method, and retreating, there is also a way out. Especially, one must always leave oneself a way out. Mo Hua took deep benefit from this, nodding and saying, I'll remember this. Elder Yu looked at Mo Hua with satisfaction, then let out a long sigh and stood up. Then you go on with your work, I won't disturb you further. Certainly, Elder, take care. After Elder Yu had left, Mo Hua continued to ponder about formation techniques. Mo Hua's heart still wished to learn the formation diagram as quickly as possible, so the refining furnace would be ready sooner and the refinery shop could start operating earlier. However, learning formation techniques indeed requires a methodical and gradual process. One can only proceed step by step, like water droplets piercing stone, learning bit by bit until at last, success comes naturally. Mo Hua couldn't rush the process. 3 weeks passed by, and Mo Hua finally mastered the formation pivot of the melting fire compound formation. Afterward, he spent several days practicing how to add a first-grade melting fire formation and other formations within the framework of the formation pivot. Later on, he took some time to re-evaluate the compatibility of the compound formation with the structure of the refining furnace. When Mo Hua felt that he was thoroughly prepared and everything was in place, he began to work on the large first-grade refining furnace, starting to draw the first-grade melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation. Elder Yu was watching from the side. Before Mo Hua started drawing, Elder Yu was calm and composed, but now as Mo Hua began to move the formation pen, Elder Yu suddenly felt nervous. Perhaps it was because of the long-cherished wish that had accumulated over the years, which now seemed likely to be fulfilled. Elder Yu sighed to himself. The large refining furnace in the courtyard had been disassembled, its scattered parts neatly arrayed on the ground. The massive hearth stood open, positioned in the center of the courtyard. The first step for Mo Hua was to draw the formation pivot of the compound formation, then on it, draw a first-grade melting fire formation, and afterward inject spiritual power to test whether the formation would activate. If it didn't activate, it meant there was a problem with the formation pivot, necessitating a review and troubleshooting, followed by redrawing. If the formation activated successfully, it would mean the formation pivot was fine, and what would remain is to continue adding another first-grade melting fire formation and other related formations according to Mo Hua's plan. Having prepared the spiritual ink, Mo Hua positioned the large formation pen and, with bated breath, began to formally draw the formation. The pen, soaked in spiritual ink, made contact with the inner wall of the refining furnace, smoothly descending, sketching the first formation pattern. The first-grade melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation. This was a formation that surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary first-grade formation master and was the most challenging formation that Mo Hua had ever drawn to date. Chapter 198, Chapter 198 Formation Principle. Formation pens generally range from small to large, including fine tip, small tip, medium tip, and large tip. The larger the formation pen, the larger the formation patterns drawn, and the larger the scale of the formation, but the efficacy of the formation will not undergo a qualitative change. Large artifact refining furnaces require drawing formation with a large tip, which demands more spiritual ink and consumes more divine sense. This was Mo Hua's first time drawing such a large formation. At first, the strokes felt unfamiliar, but as he calmed his mind and followed the planned formation diagram, he drew it stroke by stroke. Gradually, Mo Hua's pen movements became more fluid. Although the formation media was different, the essence of the formation remained the same. Mo Hua had already drawn this compound formation many times on formation paper and Taoist steles. Elder Yu watched from the side, holding his breath in concentration, not disturbing Mo Hua. Master Chen, likewise, dared not even breathe heavily. He had doubted whether Mo Hua could really draw a first-grade formation method, but now, seeing Mo Hua drawing the formation on such a huge refining furnace, he felt shocked and moved beyond measure. Such a large artifact furnace with such a grand formation drawn on it, how immense would the furnace fire need to be? Just thinking about it filled Master Chen with excitement. But things did not go smoothly for Mo Hua on the formation front. He could already draw the melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation on the Sea of Consciousness's Taoist Stele, thinking his divine sense was sufficient, but now, as he drew the formation on the refining furnace, the divine sense required had increased slightly. It was that slight increase, like the straw that broke the camel's back, that caused Mo Hua's initial attempts to fail. Mo Hua could only ask for help, using spiritual dissipation liquid to wash away the failed formation pivot, and then start over again. He himself sat down to meditate on the side, restoring his divine sense to full. Mo Hua continued drawing, and then failed again. Thus went the back and forth of the day, washing away and redrawing the formation pivot repeatedly, with little to no progress made. Seeing it was getting late, Elder Yu comforted Mo Hua. Get a good rest, and try again tomorrow, there's no need to rush. Having drawn all day with no progress, Mo Hua indeed felt somewhat fatigued, and his divine sense was no longer clear, so he nodded in agreement. After Mo Hua left, Master Chen asked Elder Yu, "Is this formation particularly difficult?" He had never seen Mo Hua fail so many times in succession before. Mo Hua has tried so many times without success, it must be very difficult. Master Chen thought about it and felt it made sense. Night had just fallen, the sky wasn't very dark yet, and Master Chen could still see the remnants of the formation patterns on the artifact furnace patterns that were not only large but also complex and profound. He couldn't understand them at all. Master Chen shook his head. He didn't draw formations, and just watching all day had left him feeling mentally and spiritually fatigued, let alone Mo Hua, who had drawn them over and over. Mo Hua certainly felt weary, but more than that, he felt a lack of fulfillment. It was so close. After Mo Hua got home, he ate the dinner his mother had prepared, then went to his room to rest and recuperate for a while. Once he felt energized, Mo Hua repeatedly went over the process of drawing formation during the day in his mind, pondering his gains and losses. As soon as it was 1 p.m., Mo Hua flopped onto the bed, closed his eyes, and his divine sense plunged into the sea of consciousness. The Taoist Stele emerged within the sea of consciousness. Mo Hua began to practice the compound formation on the Taoist Stele again. Because drawing during the day had been difficult and drawing on the inner walls of the refining furnace, especially a large formation, was akin to weight training, now drawing on the Taoist Stele came much more naturally. The formation patterns that had been somewhat awkward were now much smoother. Mo Hua practiced the formation method all night on the Taoist Stele. Aside from memorizing the formation pivot structure and the formation pattern styles even more thoroughly, his divine sense also strengthened somewhat. And it was this slight increase that allowed Mo Hua to cross the threshold and successfully draw the melting fire compound formation. Early the next day, Mo Hua got up early, ate the fragrant and appetizing breakfast Lu Ruhua had made, and then set off for the refinery shop. Elder Yu and Master Chen didn't sleep well either. Elder Yu worried about the refinery shop, Master Chen worried about the refining furnace, and both were concerned about Mo Hua. After all, Mo Hua was still a child. She had been drawing formations all day yesterday, erasing and redrawing without making any progress, which likely took a toll on her morale. As the two elders fretted over this, they saw Mo Hua, with her storage bag slung over her shoulder, striding over valiantly as if she wouldn't give up on that magical forge furnace. Only then did Elder Yu and Master Chen realize their worries might have been superfluous. Mo Hua, full of energy and fighting spirit, started drawing the formations again without a word. This time, she found the task much smoother. But she still made some small errors, and ultimately, she was unable to complete the formation pivot. On the third day, Mo Hua finally managed to draw the formation pivot. The formation pivot is the core structure of a compound formation and the gateway to divine sense in such an enchantment. Once the formation pivot is realized with a single thought, it signifies success in a major part of the task. Everything afterwards would become much simpler. Mo Hua heaved a sigh of relief. "Have you finished?" Elder Yu asked in a hushed voice upon seeing this. "Not yet, but the formation pivot is done. The rest will be quick," said Mo Hua with a smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her face was smeared with red and black spiritual ink, making her look somewhat grubby. Elder Yu used his sleeve to wipe her face, offering words of encouragement. Master Chen also chimed in from the side, "You are doing very well." Although he had no idea in what way. After eating something, Mo Hua sat in meditation to recuperate her divine sense, took a short walk to relax her spirit, and then continued with her formation painting. With the formation pivot completed, the framework of the compound formation was established. Up next was the first-grade melting fire formation to be drawn. Among first-grade formations, the melting fire formation was a bit more difficult, but it was nothing compared to a first-grade compound formation. Mo Hua didn't take long to complete the first-grade melting fire formation. Now, she could not draw any more formations for the time being. The next step was to use the first-grade melting fire formation to test whether the formation pivot was effective. If it wasn't effective, Mo Hua would still have to erase and redraw everything. Thinking of this, and considering how much of the spiritual ink she had already wasted drawing and erasing, Mo Hua felt a surge of distress. Indeed, a Taoist stele that could draw formations without the need for ink was the best. There was no need to worry about wasting ink when drawing on a Taoist stele. Mo Hua sighed and began to verify whether the formation pivot was effective. Oh right, there's also a spirit gathering array, she suddenly remembered. Mo Hua recalled that the spirit gathering array was the formation eye of the compound formation, needing to absorb spirit stones to provide spiritual power and to set the enchantment in motion. Previously, the formations Mo Hua drew weren't particularly powerful, and most of them were one-off, or at most reusable a limited number of times, so there was no need to draw a separate spirit gathering array. For those formations, it was sufficient to incorporate a spirit gathering formation pattern or to rely on the inherent ability of the formation patterns to absorb spiritual power. But now things were different. A large artifact furnace required immensely powerful heat, meaning it would consume copious amounts of spirit stones to supply a vast amount of spiritual power, which would then be converted into heat through the complex formations. At the same time, the artifact furnace needed to be long-lasting, able to function repeatedly and to supply fire efficiently and consistently. This meant that the enchantments on the artifact furnace must contain a formation eye, formation pivot, formation patterns, and formation media, making up a stable spiritual power supply circulation system. The formation eye provides spiritual power, the formation pivot controls it, formation patterns convert it, and formation media bear it. Only this constitutes a true formation energy circulation system, the most fundamental structure of spiritual power circulation within a formation. To be able to create and apply such a spirit power circulation in a compound formation signifies true mastery of the basic logic of spiritual power operation in formation principles, marking a genuine ascent in the way of formation mastery. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Melting Fire Compound Formation. Mo Hua's spirit was rejuvenated, and under the formation pivot structure of the first-grade melting fire compound formation, he added a spirit gathering array. Elder, do you have any spirit stones? Mo Hua asked. Spirit stones? Elder Yu didn't understand the reason but still grabbed a handful of spirit stones as Mo Hua had asked and placed them beside Mo Hua. Mo Hua placed all the spirit stones on the spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering array could refine the spirit stones, absorb the spiritual energy, and convert it into spiritual power. According to the formation books, when the first-grade compound formation was in operation, the spirit gathering array would automatically refine the spirit stones atop it, converting the stones into the spiritual power needed to drive the formation and transmit it along the formation pivot. Afterward, Mo Hua found the node of the formation pivot and communicated with it through his divine sense. The moment communication was successful, all formation patterns within the entire compound formation vividly manifested in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. With a mere thought, Mo Hua could manipulate the entire set of compound formation. Mo Hua's divine sense located the spirit gathering array within the compound formation and tried to control its activation with divine sense. This was the open part of the formation pivot's opening and closing control mechanism. The spirit gathering array flashed with light, the spirit stones atop it emitting a misty spiritual energy, which seeped into the compound formation through the patterns. Mo Hua could also sense from his divine sense, a stream of pure spiritual energy entering into the formation pivot and starting to flow along it. So, that's how it is. Mo Hua had an epiphany, using his divine sense to intervene in the formation pivot, controlling the flow of spiritual power with the pivot, and directing all this power into the first-grade melting fire formation. The instant the spiritual power was channeled, the first-grade melting fire formation suddenly burst forth with a fiery red glow, followed by a surge of flames spurting forth. It was like a massive firework had exploded out of thin air, containing powerful flames and intense high heat. Mo Hua was startled. And it wasn't just Mo Hua, Elder Yu and Master Chen both showed shock. This flame power, Master Chen found it hard to believe. The flames had ignited at a furnace in the courtyard. Mo Hua was a bit distanced from it, so he was unharmed, but he could still feel his cheeks burning from the heat. Mo Hua re-established communication with the formation pivot through his divine sense and reduced the spiritual power slightly. Consequently, the furnace fire indeed grew smaller. Mo Hua then shut off the spirit gathering array. The supply of spiritual power cut off, the fire gradually diminished, and eventually, it flickered and went out. Opening and closing control of spirit. This meant that the formation pivot of the melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation was effective. Mo Hua was overjoyed in his heart. With the formation pivot effective, this complex compound formation was deemed successful in a significant measure. Is the formation ready? Master Chen asked Mo Hua expectantly. We can install it and give it a try. The current compound formation was not yet complete, but its basic structure was in place, and it was ready to be assembled into the refining furnace to attempt refining a simple spiritual artifact. This way, if there were any problems, they could be identified early. If there were no issues, Mo Hua would just need to complete the remaining formation. Master Chen was full of enthusiasm and immediately ran out, calling Dazuo and a few Qi refinement disciples over. Together, they reassembled the large artifact furnace. The entire set of compound formation was then integrated with the artifact furnace. The melting fire formation was situated on the inner wall of the artifact furnace, perfectly serving as the fire supply. The spirit gathering array was placed at a special furnace mouth where, upon inserting spirit stones, it could absorb them and convert them into spiritual power. The node of the formation pivot was located at a knob featuring a pair of cranes, precisely suitable for controlling the furnace fire of the entire Qi refining furnace. As expected of a standard first-grade artifact furnace, all aspects of integration with the formation have been considered. Mo Hua nodded in approval to himself. Elder Yu grabbed another handful of spirit stones and tossed them into the furnace mouth on one side, storing them in the spirit gathering array. Mo Hua once again used his divine sense to communicate with the formation pivot, initiating the spirit gathering array through the pivot to refine the spirit stones, convert them into spiritual power, and then guide this power to the first-grade melting fire formation. The inside of the refining furnace instantly ignited with roaring flames. Excellent! Master Chen exclaimed with excitement. Elder Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Master Chen walked around the refining furnace and then drew close to it, feeling the temperature of the flames before exclaiming with uncontrollable joy. This fire is marvelous! Worthy of a first-grade formation indeed. Given such powerful flames, even first-grade spiritual artifacts could be attempted. Mo Hua chuckled, this fire can be turned up even higher. Master Chen was taken aback, even higher. Mo Hua controlled with his divine sense, turning the spirit gathering array up to its maximum, directing all the spiritual power to the melting fire formation. At the same time, the melting fire formation patterns, fueled by spiritual power, glowed red hot, and the flames inside the furnace suddenly became fiercer. Even from a distance, one could feel an intense burning sensation hitting their face. Master Chen was shocked inside. This fire power was too strong. He had seen other first-grade refining furnaces, but none of them had a furnace as large, or flames as ferocious as this one. So this is a first-grade formation. The red glow of the firelight reflected in Master Chen's eyes as he muttered absent-mindedly. Master Chen, try forging something, suggested Mo Hua. Master Chen snapped out of his trance and took an iron rod out of his storage bag, immersing it in the furnace flames. Shortly, the tip of the iron rod turned red hot. Master Chen pulled out the iron rod and, with a few casual strikes from a hammer, the rod bent as easily as a noodle. Master Chen's face lit up with excitement, confirming his thoughts that the fire power was indeed very strong, stronger than any refining furnace he had ever seen. After being hardened in the fire, the fine iron was also much easier to shape and forge. Furthermore, the hardening time was significantly reduced, which would greatly increase the efficiency of artifact refining, and the quality of the spiritual artifacts would also be better. Master Chen was very satisfied. Mo Hua turned off the spirit gathering array, and the flames gradually decreased before extinguishing altogether. Having tested the effectiveness of the flames, there was no need to keep them burning continuously, as they consumed spirit stones. Conservation was key. Elder Yu also watched the refining furnace with a very content expression. The more Master Chen observed the furnace, the more he liked it, and he wished he could start using it to refine artifacts right away. He had never used such a good refining furnace in his life. Master Chen, the furnace is still working well, right? Master Chen replied with a smile, yes. Very well indeed. Mo Hua was also very happy, then said, let's disassemble it after it cools down a bit. Master Chen was confused for a moment. Disassemble it? Mo Hua nodded. Why? The formation isn't complete yet. Oh, Master Chen understood, you need to finish the formation, right? You could say that, there's still one more melting fire formation I haven't drawn, said Mo Hua. Master Chen thought he had misheard. Another melting fire formation? Although he didn't understand formations, he knew that the refining furnace was powered by the melting fire formation. The fact that the flames had been lit meant that there was already one melting fire formation in there. How many melting fire formations are inside? Master Chen asked weakly. Not many, just 2, replied Mo Hua casually. Just 2. Master Chen was somewhat dazed and asked, both are first grade? Yes, both are first grade, Mo Hua nodded. A jump went through Master Chen's heart. 2 first-grade melting fire formations? How powerful would this refining furnace's flames be? Chapter 200, Chapter 200, Furnace Fire. After the refining furnace had cooled down, Master Chen instructed his disciples to dismantle it. Mo Hua continued to complete the unfinished formation diagrams, including a first-grade melting fire formation, an ordinary cold air formation, and a gold stone formation. The function of the gold stone formation was to reinforce the furnace's inner walls, making the refining furnace more durable. The cold air formation was intended to cool down the refining furnace. Once Mo Hua had finished the formation diagrams, Master Chen had the refining furnace reassembled. All the formation pivots and formation diagrams in the melting fire and controlling spirit compound formation were now complete. Mo Hua let out a long sigh of relief. This compound formation was much more complex than he had thought, and in practice, there were many small issues that had not been anticipated. But now, at last, it was complete. This was a compound formation that included not 1, but 2 first-grade formation methods. Mo Hua felt somewhat proud, and then he had Master Chen reassemble the refining furnace. Through the formation pivot, he activated the spirit gathering array. Spiritual power flowed inside the furnace, and the flames rose. Master Chen circled around the refining furnace and frowned, saying, the fire doesn't seem to have grown larger, it seems even smaller than before. Previously, he could feel the scorching temperature of the furnace fire from a distance, but now, even close to the refining furnace, he didn't feel overheated. Mo Hua also noticed that, even though the fire was being stoked, the temperature around it was not high. Could it be that something was drawn incorrectly? Mo Hua stroked his chin, pondering to himself. Just then, Master Chen took another look at the fire and suddenly became completely stunned. His hand tremulously pointed at the flames. This fire, it's bright red. Hearing this, Mo Hua looked over and noticed that indeed the flames were different than before, they now looked purer and were shining red, almost as if they were solid. A bright red furnace fire. Master Chen murmured, full of disbelief. Is this good or bad? Mo Hua asked, somewhat confused. Good. Master Chen said. He wanted to explain why it was good, but his excitement made him at a loss for where to begin. Elder Yu suppressed his astonishment and said to Mo Hua, the purer the color of the fire, the fewer impurities it has, and the stronger the spiritual power it contains. A bright red and pure fire like this has already exceeded the scope of the spiritual power of the Qi refinement realm, it even shows faint signs of solidifying. Solidifying. When spiritual power is pure and accumulates to a certain degree, it will solidify. The spiritual power of the Qi refinement realm is gaseous, while that of the foundation establishment stage is condensed like a liquid. That's what is commonly said, spiritual power like mercury, breaking through to establish foundation. Elder Yu explained, and then with a flip of his hand, pale golden spiritual power condensed in his palm, indeed like mercury, incredibly pure. Is this the spiritual power of the foundation establishment stage? Mo Hua was shocked inside and then asked, then is this furnace fire considered to be of the foundation establishment stage? Where is it that simple? Elder Yu shook his head and looked at the fire, saying, this is merely showing faint signs of solidifying, it is far from the intensity of the foundation establishment stage's spiritual power. But compared to the spiritual power of the general Qi refinement realm, it is much stronger. Mo Hua nodded, quite satisfied in his heart. This was the real effect of the first-grade melting fire compound formation, truly extraordinary. It was worth the considerable time, the exertion of his divine sense, the use of so much spiritual ink, and the many rehearsals he went through. Looking at the results, it was all worth it. Mo Hua couldn't help but nod in agreement. Elder Yu's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Although he knew that the formation diagram Mo Hua drew this time was no ordinary one, he never expected it to be extraordinary to this extent. The furnace fire was pure, the color a bright red, as though it was congealed. Is this really a formation diagram that a first-grade formation master could draw? Elder Yu took a glance at the refining furnace, then felt something was amiss, and frowned, saying, logically speaking, this fire should be stronger, and the temperature higher, so why don't I feel the heat even though I'm so close? That's right. Mo Hua also remembered. He walked around the refining furnace, thought about the formations within the compound formation, and then had a sudden realization. It's the cold air formation. The cold air formation. Mo Hua nodded and explained, inside the compound formation, there is a cold air formation drawn on the furnace walls, which can isolate the leakage of fire qi, thus making the refining process feel less dry and hot. When Mo Hua was drawing the formation, he hadn't thought of this point and just followed the formation diagram. Only now did he realize that including a cold air formation in this set of compound formation was a very meticulous detail. In this way, artifact refiners would not be constantly subjected to the baking of the furnace fire, making the refining process much less arduous. The senior formation master who designed this set of formations had indeed been very thorough. Elder Yu also sighed with admiration, saying, this formation truly is very considerate. Meanwhile, Master Chen still stood dazed in front of the furnace fire, looking at its extravagantly bright red flames that made his blood boil, rendering him unable to calm down for a long time. Such pure furnace fire was something he had never even dreamt of. Once the formation on the refining furnace was complete, the refinery shop could start operations. The preparation of refining materials, placement of the refining furnace, arrangement of artifact refiners, and the types and procedures of the artifacts to be refined, all of these were managed and organized by Elder Yu and Master Chen. Elder Yu had long overseen the monster hunters, and Master Chen had a wealth of experience in artifact refining. As the two discussed and managed the affairs, virtually everything of the refinery shop was arranged in a well-organized manner. As these matters were not Mo Hua's specialty, he did not inquire further. However, he was still a bit worried and asked Elder Yu, Elder, how many first-grade refining furnaces does the Qian family have? I think there are 3 or 4, Elder Yu thought for a moment and said. Then, with just one refining furnace, will it be enough? Elder Yu pondered for a moment and replied, probably not enough, but one refining furnace is too costly, and buying more would be a waste of spirit stones. Can we refine them ourselves? Elder Yu looked somewhat helpless. I've asked Master Chen, and refining it ourselves is somewhat difficult, mainly because we lack the artifice manual for the refining furnace and do not know the method of refining, with no way to begin. Are these artifice manuals very rare? Mo Hua asked. Artifice manuals for first-grade refining furnaces are scarce since few people can refine them, replied Elder Yu. He then furrowed his brows and thought for a while. I'll think of a way. One refining furnace might indeed be too few. A few days later, Elder Yu obtained an artifice manual through a Taoist friend with whom he had some rapport in earlier years, after spending some spirit stones to make the exchange. The artifice manual was a little worn, the pages yellowed, and while the writing was still legible, it was somewhat blurred. Fortunately, the method for refining the refining furnace was recorded quite clearly. Elder Yu said that the artifice manual was passed down from the ancestors of his Taoist friend. His friend's family had started out with artifact refining, and once flourished. Unfortunately, the subsequent generations preferred leisure over labor and did not think of artifact refining, leading the craft to fall into disuse. Without the craft, they rapidly exhausted their resources, and the family quickly went into decline. By the time it came to his friend's generation, not a single one in the family knew the method of artifact refining. Instead, they lived on other trades. This artifice manual, serving as a family heirloom and a keepsake, was of no practical use. It would be difficult to sell because those cultivators or powers capable of refining first-grade refining furnaces naturally had the methods for their refining, and other cultivators, even if they bought it, would not have the ability to refine. Now, this artifice manual had fallen into Elder Yu's hands. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.